The Chiefs are trading away Joe Thuney to the Bears in exchange for a 2026 fourth-round pick. Now, this move is going to free up some money for Kansas City, while Chicago lands one of the best guards in the game and a little added protection to second-year quarterback Caleb Williams. That trade just broke this morning. And this is just awesome. Ovie is a good person as well as an amazing hockey player. Now, Ovie is obviously chasing Gretzky's career goals record. Starting today, every single goal that Ovie scores in that quest and for the rest of his career will raise money towards pediatric cancer research. Ovie has partnered with Hockey Fights Cancer and the V Foundation for Cancer Research to launch the Great 8 Chase for Victory Over Cancer. This campaign inspired by the Capitals captain's pursuit of Gretzky's NHL goal record of 894. So beginning tonight with their game versus the Rangers, Ovechkin is going to donate an amount equal to his career goal total for every single goal that he scores for the remainder of his NHL career, and Monumental Sports and Entertainment is going to match that donation every single time he scores, if that's not even more of a reason to root for Ovie. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Boop, boop, boop. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And me and B. Mitch and a bunch of dudes went to Nats Park last night. What up, B?
What up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm chilling, man.
So the highlight of the night for me, we had this big Odyssey event, and it wasn't just 106.7. It was 980 was there. It was cool to hang with Sheehan for a while. I get to see plenty of the Roost, but it was cool to hang with Sheehan for a while. But 94.7 was there. El Zol was there. PGC was there. Like it was cool to see like the scope of the Odyssey. Yeah, dude. Like there's a lot of people. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
But by far the highlight. Clients, a lot of clients, yeah. My boy McCarty was there. I haven't seen him in years, but it was great to see him and the success they've had with Metro Movement and everything. But the highlight, Landfill, is at one point, maybe it was Wendy. I'm not sure who was like the impetus to try to get this photograph taken. But there was talk of getting a photograph taken, and somebody said to B, have you seen JP? He's like, nah, he probably already left. And in that moment, in that one singular moment, I was standing behind B. Mitch, and he didn't know, and I had not left. And I could proudly say, no, I'm here. I haven't left. And I feel like that was a small victory for mankind right there.
It wasn't a victory, but you left right after. So, I mean, all they did was give you the right to leave at that point.
Yeah, I was there for the speech. Ivy gave a speech. I was there for the photo. It was a fun, cool night, though. It was cool to catch up with some of the people that.
I just want to know why the hell our name tag wasn't typed up. Why they had to write ours? Because they thought we wasn't coming or something.
We're the stepchildren.
I'm starting to learn this. I'm starting to really learn this crap now.
I've told you before. Everybody, Landville, you would appreciate this. Everybody else from the station, including people that weren't there and very obviously weren't going to be there because at times of their shows, had these like printed out name tags, and me and B was just handwritten. I think Wendy wrote it when she saw us walking up.
Yeah, that's a little disrespectful, I believe.
I'm sure it was just an oversight.
No, it's not disrespect.
All right.
Oversight my ass.
There was more disrespect to members of the B. Mitch and Finley program last night. And you know what I think is helpful for the youth of America, for those Gen Z, perhaps, like just younger folks, right? I think it's good for them to be reminded that there are things on our planet that are real, that for rhyme or reason, it doesn't matter, that like these things occur And no matter what you think, it's not going to impact that.
Mhm.
And certainly what falls in that realm is the system. Now, everybody's familiar with the system. It's a tried and true gambling method. When there is a home team getting points in a big matchup and a game that is played after 8 o'clock at night, they're going to win. And White Brian, unfortunately, found out about the system last night.
Brian, don't worry about him, because whenever he tells the system and he don't win, he doesn't say anything about it.
Auburn went down hard.
They went down hard, but I think that system stuff that you talk about is like once out of every 25, 30 times.
You know what?
Did you put money on it last night?
I did not.
Okay, then, so it wasn't no system pick.
I would have. I just kind of forgot about it.
Hey, Brian, don't let him. He likes to. What you call it? What's the bird with all the colors?
Peacock.
He liked the peacock all the time. he does. He worked for NBC, and that peacock, that's what he does. But whenever he loses, he's just like Floyd Mayweather. When he win, he talks. When he loses, he don't say nothing.
Me, in my defense, perhaps I'm trying to just bust White Brian's balls.
Oh, I know.
2, I've talked plenty about when I lose, and I lose stuff. I lose physical belongings. I lose bets. I lose paddle matches.
The system pick thing, when you put that out there, or when you bet what the system pick is, and you lose, you never come back and say the system didn't work.
Yeah, because you guys all say it.
I never heard you say the system doesn't work. All I hear is when the system wins once every blue moon, you start saying how good it is.
We do have a packed show coming today. White Brian, I thought I was here, dude. My bad. I was in the background. I was in the waiting room. We do have a packed landfill. How am I supposed to operate when you're sending me texts like that? Greenberg joining us at 11, as he does every Wednesday. Always appreciate Neil's time. Santana Moss, Mr. 8-2-9 at 1 o'clock will join the program. Terps have a really big game tonight at Michigan. This is, I think, the winner of this. It's hard to figure this Big Ten situation out because there's just 1,000 teams. But the top 4 teams in the Big Ten get a double bye in the Big Ten tournament. I don't understand why they keep putting Wisconsin ahead of Maryland when Maryland beat Wisconsin head-to-head. I don't understand that. But if they can get a win tonight over Michigan would be a huge step towards getting that double bye. Right now, Michigan State's 15-3. Michigan is 14-4. Purdue is 13-6. So those are the top 3, and then Maryland's right behind at 12-6. So is Wisconsin, and then UCLA is 12-7. So it's pretty bunched up. Obviously, that will have to get figured out as the week continues. But it's another one of these 6:30 starts. B-Mitch, you know how excited I am about a 6:30 start.
Hey, man, it's money. I went to the Big Ten to get the money, and they say you got to play on TV at 6:30 to get the money.
That's true. I bet, you know what? I bet there's a lot of ACC teams that would be playing at 6:30 tonight if they could trade spots and get that cash.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be just a fascinating March Madness. I can't wait. Dwayne Simpkins over at American University is doing a great job. We're hoping they get in. Caps are back on the ice tonight playing the Rangers. You'd like to think they keep that going, the momentum from the shootout win the other night. And I don't know. Playing in MSG, I feel like gives them a boost. Ovie tends to be a high-profile player. I heard Savannah talking about the announcement he made, the cash he's going to be giving away for every goal that gets scored, and I think the Caps are going to match it. So that's just a really cool way to even up the
excitement.
For this run. But B, I wanted to circle back to something. When I was in Indy, whenever that was, last week, Adam Peters got asked about the running back situation in the NFL. And, are running backs having a renaissance where teams realize their value and importance more than they were for a while? Or was it coincidental? And Peters, like he does with most things, had a really balanced answer. He said, I think everybody realizes the importance of the running back position, but last year also stood out because you had Saquon and Derrick Henry and, Who's my guy that went to Minnesota from Josh Jacobs goes to the Packers. I think Aaron Jones goes to Minnesota. Like you had a lot of big names, probably. I mean, certainly in Saquon and Henry, the two best running backs in football. But basically, it was like that might be a one-off because those guys are great and they happened to switch teams last year more so than running backs are about to just get the bag all the time again, like they used to. And then the big news yesterday, I think it was right as we were getting off the air.
Yep.
Was the Eagles getting the deal done with Saquon.
He got paid.
He was already under contract. He just got a lot more money.
Yeah. But it's like, listen, man, you can't make just a gloss over and say all running backs are going down and all running backs should get paid less. I mean, because that's the case, then you could probably, how about the quarterbacks that suck? They shouldn't get paid either, right? And I think what the Eagles did was say, okay, we got a dude, and we know he's a damn big reason that we won this thing, and we're gonna make sure we go out there and give him what he deserves.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is it's still not close to like quarterback money or even receiver money.
Right, but it's far better than what they had put it to.
Yeah,
and I think what that showed is the conversation that we have in this town all the time. We are always, whether it's media. Fans are always talking about what we can't pay somebody. What the Eagles just did was win the Super Bowl on the backs of a guy that was running his ass off. And they paid him, although they're paying everybody else already too. You got to pay people to compete in this league. If you don't, then you're going to be mediocre.
So it's a 2-year extension worth $41 million in new money. $36 million guaranteed, plus he can get another 15 in incentives. The way he's playing, whatever the incentives are, it seems like he's going to reach it. It gets Saquon to $20 million AAV in average annual value. That is the first running back in history, I believe, to get to $20 million in AAV. Yep. That feels like a big deal for the position. McCaffrey previously got to 19 when he redid his deal a few years ago. If you remember, Jonathan Taylor, I mean, we're going back in time a little bit now. I think 3 years ago had the awesome season. Then he sat out for a while, and he sat out to get a new deal, and that deal got him to 14 a year with less than 20 million fully guaranteed. Mm-hmm. So this absolutely drives the market forward at running back. I'd argue running backs are still woefully underpaid. Like, do you know what Derrick Henry's making?
Like 13, 14?
It depends if you look at cash in pocket because he got a big bonus. But, I mean, his cap number is 13, but the actual cash he's getting this year is probably somewhere in like around 7.
But what he already got though. That's the way to run. Like, the NFL gives you money up front. The rest of the league just give you're signing it automatically. You don't get the signing bonus, like, and you just get the guarantee. But the NFL give you money up front, so you got to count it.
B, when he signed with the Ravens, it was 2 years, $16 million. 9 was guaranteed.
All right.
So it's just crazy. I don't know that gets better. I am happy for Saquon, who seems like a good dude by all accounts. I thought it was so cool at the Eagles parade when he saw the ball boy in the stands and grabbed him up over the fence and brought him in to the parade. Eagles do pay everybody, man. You know, Joe Burrow mentioned it working Radio Row. If you look at, I mean, just guaranteed money this year, they have 5 dudes over 10 mil in guarantees. Mm-hmm. Hurts is making 42. AJ Brown's making almost 30. Mailata's making 19. Devontae Smith's at 13. Bryce Huff, which is the deal they did last year for a dude that really underperformed coming from the Jets, is at 17 mil guaranteed. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Of all the great players you can name on the Eagles, Bryce Huff is their 4th highest paid.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes
when you miss, you miss.
When you miss, you miss. But guess what? When you're paying the right people, it works for the most part because they still paying a lot of dudes and they got the job done for them. So
here's why it works.
They hit 80%.
Right. It works because Jalen Carter's on a rookie deal and Jordan Davis is on a rookie deal and Quinyon Mitchell's on a rookie deal.
When you get guys on rookie deals,
on a rookie deal,
but you get guys that can play on rookie deals, then you have the right to pay the guys that you can help you win today.
Sure.
And I think that's the ultimate goal that every team should be trying to get to.
The best news for the Eagles is they are not allowed to give Jalen Carter an extension for another year. Because when that hits, I don't know, man. I wonder what interior D lineman is making the most right now. Probably Jones, right?
Kansas City. Chris. Yep.
Yeah, Chris is your highest paid interior D lineman. Then Wilkins from the Raiders, Matabuke with the Ravens. I would think, especially we're talking another year from now, my gut tells me that Jalen Carter becomes the highest paid interior defensive lineman in football. Especially because some of the biggest names, like Jeffrey Simmons has been really good. Like a lot of these dudes are going to be about 30 by the time his deal comes up. And I think he'll reset that. Like Adigazawa, that the Cowboys just worked out the deal. Dude, you could argue he kind of took below market money on that thing. But maybe he just wanted the security. That was an interesting move. If we're looking at just a cap space around the NFC East now, after the Eagles pay up Saquon, the Eagles, and this is an important part of the conversation that I think Adam Peters kept trying to hit at, that folks, a lot of Washington fans seem kind of choosing to be unaware of. The Eagles now only have about 20 mil in effective cap space, but they also have 60 players under contract.
Yeah.
And this time of year, you run a 90-man roster, but of a 90-man roster, this is one of the silly things with roster cut day. When they're at 90, it was kind of more exciting when they used to go from 90 to 60 and work its way down. But now that they just go from 90 to 53, and I don't mean this disrespectful, who easily 30, if not like 35 of those cuts are going to be.
Yeah.
And you can even identify young players, especially now with the expanded practice squads and stuff. You can identify the guys. Like, when you and I watch training camp every day, you could tell who they want to be part of their plan, even if it's going to be a practice squatter. So I say that because if the Eagles only have 20 million cap space, and you want to point to that, but they have 60 guys on their roster, they'll probably fill out the other 30 without spending a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
It's going to be a whole lot of minimums to guys that are making the bottom of the roster for an offseason.
Totally.
Washington, on the other hand, is tied for the fewest players under contract. Washington, Chicago, and the Chargers all have 47 players under contract.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that means they have to sign 43 dudes to get their roster right. And maybe some of those futures contracts convert. But there's a reason, like the Pats and the Raiders have an absolute ton of cash to spend. The Patriots have 59 players on their roster signed, and they have 120 million in cap space.
Mm.
The Raiders have 60 players on their roster, and they have 90 million in cap space. Like
they're going to add some folks.
That is really significant. Like if the Raiders, I don't know that they will, but like if they want to make a run at Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams again, they can actually do that. The Cardinals then are kind of in the middle ground. They have 61 players signed, 75 million cap. But Washington, the Chargers, and the Bears all have about 58 million in cap space, a little below 60 million, and all of them are at 47 players under contract.
Yeah.
So, like, yes, they got cash, but I think we're looking at a volume play, man. You got a lot of dudes you got to sign.
As they begin to get more and more guys, they will end up like the Eagles and the other teams too.
Totally.
But right now, when you got a new staff and new everything came in and they trying to get to that point, it's going to look like that for a bit. But they got to hit on a lot of guys.
Dude, you got to build it through the draft. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of draft picks from 3 classes ago or 4 classes ago that are part of this thing going forward. So until you can really kind of build a foundation with guys on rookie deals or extensions, it's gonna be interesting. That's kind of where Washington's at, is the interesting pile. What else is interesting? If you're looking to build that foundation to understand what the most important financial transaction in your life is all about, you should talk to our friend John Leahy. There's nobody in the DMV that understands the constantly changing temperature of DMV real estate and how best to serve you and your family's needs.
Just like Amy wanted to move closer to her family, but in order to make that happen, she'd first need to sell her Vienna property. This would potentially be a challenging and sensitive move as she was looking for the right fit to navigate all complexities involved. Amy needed a real estate team who could handle everything with the utmost care, professionalism, and attention to detail. Lucky for her, she found John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Thanks to their knowledge and feel for the market, they knew it was red hot for this listing. A flurry of offers soon followed, with the result being a sale of $65,000 over the asking price with no contingencies. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out these details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John, Jon, John without an H. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
B, and when you say that life happens, you nailed it. I mean, think about in our area, in the greater DMV, how many people are stressed out about the possibility of losing their job. There's a whole lot of threatening going on about jobs maybe getting cut. Who knows what's going to happen? But sometimes when you need to make a real estate transaction, it's a stressful reason. You never know. It's a divorce or job stuff or foreclosures, whatever it is. John and his group have the options, the experience, the knowledge, and the strategies to take care of things quickly, getting you the most money with the least amount of stress. That is important in the crazy times we live in. So go check them out. Go to johnsellsdmv.com. You can check out your home's value in seconds with the home valuation tool, or just give them a call, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or you can just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
The Chicago Bears are trading a 2026 fourth-round pick to the Kansas City Chiefs in exchange for two-time All-Pro guard Joe Thuney. It is the second trade the Bears have agreed to this week to beef up their offensive line to provide a little bit more protection for quarterback Caleb Williams. Yesterday, the Bears agreed to trade with the Rams to acquire guard Jonah Jackson. Thuney is due $16 million this season, the last year of a 5-year, $80 million contract. He signed with the Chiefs as a free agent back in 2021. Now, many believe that an extension with the Bears is happening soon. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So many good songs. This is my favorite Bob Marley song. I'm probably not alone in that, but.
No cry.
What's your favorite Bob Marley song, B?
I Shot the Sheriff.
You do like that song.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. It's a good game. If you want to say what's up to the chat. What's up, chat? Drop your favorite Bob Marley song in there.
Yeah, chat. Do that for us.
You can tweet me your favorite
and
Bob Marley
nobody
song.
better ask who is Bob Marley. Because you're gonna get dismissed from the chat.
Yeah, dude. White Brian, that's an instant ban if somebody asks who is Bob Marley. Hopefully they remember him.
So don't joke. Hopefully you be gone.
Hopefully they remember him as Nico Marley's grandfather instead of the legendary global musician. Remember the Nico Marley phenomenon?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that was in like.
I guess they thought they were gonna have somebody come do concerts for us all the time.
You don't remember that?
No, I remember that, but I'm saying the people that were losing their mind, they thought it was gonna be like a reggae concert all the time, or something that they were excited about.
I don't know. I mean, dude, it's not that dissimilar from, Washington hired Jesse Madden as their new offensive QC, and all anybody cares about is that it's John Madden's grandson. I mean, I think the Nico Marley thing was relatively similar. I think he did, though, have like a fumble recovery in a preseason game. He did something in a preseason game, but I remember that was when we had the blog machine really, like the blog Death Star was fully operational at NBC Sports Washington in those days, and you couldn't get Nico Marley content on the streets fast enough.
Oh yeah,
people were like,
they wanted it.
And then I don't know if you went to this, but there was some charity thing in Ashburn. I wish I could remember that. It might have been more like Leesburg-y, but it was I think it was when Gruden was doing this like karaoke thing for a local like a Loudoun County based. They help like kids in need.
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't go to that.
I wish I remember the name of the bar because it was kind of a cool setup. It was like on this like lake, but whatever. So everybody's singing karaoke. And Nico Marley gets up to sing karaoke, and the song was We Jammin', and he didn't know the words. And we're all like, dude, what the hell?
Hey, I tell you, young folks don't even much follow their grandfather stuff. Hey, if I was coming up and my granddad was Bob Marley, I'm gonna know his damn songs at least.
Right. Well, dude, I'll tell you an even better one from one of those things. It was a different year because I know this bar out in Leesburg that is like a legendary bar in Leesburg. It's right by one of those Roy Rogers is that Route 7 going out there? It's been there forever, has a stage. So they did the karaoke there the following year. I'll never forget me. Anthony Lanier was not practicing. Like he was missing practice at training. Like this is probably the end of training camp, not quite all the way to the regular season. but he had missed a bunch of practice. And then he came to the karaoke joint and he was singing and he was like dancing.
Yeah,
like he looked good dancing. And then he got released like a day or two later.
All they need to do is get you on tape, dog. That's all they need to do. And if you are hurt, don't be a fool and let them sucker you. Hey, man, they really want to see you perform. I've seen it happen to a lot of people.
I liked Anthony Lanier. Longfoot Lenny was his nickname. Rusty Townsend checking in. Three Little Birds is his favorite Bob Marley song. It's my wife's favorite Bob Marley song. A little bit of news that it's tough for these insiders, Pelissero, Garofalo, whatever. Like, they obviously have somebody making graphics for them for news alerts.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the news, and you tell me if this should qualify for a graphic. The Raiders informed quarterback Gardner Minshew they'll release him when the new league year begins next Wednesday, per sources.
No.
Yeah.
You can just show them throwing out a piece of trash.
I mean, that's kind of crucial. That's kind of mean, but I think you could just tweet that one without the graphic.
Yeah, but I'm saying you put the graphic up, which makes you make somebody think, oh, it's something big, and it's really not that big.
That we're in agreement upon.
Yeah.
Did you see Max Crosby is now openly asking?
Okay, well, we're gonna roll him out in a trash can, a nice one.
Okay. Crosby wants Aaron Rodgers.
Well, we saw him on TV doing some of the same stuff that Aaron loves, so it's all cool. They probably already hang together. Ain't no problem.
Crosby's taking too many hits to the head.
You think you guys both are confident Rodgers will suck in the next stop?
Yep.
I just don't see him all of a sudden just naturally getting better just because. I mean, yes, he was damn good for a long time. But you look at last year, it wasn't all everybody else's fault. It was a lot of his fault, too. He can't move. He couldn't move out the way, get out of the way of people, unless he's going to get drastically healed up and faster right now. He still could throw the ball from different angles, just not getting there as quick as they used to.
Yeah. The numbers aren't bad. Completed 63% of his passes, about 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns against 11 picks. One thing that's interesting is the sack total was pretty high for him. I mean, that was the second highest sack total he's had over the last, 9 or 10 years. And he didn't seem to have that same command. And maybe it's just age, honestly. Age and coming back from a major Achilles injury like that. I wonder what you're going to have to pay him. My trouble with him is that you say what you will about Kirk Cousins, and Kirk has never been as good as Rodgers, period.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ever. But Kirk has also, and let's remove kind of the Washington from this because that was a unique cocktail of toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
But like in Minnesota and even in Atlanta last year, Michael Penix has talked about it on the record. Like Kirk is always going to be a good teammate. He's always going to work his ass off. He's not gonna be the type of dude to publicly cause trouble that Rodgers does.
Uh-huh.
I don't know at this point in their careers, if you're looking at Rodgers, he's kind of just a bridge quarterback at this point, right? Or do you think people still see this guy could win us a ring?
How old is Aaron?
He's 42 this season.
Okay. And we've just seen when Aaron has extra control, Aaron is an ass, straight up. And he didn't care about many people. All he did was blame somebody every week. He cared about his guys. Didn't care about the whole team. Aaron, at this point of his life, is going to do what Aaron wants to do. He's going to take care of his. He's going to blame everybody when he does something wrong. You got to be careful giving him a lot of money or giving him more control. You don't have to worry about that with Kirk. Although Kirk may not give you the same thing he can give you, but he will be a team guy.
And I think with Kirk, because he's going to be getting paid by Atlanta anyway, I think similar to how you got Russ for cheap in Pittsburgh this year, I think you get Kirk kind of cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk's, I don't know. Nobody does business like Kirk, so maybe that doesn't work for him. But I feel very odd saying, I think at this stage of their career, if I'm running a team, I could see if the Stafford trade had actually happened and all of a sudden the Rams, who I think are the Rams are at least a legit contender in the NFC. I mean, they've won a Super Bowl within the last 5 years. They've been in the divisional round both of the last 2 years. They took the Eagles to the wire this past season. Like if the Rams looked around and were like, all right, we lost Stafford, but we got these picks. Let's see what we can do with Rodgers for a year or two. And because if we get him right, we can win. But
I think you need some people on the team that will step to Rodgers, and then you can get the best out of him, and you might get you a better team. If he is the end-all, be-all, you got problems.
Yeah, you're right.
You need some players on that defense or even the offense. They're going to step to him and say, look, dog, it's all our team. We trying to win this thing. You get out of line, we'll get you back in line.
Coaches, ownership,
somebody,
you need that
you need
everywhere.
A couple of players in that locker room who are not going to just pucker up on him every time he comes around, because there are a lot of people that just allow him to just do whatever. You need guys that will be willing to check him too.
The odds makers, if you buy the odds makers, overwhelmingly believe Rodgers is going to the Giants. The Giants are minus 300 to get Aaron Rodgers, and then the Raiders are plus 175, the Steelers plus 225.
They just watched it right across. Go for it, Giants. And you know what? I can see that happening because, as we stated yesterday, Shane is in a win-now situation.
Right.
Daboll the same way. You know, he going to have a good year. Daboll will say, oh, look what I did. No, you didn't do nothing. The man already is a good quarterback.
Well, dude, Brian Daboll, I mean, for all the grief Sirianni gets, Daboll kind of flies under the radar a little bit more with his emotional outbursts on the sidelines.
See, when you had a better team, you're held to a different standard.
Right.
That's all it is.
But, the way Daboll flips out on the sideline, and maybe he was flipping out because he could kind of punk out Tommy DeVito or even Daniel Jones, who seems just kind of soft. You imagine him flipping out on Rodgers like that?
No. Just let's be real, man. People know who they can flip out on and who they can't. Coaches for sure know which player I can step to. Maybe in practice you can step to certain people, but when that camera's out there, you better not step to the wrong person the wrong way.
Dude, yeah, I mean.
And all these coaches, they know that. They're not fooling nobody. When they step to guys, normally it's a guy they know they can do it to. They don't step to the guys that they say, well, you know what? He might touch me.
Right. All right, here's what we're going to do. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I'm going to try to stay on time from my man Landini. Bears are trading for offensive linemen. Kansas City trading away offensive linemen. Plus, we got to run through the options for what could happen to the Commanders in 2025. Neil Greenberg at 11.
Neil.
B. Mitchell Finley. Yeah. B. What did Pete Haley think? It was with the Gladys Knight. Did he think it was the Pimps? I can't remember what it was.
He called them, Gladys Knight and he said the Pimps. But, no. He thought it was the Commodores.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. I remember something.
But he was not right.
That kid ain't right about much. Dude, we're getting to that time of year where we're just going to have random college hoops, conference basketball on all over the place.
I take that rather than nothing.
Yeah. White Brian's going to be ripping 20-cent bets all over the place. Proud of him. Kid really spends his money. Kansas City has now traded Joe Thuney to the Bears. I get it for the Bears. They believe anyway that as long as they can protect Caleb Williams, that he's going to perform. Okay. I'm not so convinced that's the case with Caleb.
Okay.
I just think he's a different kind of quarterback, and I don't think it's all about protection.
Yeah, it is. It's not always, because like a lot of times he's going to wait. But, you look at Kansas City, I think after looking at the Super Bowl, they're getting rid of most of their linemen.
Well, they tagged the dude, Trey Smith.
He's good.
Initially, they said they weren't going to tag. Then they decided to
that's
tag.
What they always say in the beginning.
Right.
Because they want to see if somebody will try to offer some outrageous thing. But they kept him. He's very good. And not the highest paid. He's going to be the highest paid.
I think you're going to try to get a long-term deal done there. You don't want – ideally, he's not playing on the tag. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is it gets them – the tag kind of jams them up from a cap space situation when the league year opens. And I doubt you get a deal done with him before the league year opens, about a week.
I just think that
from today.
Team right there seems to get past all that all the time.
Well, here's the reality. So I think they're going to flip the dude Kingsley to play left guard. Trey Smith, I think, is a right guard. They now absolutely have a big hole at left tackle. If you're the Chiefs, and obviously you are a true Super Bowl contender, what are you trying to do at left tackle?
If I can't find one in free agency, I'm going to draft one.
Do you make a move? I mean, if you think about the folks that are going to be available, Cam Robinson from the Vikings, Ronnie Stanley from the Ravens, are you going to pay up at the position?
Andy Reid doesn't have a problem paying up veteran players that can still play. And he's going to make sure pass backside is going to be protected. Because they saw in that game when he had no confidence whatsoever that his backside was going to be protected, he never set his feet.
His feet, yeah.
I've never seen him play football like that.
It wasn't his best.
They will make it happen, and then we'll all be asking the question again. How the hell they keep paying everybody?
Yeah, I mean, they are currently over the cap. I imagine there will be some moves made. Honestly, the Thuney trade, I don't know how they'll structure that, but I imagine some of that will be cap relief. You know what? I honestly don't think helped them. At least from a straight dollars perspective, it was Kelsey deciding not to retire. He's got almost a $20 million cap number. And, dude, you're not you tell me if you disagree. You're not going to ask Kelsey to restructure because that means you got to be ready to cut him. And you're not going to do that for –
Well, if you give him a little restructure, give him a lot of it up front, they don't care about that.
Yeah, but, B, if I'm KC, I don't – if you give him a lot up front, eventually that cap hit is coming. But
if you look at you give him an extension and you try to give some money up front, which is if he was thinking about retirement, he may only play another 2 years. So you work it out to where I'm gonna give you a lot of this up front already, so we can work this thing out. I think he'll go along with that because he probably don't want to play for another team.
This sounds weird because he's Travis Kelce. I don't know that I want to extend him. You know what I'm saying? This is the last year of his deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is going to happen at all, but he's got a $19 million cap number with no guarantees on it, and you would save $17 million against the cap if he wasn't there. I'm not saying he's going anywhere, and I hear what you're saying. If you move some of the money around and push it out further, then you can get some cap relief. But I'm just not sure. Dude, he's making last year he had 97 catches for 823 yards.
Mhm.
And I think where he has been so damn good so long is in the red zone and just the 3 touchdowns.
Mhm.
And I would say what stood out to me about Kelsey's performance this past season is the 2 previous years when they won the Super Bowl. In 22, he was phenomenal the whole season.
Yeah.
23, his numbers came down, but his playoff numbers were outrageous.
Yep.
I think he led the entire NFL playoffs in catches, yards.
He did.
He hit. So in 23, when they won the Super Bowl, he had 32 catches for 355 yards and 3 touchdowns. This year in the playoffs, in 3 games, he had 13 catches for $175 and a touchdown.
Okay.
That's,
But the thing about it,
a lot less for him.
He
than normal.
came in out of shape.
Yeah.
If he just invests a little time in all season and coming in shape, knowing that this is last hurrah, he can get some things done still. And being as bad as he was and out of shape, he was open multiple times in the Super Bowl, just couldn't get the ball to him.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's interesting to watch KC. I think you and I are kind of on the same wavelength regarding the Niners. It feels a little to me like the Niners window may have closed. At least the version of the Niners we've come to know. And now they're going to have to kind of recreate that thing.
They now are in a position where the expectation is so high that they can't afford to have anybody get nicked up. And their playmakers happen to always be nicked up.
Well, and we might need Jeff to help us with this. Brandon Ayuk's back on social media. Like,
you want to trade it again?
Doug, I'm not even sure I know what he was saying. There was, but he definitely mentioned what he had a social media post that leads at least me to believe he still doesn't seem happy. I don't know. You got traded and then blew out your knee, dude. Like, I don't know.
He got his money. He was there. And, I mean, now he see the guy that was on his same team going to the team he wanted to go to, or he acted like he wanted to go to, get paid. Now Debo is going where he wanted to be. Make him feel some kind of way, but who cares? We're moving on.
I agree with that. Here's what we are going to do. Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, joins us next.
The Chicago Bears have now traded for 2 offensive guards in the same amount of days. After sending the Rams a 6th-round pick for Jonah Jackson yesterday, the Bears swung a deal for Kansas City Chiefs offensive guard Joe Thuney today. The Bears are sending the Chiefs a 2026 4th-round pick for the 4-time All-Pro. And after just 11 games, Devontae Adams' time with the Jets has come to an end. There were still 2 more years remaining on Adams' deal with New York, and he carried a cap hit of $38.3 million in both 2025 and 2026, so this news isn't really that shocking. Saquon Barkley has cashed in with a brand new contract, inking a 2-year extension that makes him the NFL's highest paid running back of all time. Barkley's 2-year extension makes him the first player at his position to ever earn at least $20 million per year. Right now, he was set to earn $20.6 million over the next 2 seasons. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Ozzy on a Wednesday means it's time to get smarter. Our boy Neil Greenberg joins the program from the Washington Post. Make sure you check out all his work at the Post, WashingtonPost.com. What's up, Greenberg? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you guys?
We are doing well, man. We're doing well. I think we're getting pretty excited for next week. I think there's going to be I think we're going to see a lot of volume from Washington. It's kind of similar to how we saw last season. And maybe a couple of headliners in there too. But let's start with what they've already done. The Deebo Samuel trade. I don't know that I've heard your reaction to it. What do you think from a price compensation standpoint, and what does Deebo bring to this team?
I think it's great to be able to get him for a 5th rounder. They got a 3rd rounder for Doxson when they traded him. So I think when you look at what they would have gotten in the draft for a 5th round, Deebo is certainly an upgrade of that. And I think that this is a really good complement to what the offense is trying to do. Jaden Daniels, obviously dual threat quarterback. Deebo Samuels is kind of an extension of that in that he can, catch a screen pass, make some yardage happen. The numbers last year were really good on screen passes. He caught passes about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage and averaged about almost 7 yards a target. So that's big. And also he can run those routes towards the middle of the field too, which, there's a lot of talk about the tight end position for Washington. I think he could take some pressure off of that and work the middle of the field as well.
Definitely. I think a lot of folks are so convinced that Deebo's only going to be able to help at the line of scrimmage. And Washington's offense had a ton of just shallow crossers, like guys going send somebody deep and then kind of keep guys coming across the middle. I think Kingsbury will absolutely know how to utilize Deebo. I think this one makes a lot of sense. I really do. And I think it's an exciting piece to add. Where do you think Washington's greatest concern is here? And do you think it's something they'll be able to address next week?
Well, define address. I mean, they need help on the offensive line and they need help on the defensive line.
Totally.
They were, the metrics for pass blocking, run blocking were very poor. The pass rush was okay. The run defense was very poor. So they need to upgrade that in some way. I know a lot of people I've heard on the radio, fans clamoring that Deebo doesn't help either of those situations, but they haven't addressed those situations yet. Like that opportunity has not presented itself yet. The opportunity to get Deebo Samuel did, and they made the move, and I think it was smart. But I absolutely think that when you look at what the next step is, And if you have any hope of contending with Philadelphia, not just in the division, but in the conference, you absolutely have to get better in the trenches.
Mm-hmm. So what's most important, you think, the offensive side or the defensive side? Because I think offense last year, although they weren't great, they were more consistent. Defense wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, the offense showed what it can do with, it's not fair to say like a poor offensive line, but a poor performing offensive line from like the metric standpoint. They were historically efficient at times.
Yeah.
So if you can improve that a little bit and you can still maintain, that level of offensive efficiency, I think the offense can be very good. It's that defense that, like you said, I mean, you cannot have an inconsistent defense in the NFL and be competitive very long, because you're just, you can't give up 35 points, every week. Like it just,
right.
It won't work.
Yeah.
Because your offense isn't going to score 36 or more points every week. So you have to be able to make stops, and you have to be able to, stop the run, obviously, especially when you're looking at Philadelphia with Saquon Barkley and what they were able to do. And I really do think that that's the goal. I mean, the goal has to be competitive with Philly because they're not only the reigning champs, but they're also in your division, and that's the first hurdle. Like if you can't win the division, it becomes harder to make the playoffs. I'm not saying they can't make the playoffs, but it definitely becomes harder. It's you win the division, you have some advantages that come with that. Like I really do think that Washington needs to take aim at the top dog in the division. I'm sure the front office knows that. It comes down to, are the pieces available in free agency in the draft to make that happen? And that, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Do you think it's more important, Neil? Like, I know they said they're going to be able to draft, and I understand that, but I don't think it means they're going to have all 100% of the people draft picks. But you look at the offensive lineman, is it more prudent to have a veteran player come in that you add, or bring some rookies in that may be top-notch guys?
I think you probably need a veteran presence on the offensive line, only because we've seen sophomore slumps. We don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to do in year two. Defenses will have a chance to digest what he did in year one. I think you need some experience up front to help mitigate a lack of experience behind them. And I'm not saying like Jaden Daniels didn't play better than normal rookies or anything like that. But I mean, he's still going into year two of the NFL. He hasn't experienced that yet. I think you probably want a little more veteran presence on the offensive line.
For sure. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg.
I loved like defensive young guys, like just young bull type kids who you just tell them, go make stuff happen, go do your thing. Like, I think that works a lot better on the defensive side than it does on the offensive side.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at _Greenberg. Neil joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Check out all his work at WashingtonPost.com. Are there any, when you look at Saquon getting paid, do you see a macro trend in the NFL going back to valuing running backs at an increased cost? Or do you think Saquon is one of one?
He's one of one. And, there's a lot of talk about the running game making a comeback in the NFL and just as efficient as passing, et cetera. That actually wasn't the case. What brought the running game up from its low levels was quarterback rushing. And the quarterbacks exceeding expectations in terms of what you'd expect based on the down distance and field position of each play. The running back production was relatively stable. It was an uptick in the rushing from quarterbacks. So I think that this is a one of one. I think some organizations might not make that connection and might think that they need, to spend lavishly on a rusher. But, Saquon also had, a really tremendous season and is being paid like one. But I don't think that we're going to see a resurgence. I think that they're going to be largely plug and play. use young guys until they're past their running back prime, and then lather, rinse, repeat type stuff. But Saquon's special, and there was a couple of people, including myself, who thought he might be something special running behind a Philadelphia offensive line that was light years ahead of what the Giants ever had.
Yeah. I remember B said he would take Saquon first overall in fantasy, and we all laughed at him.
Mm-hmm.
And,
that's what I wrote.
Would have won you a lot of money,
that in print.
I remember both you guys talking about that. Yeah.
Would have made somebody a lot of money.
Yep.
It's all right. I won my
don't
league
take
anyway.
Christian McCaffrey. Take Saquon. Number one. Saquon.
Christian McCaffrey, he might have played a game.
I took Jamar Chase. It was all good, guys. Don't worry.
That worked out too.
I do want to talk a little Caps with you, Greenberg, but I got one more. Brock Purdy, would you pay him?
Yes, you have to. Again, I said this before. It's not who is a free agent; it's when they're a free agent, and when is their contract due. And the quarterback position just isn't overflowing with enough talent where San Francisco can say, okay, we can spend the money on someone else and still, maintain our Super Bowl aspirations. I don't think they really have a choice to pay him. And again, it's just the timing of the market. I don't necessarily think it has anything to do as much with who's available, but there's just who's your plan B. Like, Stafford supposedly was marketing himself. There were no takers. Sam Darnold, there's going to be, I just don't think you have a choice if you're San Francisco, especially now that you don't have Deebo Samuel as well.
I agree totally with that.
It feels like the Niners operation is about to kind of flip over, and maybe that's for the better, but it just seems like so much of what was there is going to have to change over for them to stay good. Do you feel that way too?
I do, and that's part of football, right? There are windows, and sometimes you catch lightning in the bottle, but you had Bosa and Kittle and those guys, and they're starting to come past their prime a little bit, and it doesn't take much. When your roster ages together, like when they peak together, they're also going to start aging together. And sometimes the aging in the NFL, because it's such a physical sport, it gets accelerated. And, it's just, you play once a week, you play, 17 games. It only takes one or two bad games to put you out of contention. And then you have to start looking around and figuring out, how are we going to manage the salary cap going forward? So, yeah, I agree with you. I think that we're probably going to see a little bit of a turnover in the division. The Rams obviously look good. Seattle's looking good. Arizona will probably bounce back. So, yeah, I think it's time for 49ers to reassess and look for ways to make another run.
But Greenberg, you looked at the Caps. They went on a little slump. They ended up getting a much-needed win the other night. When do you think Alex gets back on track, and will he break it this year or not?
I do think he'll break it this year. Let's see what I have. I have roughly about a 90% chance he's going to break the record. I think the most likely games are two on the road, one late March against the Wild, and then April Fool's Day against Boston. If you're looking to secure some home tickets, the two games I have as the best chance are April 4th against the Blackhawks or March 30th against the Sabres.
Yo, those are my games, aren't they?
No, April 1st and 4th are my dates.
I have March 30th.
In like a pool?
Yeah. Yeah, we did a draft in the show.
Oh, now your text makes sense.
What were your two dates? April 4th and March 30th, Greenberg?
Yeah, for home games, yeah.
Were you concerned about the 3-game losing streak and then almost blowing that thing against Ottawa the other night?
Nah, that's hockey. It's going to be ups and downs. You're going to have teams that go on streaks. This team has shown that it is very, very good in what should have been probably a rebuilding or at least a retooling year. I think that this team is tough. It's got some depth. I'm interested to see what they do at the trade deadline. Maybe grab some depth forwards or make a little bit of retooling on the forward depth. But Spencer Carberry, I mean, it's hard to argue he isn't the coach of the year. Maybe one or two others have a chance at it, but when you look at expectations and what's been happening, and then, oh, by the way, Ovechkin breaks his leg, and you're still like, you didn't miss a beat. I think that he should have that locked up.
I think it's kind of a news for casual Caps fans, and there are a lot of them, and I know the hardcore fans kind of resent that, but there's a lot of people that are going to really jump on board the Caps bandwagon as Ovie. I mean, hell, he's already close as Ovie zeroes in on this record. And then for the playoff run, I think the dude that I've enjoyed kind of watching and learning is Chychrun, but there's a lot of new names, faces, whatever. Who do you think are some of the most important parts of this Caps machine that maybe aren't getting the same discussion that Tom Wilson and John Carlson do?
Well, I think Dubois has certainly been a big pickup. Connor McMichael might be the best Connor Mick in the NHL, which probably wouldn't have thought of saying a couple of years ago. They have a lot of young guys that are contributing. Logan Thompson, obviously, in net. They locked up their goaltenders for the next couple of years, so people should definitely start to get familiar with them. But I think that I think Connor McMichael, to me, has probably been one of the more exciting performances from the young guys. 24 years old, has 22 goals this year. Had 18 goals last year. Is really starting to mature in the NHL. I really liked his game, and I think that it's really nice that he's able to be a big part of this team, because he's really kind of just blossomed into that role.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and dude, don't they have the BC kid in the pipeline too?
Yeah, they have him coming. He'll probably you mean Ryan Leonard?
Sure.
Yeah,
he's the one that goes to BC, right?
Yeah, he'll probably sign after college. He's another one that will come in. I think when you look at this team, like, again, the sunsetting on the Alex Ovechkin era, but you will probably see Tom Wilson as the next captain, and then kind of Michael, 24 years old, really good. Jacob, 26 years old. Strome is relatively young in hockey terms, and then you have this kid coming up from Boston, like you said. I mean, there could be some interesting stuff from Washington even after the Ovechkin era is over. I think that this is a team that hopefully Ovechkin can get them hooked into, and then we can start to see these other guys start to come to the forefront and be the face of the franchise for the next generation.
Yo, last thing, Greenberg. Nats get their TV rights in a year. They're finally selling. They're going to try to sell stadium naming rights, maybe a patch on the uniform. What do you make of this? Why all of a sudden try to make some money?
Well, they have some catching up to do, and money's king in baseball. I mean, you need it to spend it. I mean, you look at it's very rare for a small market or a small budget team to be successful.
This ain't a small market, is all I would point out.
No, but it's been acting like one because
Sure.
of the financial surrounding it. You have a very big spender in the division in Queens. The New York Mets.
And in Philly.
I'm sorry?
And in Philly.
And in Philly, yep. And you have Atlanta, which is really good. And then you obviously have on the other side in New York, in the American League and the Dodgers and everything. So, like, you need to be able to spend money. You need to be able to not only get talent, but keep the talent that you had. We certainly see that revolving door here in Washington. Make as much money as you can, but just, I think it's fine to make the money, just spend it on the product, right? Like that to me is where I think fans would have a right to get angry. Start spending the money, keep the players that you grow. You've shown you're able to do that and start to be competitive again.
This fan is prepared to be angry about that.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they just waiting to sell the naming rights.
Yeah, like I get the TV
that had
stuff
nothing to do with the TV.
Right. The TV stuff is held up in courts. Like I understand the complicated nature of that, but the naming rights, the stadium rights, the amount of cutting off of noses to spite faces is just crazy. Greenberg, we got a boogeyman. Thank you for the time.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, bro.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg on Twitter, Instagram. He's saying March 4th or April 30th if you want a home game for Ovie. Let's hope he gets it done. I want to talk about Brandon Ayuk when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Days after reports indicated that the Giants are frontrunners to move up for that number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft in their pursuit of a quarterback, many NFL executives now believe the Titans actually prefer to trade out of that top spot. So the majority of league personnel surveyed by ESPN do anticipate the Titans trying to acquire additional picks via a move out of that number 1 spot. The Titans GM did admit at the NFL Scouting Combine that he's fielded inquiries from teams interested in moving up, but now it's looking more and more likely, at least to other NFL execs, that Tennessee will not have that number 1 overall pick. Power up your future and enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Down. Yeah, I think this will be a lot of fun. Coming up at noon, we're going to open the phone lines up, and people can just say who their most hated players in sports are of any time. I don't know. That's a great question. I think the
Most hated?
Yeah.
I'm be interested to see how they go by this because, some people just hate their own players because they haven't done anything. Some people hate other players because they were destroying their team all the time. Some people are just asses on the team, on the field. They just hate them because of that.
I know. I for the dude I hated the most at a period of time in my life, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to be. There was a period of time where I really, really hated that guy. Now I think he's the GM of the Warriors. Clearly, we've both moved on in our lives. That's going to be fun, though. Coming up at noon, phone lines will be open. Who's the athlete, player, coach, whatever, that you hated the most? Coach K would have been pretty high on my list for a period of time. Certainly Barry Switzer. I feel like when you guys won that Super Bowl in 91, and then the Cowboys with Jimmy, that thing, they got that rolling right away. But when Jimmy and Jerry divorced and then Switzer came in, it was just clearly completely not in control of that team, and the team was just so loaded. I just found him quite hateable.
Yeah.
Because I hated the Cowboys. Whatever. We're going to get to that at noon. Everybody can call in with their own answers. I did want to talk to my guy Jeff on this. So Brandon Ayuk apparently went off the grid on Instagram for a while. I think we spent far, far, far too much time last year dealing with Brandon Ayuk social media stuff. But his first, I found this pretty funny, and Jeff, I'm going to ask for your help. His first post in a long time, and there has been reports of a possible Brandon Ayuk trade, including from Schefter. He's like, listen, because of the financial situation of the Niners, they'll listen to anything. And New England's made it clear they are desperate for a wide receiver. I wouldn't trade for Ayuk with, somebody else's money, but I'm not in charge of things. So Ayuk posted a picture of himself. It looks like he's in New York City. And it says, I don't even want to read it because I'm going to sound like a dork. If you ain't worth 100 or better, then in another city, I'm icy. I ain't got none tucked. So of all people to offer a translation for this, Ryan Fitzpatrick, good old Fitzmagic, water slide fame, said, I will happily translate this for those Niners fans trying to figure it out. If you are not worth 100 million or more, then please be quiet. And then he said, I am currently visiting another city with lots of jewelry on, but I am not carrying a handgun. Does that sound about right?
Close, yeah.
Close until the last part.
what he mean by and nothing is tucked. It's a thing where if you're a rapper and you go to another city with your chain out, it'll get snatched. So most people they tuck their chain. He's basically saying, I'm in another city with my chain out and I'm not tucking it. Nothing to do with a handgun.
Well, all right, great. I hope he enjoys New York. Maybe go see a Broadway show. Do you think Ayuk wants out of San Fran already?
I don't think that post right there said that.
Okay, me either.
I think San Fran may want Ayuk out of San Fran.
Why the hell did you just pay him?
Well, it's called buyer's remorse. Sometimes you do stuff that you think you need to do, then you do it, you go, oh hell. Well, he got hurt, okay? They saw what he was, then he came and he got hurt. Now they don't know if they're going to get the guy that he was before the injury. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's probably why they're kind of saying, we could have not done it, but we did it. So let's try to figure out a way. And if they can get somebody that want him, I think they'll jump on it.
He's guaranteed $21 million. If they wanted to release him, they would take a $40 million dead money hit.
That's what I'm saying. If they get somebody that want to deal with it, they can do that. But they're not going to let him just walk without anything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no way you can release him, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like the terms don't allow it. Now you can release him next year. Certainly the following year, but not this year. Maybe you could trade him. I do think there's going to be some firework moves over the next week. More trades. I mean, you're seeing these trades. Chicago's trading for folks.
They got to get over the line.
Yeah.
And I think like what Chicago is doing makes sense to me. They're going to do what they think they need. We want him to do stuff in rhythm. Let's give him a good offensive line. Now, if he starts doing out of rhythm, then it's on him. But That's what they need. And they invested first, number 1 overall pick. They are supposed to try and make sure that they can take care of that person right there. Some teams go in there with that best available and all that. Man, you better go get what the hell you need to make your team better.
Yeah. I honestly wonder in hindsight so last year the Bears took a Dunze when they could have taken Fashanu, the big tackle from Penn State. I think you can second guess that question. Chicago still has done a good job of acquiring a bunch of draft picks. They still have 4 in the top 75. They have 10, 39, 41, 72. So you can really try to get some stuff done. I mean, that's first 3 rounds. Right people. Yeah, for sure. Just looking online, a lot of people are connecting them with a tackle at 10. The big fella from Missouri is one tackle that makes sense there.
But just like Neil just stated, you want to have a veteran presence for the most part. You don't want to just try to throw a lot of young guys out there because your quarterback get the hell beat out of him then.
Right. Yeah. I mean, did you see Sam Hubbard, who's been really good for the Bengals? D lineman announced he's retiring. 31 years old.
All right.
I imagine he's just kind of not even. I think he's 30.
Guys get beat the hell up, and especially inside. They get beat up, dog.
And I think he's from the Cincinnati area, went to Ohio State, has played his whole career for the Bengals. I mean, their cap situation, if they're actually going to try to sign Higgins and Chase, is just a mess. And maybe he sees what's coming and doesn't want to have to move. Like, it might be kind of that simple,
Yeah. Guys today, they're different when it comes down to it. Like, I mean, if you got to move, you just move. I mean, there's all of this dedicated to one area. I don't want to, man, that's for the birds. If people, if that's how you feel, okay. But most guys don't think like that. Most guys, if you really are into the game, love the game, you play for whoever paying you.
Could be injuries.
That's what it probably
maybe concern about a long term. Maybe it's like if you got a doc saying, "Hey, your back really shouldn't take much more" or something, and then it's quality of life for the rest of your life. You know what helps too?
If it's that, I understand.
I don't know that that's what it is, but he's also earned over $35 million in his career, so maybe that changes the equation too. I think he's the one that had that 100-yard fumble return against the Ravens 2 years ago to knock the Ravens out of the playoffs. When I guess that was 3 years ago now because it was when Lamar wasn't playing. Hubbard says he's calling it quits. It's pretty crazy, man. I think I'm very excited for how NFL free agency is going to be, but I wanted to go around the room real quick. Brandon Ayuk trade talk heats up. I have zero interest. Brian, do you have any interest?
You better have zero interest because see, you like to come back and have this forgetful mindset. You're the one wanted to talk about all that crap. I didn't want to talk about it. So if it come up again and you talk about, I get to punch you.
Not sure I agree to those terms,
but that's what you're gonna talk about. Sometimes just let it go. We don't need to talk about that.
Coming up at noon, phone lines are open. Who's the athlete you hate the most? B. Mitch and Finley 106.7. The Fan. Landville playing some metal.
Yeah.
Fired up here. I don't even know. For the metalheads.
Type of song right here where you get through with this and you're tired.
Yeah, dude. You want to like bench press. B. Mitch, I want to run through kind of one free agent that teams can't afford to lose. And I think the most fascinating, I think for both Washington and Philly, one of the most fascinating things is going to be what happens with the stud linebacker in the middle of their defense. And Bobby Wagner was really good for Washington, but Zach Bond in Philly was even better. You think Philly gets that done with Bond?
I think they do because I know he had a great year, but I don't know if he breaks the bank. And if you're not breaking the bank to go somewhere else, you may as well stay where you are because you have a better chance to be in the playoffs again or in the Super Bowl.
Do you have any concern? Like if you have to pay Bond, if you're Howie in this case, and you're paying him on only 1 year of productivity at this level, at an all-pro level, and you know that defense, especially the D-line he plays behind, is absolutely loaded. Do you have any pause in paying for that?
I have no pause because the defensive coordinator identified him, said he wanted him because he knew how he could use him. And he's going to be with that defensive coordinator. Now, if he was leaving, I have pause if it's another team because you don't know if you're going to be able to replicate what that D coordinator did. So, no, I wouldn't have a problem there. Now, the only problem is if I pay him this amount, will I be able to save the other people later? Because what Bond did had nothing, the way he was like good in other aspects of the game had nothing to do with the defensive line pressure. He was covering people up. He was all over the damn field, so he didn't just benefit off of them, taking up blocks and he could just rush in and get to the quarterback all the time. Right. He did every damn thing. So you got to give him some credit for it. This is
fantastic.
This is very much like Lorenzo Alexander when he was here. All we did was rush it. We're playing him on special teams. He goes up to, what was it, Buffalo? He had double-digit sacks. We never really played him on defense to rush the passer.
Yeah.
So it comes down to something like that. So if the fact that he's going to be still there with the same D coordinator, you expect him to keep growing and get better.
I don't know Zach Bond. I've never spoken to the man. If I was Zach Bond, honestly, and I got like say they offered now, today, 2 or 3 years with some real guaranteed money, because Zach Bond hasn't made a ton of cash in his career. I think he was a third rounder that played out his full rookie deal. So that means he got paid in year 4. And then Philly signed him last year to a $3.5 million contract. He got every damn dollar of that for sure. His career earnings to date are less than $10 million.
Okay.
If I'm Philly and I know that premium linebackers, off-ball backers, like the premium guys at that position, Roquan, Fred Warner, at the top of the list, they're making about 20. And I offer Bond a 3-year deal with 2 for 35 guaranteed. So you're guaranteeing him about 17. If I'm Zach Bond and all of a sudden I know I'm going to have $35 million and I get to keep playing for the team I just won the Super Bowl with. Oh, and by the way, this D coordinator is a dude that unlocked my potential. I am generally let's get to free agency and try everything. But I think that's a situation where it's like, man, I want to be here. I want to keep playing.
But if you offer that, and then his agent gonna say, hey, they offered that early. We get one more team involved, we can get up to 20.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I get that. I'm just saying, if I'm Bond, I might be interested in just getting the extension done, or maybe it's too close to free agency.
Let me just tell you from the player mindset, competitiveness. if one team offer you that much on the first try, you are like, let me see what the other team go off.
There are players though that sign early. Like it happens.
A lot of the players that sign early, normally later, and they already been paid. And if you could get that big deal the first time, more than likely, you look at the percentages, they're gonna probably look for the biggest deal they can get.
I mean, the flip side of that, for Bond specifically, because you're a week away from free agency, I get that. You're 5 days away from the legal tampering period. But I mean, you see year after year after year, lots of guys sign extensions a year out from free agency.
Yeah, they sign extensions, and that extension normally, because you get that upfront money and you move forward, but like they hadn't been paid yet either. So normally the people that normally sign the extensions, they the ones that haven't been paid yet.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Bond hasn't been.
Yeah, but I think Bond has played long enough to where he understands the concept now. See, the rookie dudes that come in, they playing ball. He's in what, 5th year?
Yeah.
So he's at the point now where
he's going into his 6th.
And he looks at it like, okay, if I get that big one, that's maybe my last one. If I, you never know.
Yeah, I wonder what happens there. Philly has a really good habit of taking care of their own guys, and I think Bond was fantastic. I wonder at this point with Wagner if that gets done. I think the only guy they have a real chance to lock up before next week is maybe Ertz. Ertz was very, very clear about wanting to be back in Washington, and I think it's such a good situation for him. He talked about how DQ takes care of the veterans. Obviously, Jaden Daniels is there. Cliff Kingsbury's offense, he played well. Like I just think Ertz getting done early makes so much sense. On this CBS Sports thing, they said the guy that Washington can't afford to lose is De'Ami Brown. I'm reading this. Bobby Wagner is a leader on defense, and Zach Ertz is Mr. Reliable at tight end. Both are aging, however. It might be smarter to re-up Brown as a speed complement to Debo.
I don't know. I saw a thing yesterday where it said that he's going to be highly sought after. And if De'Ami is highly sought after and that money starts going there, they won't be able to keep him.
B, there is going to be so much money floating around in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
The salary cap has gone up such a significant amount. It's jumped 20%. And I don't think Higgins is going to get to free agency. I don't think Godwin's going to get to free agency. Devontae Adams, Steph Diggs. But as far as young guys, I think the market for De'Ami Brown is going to be a lot more than people expect. And he couldn't have played better in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's similar to Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, who the last time you saw them, they were
balling.
De'Ami did the same thing. Here's what we're going to do next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who is the player, athlete, coach you have hated the most in your life? This should be fun.
Blue
Taking your calls next.
The Raiders are expected to release quarterback Gardner Minshew when free agency begins next week. Minshew signed a 2-year, $25 million free agent contract last offseason, with $15 million of that guaranteed. Now, he has a cap hit of $14 million in 2025 and $3.16 million of guaranteed money left on his deal. With Gardner Minshew out of the picture, the Raiders quarterback room consists of just Aiden O'Connell and Carter Bradley, who signed as an undrafted free agent last year and was only promoted to the active roster from the practice squad back in December. So clearly they need a quarterback. And longtime Cincinnati Bengals defensive end Sam Hubbard announced his retirement after 7 seasons. Hubbard was born in Cincinnati and became the longest tenured player on the Bengals roster. He is the only player on the team who predates the arrival of head coach Zach Taylor. His 2024 season ended in December when he suffered a torn PCL against the Titans on his first ever career reception. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, Be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Be Mr. Philly Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find your contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Well, it's the third hour of the Be Mr. Philly Show, and we're going to be taking your phone calls. As Jay left, he told you, 800-636-1067, and want to find out who's the most hated athlete that you've ever dealt with in any sports, and not just football, be any sport. It be somebody from your team, your own team. As I look up here, I see a name, and I kind of felt that name would be popping up. But we're going to start this thing off here on line number 1, Landfill. Let's go to Commander Tequila. What's up, Tequila?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing good.
Well, I got 2 of them, one a coach and one a player.
All right, let's go.
The coach is Bill Belichick. He just thinks he knows it all, and he don't.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one, he's a very good player. I gotta say, he's a very good player, but he acts like his stuff don't smell. And that's T.O.
All right.
You know?
Yeah, T.O. could rub people wrong. Thank you for your phone call. And Bill Belichick, I figured that would be one popping up. I kind of have a different feeling about Bill Belichick. I know people always hate him because they think he knows stuff, but hell, he was always normally on the right side of everything. And I mean, the dude ran the ball and he had to run it. He threw it when he had to throw it. He seemed to think a little different than other people. He had success. And what I'm finding out, success normally brings hate. All right, let's go to line 2 and talk to Vinny in Sea Pleasant. What's up, Vinny? Put Vinny on hold. We're going to hit him back because I can't hear him.
Man.
There you go, Vinny. There you go, better. All right, what's going on?
My fault, fellas. Can you hear me?
Got you now, yeah.
All right, I'm going to have to go with the $100 million man that was hired by Dan Snyder. I'm going to have to go with Albert Hainsworth, man.
I kind of knew that name would be coming up. I'm serious.
Man, he came over here kicking people in the head, being all lazy, laying back with all this arrogance. Man, I couldn't get with him, man. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go with Albert Hainsworth, fellas. Thanks for taking
all right, man.
call.
Appreciate your call. It's like whenever I saw this immediately on the rundown, I said, Hainsworth name's going to pop up. Because I think more people that were fans of this team did not like him just because. Let's go to Rockville on line 3. Check out Jared. What's up, Jay?
Hey, B-Mitch, how you doing?
I'm doing well, brother. How you feeling?
I'm good. I love this topic, and I've thought a lot about it over the years, and I have found my hatred goes towards if they're going against my team currently. So, like in the 90s, it was Jeter. In the early 2000s, it was Phil Mickelson because it was going against Tiger. In like the 2010s, it was like Tony Romo. Now it's Saquon. But I think my all-time combo of hatred that still sticks with me today is the combination of Mike Krzyzewski and Jay Williams from Duke.
Well, that's another aspect. I knew if people could. I didn't know if they could boil it down to just a player, but I knew it was going to be that university Duke down there.
they're extremely hateable.
Yeah, by a lot of people. And if I got a friend of mine, I know they'd be listening a lot. They probably be texting me soon because, went to Duke and they crap don't stink. All right, let's go into the fishbowl and check out Jeff. Jeff, who's your most hated?
I'm not gonna lie, I have two, and it's the most two random names because they're not rivals to any of my teams or anything. But dude, I hate Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks. I really hate them to the point that like I wish we was playing basketball at Planet Fitness or somewhere, and they found me like that because we would have to fight because they just.
I understand Dylan, but at least Draymond was a winner. Dylan was no winner.
I don't care.
Andy from Canada. Dylan Brooks is from Canada, Landfill.
Anytime you shoot a mid range and that involves your leg rising up to kick a man in his private parts, you are dirty.
Yeah, bro. I know he's a little crazy, but he was a winner.
I was gonna say he get buckets. He's one of the greatest role players to ever do it. But he is so dirty, bro. I do not like Draymond.
What if he was on your team and y'all were winning?
no, I wouldn't like him because he would be doing that stuff in practice. Like I'd be like, hey, bro, come. Like I know, I'm not gonna say that. I know why they fight in practice. I know Draymond is that one player that's just doing too much in practice, trying to bully everybody.
And
Dylan, I don't know.
Dylan is trying to be Draymond without talent.
Yeah, bro. It's unnecessary. So those are my
Landfill. I'm going to say thank you for bringing up this topic because this got to get me a little juiced up because I don't like Dylan Brooks because I think it's just like I was just doing a motorcycle thing and they're talking about when your risk outweigh your skill. See, Dylan Brooks, his dirtiness outweighs his skill, and I can't stand that. If he was better, I could allow him to do whatever. Because Dennis Rodman was dirty. Dennis Rodman was crazy, but Dennis Rodman will get buckets and will get you rebounds all damn day. And what does the shooter need? A guy to get him rebounds and give him the ball again. All right, let's continue on. We're going to go to Largo, check out Mark. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, B-Man? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. My person is Kirk Cousins, and I'm going to tell you why it's Kirk Cousins. Look, man.
Kirk's a likable guy, though, Mark. He's a likable guy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's plain as day. Either you wanted to stay here or you didn't.
Yeah.
If Kirk Cousins would have said, look, I don't want to be here, just trade me. And Washington should have just gone and traded him. This crap about beating up on ownership, I don't buy all of that. Either Cousins wanted to stay here or he didn't. Now, I'm not saying that, everyone likes Kirk because Kirk did well with the media. There's one thing about how you are as a person, but how you deal with the media. The media loved Kirk Cousins because he wasn't Robert Griffin III. Let's get that out there, okay? They loved him because of that. And to be bluntly honest with you, I think what's happening to him now, I think it's karma compared to what happened 12 years ago. I mean, what happened 10 and 11 years ago. And by him going on this okey-doke crap for 3 seasons taking a franchise tag, it destroyed the fan base.
But he had no choice with the franchise tag. They put that on him, and that's the rule. So he couldn't say no. Don't put it on me.
A long-term deal.
But that's the thing. I don't. No, but listen, Mark. I don't think he wanted to come back. I'll be honest with you on that.
Okay, then make sure to try. Okay, see, this is my thing, and this is where I fault management. If he didn't want to come back, what they should have said was, "We're going to franchise, then we're going to trade you." That's what they should, because then you could have got draft picks for him.
But see, the thing about it, I don't know what you would have gotten for him, but I just think that they were trying to use the franchise tag as a weapon, like it was not prepared to be, and that's what I didn't like about that with them. But I think Kirk already knew they're gonna franchise me twice, then I'm out. But that's on them. That was on Bruce Allen.
Everybody hates Dan.
Now, that was on Bruce. That was on Bruce more because Bruce thought he was playing the game. Like, I'm going to show him, and Kirk played it with him.
Bruce was an idiot, too. So, I mean, all of them were idiots. I mean, thank God that nightmare's over with.
Oh, yeah.
It's different. If you had coaches, I'd put Kyle Shanahan up there, too. But that's another thing. Anyway, hey, love your show. I love your show, Bree.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. All right, 800-636-1067. We're going around. Everybody's talking about just football. Jeff took it to basketball, But I'm just trying to find out who is the athlete that you didn't dislike, that you didn't like the most. Let's go to Toothpick in Dallas. What's up, Toothpick?
What up, B?
Tell it, bro.
I see Big Ears is not there right now, but my player is one of your friends. Is where's Gold Jacket play safety for the Eagles, number 20? Yeah, understand that dude. It's B. Dog.
B. Dog. Why you couldn't stand him?
Yeah, man, because what he did to my team.
He's a nice guy, man.
Yeah, until you put him on the field and he come out the tunnel on all fours, then he's not a nice guy. that nice guy's in the locker room in a suit or some jeans and a t-shirt. But that wasn't him, B. That dude was a totally different person on the field, and he didn't care who was on the other side. Yeah, I couldn't stand that dude.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. I see. As I look at stuff like that, like I don't know if I dislike the guys as much as I respect them. Like a guy like Dog, you respect him because once I got up there, I figured out what he was about. But on the field, he was the nicest dude as well. But he will knock your jock off, okay? But he wasn't gonna be up there being nice to you. Reggie White will pray for you after he hit you, and that's the reason I didn't like it. Like, dude, just don't hit me that damn hard. I don't need you to be praying for me. It's like my dad would whip me and tell me he did it because he loved me. I said, well, just tell me you love me. You know? Let's go, where are we going right now? Let's go to
Nick in
Billtown. Let's go to Nick. What's up, Nick?
What's up, B-Man? It's Bilton, but yeah, it's all good. If you ain't from out that way, no one even knows where it's
Okay,
at.
where is that first?
So it's in between Warrenton and Culpeper, kind of like the halfway point in between there.
Okay, I passed by it before, but I ride that route sometime. I passed by it. I probably never saw it. Is it like that small of a town?
Yeah, it's kind of small, but it's right where 28 and 29 like meet each other.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so it's at the end back there, but no, yeah. So with the people I got, so I'm gonna just lead off because I'm probably gonna get some slack for this, but I respect the man's game. I get it. He's the best we've seen since I'm 34 since I've seen, but it's LeBron, man. I just can't stand it. Like he's just such a crybaby, and yeah, he might drop a ton of points and lead the league ever and all that stuff, but I'm an old soul, man, so I still think MJ's better than him, so I can't stand all these new kids coming out saying that he's the GOAT. So, and Kobe's better than LeBron as well. So
he dropped 55,000 last night, though, man.
Yeah, hey, he might have balled out last night, but and like I said, Kobe's better too, and this is coming from a diehard Celtic fan. So,
oh wow,
yeah, but you got to give him the respect. So I admit it, but just if I got to hate somebody, that's who it is. But
well, you know what?
Also,
since you said you were Celtics fan, I just thought about Kevin McHale. I could not stand Kevin McHale. He was dirty as hell, but
yeah,
his
so
offensive game was off the chain, dog.
Yeah, I've seen his tape, and I mean, Larry wasn't dirty, but he ran his mouth, and I loved it, man.
Oh, Larry acted like he was from around the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. And then just real quick, but as a coach, man, it's got to be Rivera. Just from all the years of seeing him over there with his little Cam Newton towel around his neck and his arms folded and stuff, he got on my last nerves just looking at his face. So,
all right, man, appreciate your call, bro.
All right, man, I appreciate you.
All right, hey, Ron was a nice guy, wasn't he? You liked him on Landfill?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he's not the coach anymore, but he seemed like a nice enough guy.
So you didn't like him? You didn't like him as a coach,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I got you. All right, let's go to Ashburn and get Kirk. Kirk, what's up, man? How you doing?
For me, it's got to be Brad Marchand of the Boston Bruins.
He was a little agitator, wasn't he?
No, he still is. Yeah, he's injured, but yes, agitator is like calling the Atlantic Ocean a pond. This guy. He doesn't mind taking a swing with a stick at any part of your body, whether you're up or down or laying on the ice already injured. I'll give you an example of how nasty this guy is. One time after stoppage and play, he came up to the guy who was covering him close and licked him the length of his head. He licked him.
Yeah, I remember that. I think I would have to lose my mind on him at that point.
Me too. I mean, when I played, I didn't start any trouble, but I also didn't taken me. So that's it.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. But what makes a man in any sport just sweating and I'll just go and start and lick somebody?
That's
atrocious.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And if a dude beat you up for that, you deserve to be beat up.
Don't lick other people.
Yeah.
In sports.
Especially in sports. It makes no sense whatsoever. Let's go to Warrington and check out Andrew. Line 3. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, so I had to think about NHL and like who I would go there. Old school pest, Sean Avery.
That was another one.
Nobody liked him, not even the Rangers. Just like doing everything he could to do on both sides of legality in the game, and it was just the best watching how his contract died while nobody wanted him.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. Well, I got a text from Ahmed, and let's see. Ahmed said he didn't like, Nick Sirianni, Aaron Rodgers, and Floyd Mayweather's another one. I thought he would love Floyd because they living in the same area of money, don't you?
I mean, Sirianni and Rodgers are
Sirianni and Rodgers, I understand.
Just super hateable.
Because y'all know every time you bring up Aaron, I just get agitated as hell. But Sirianni, I just think he's still a kid, And sometimes I give a kid a little.
He's like 40.
But there's a lot of 40-year-old. I work with one on a daily basis.
That's a good point. That's actually a really good point.
A lot of 40-year-old kids still out there. But, it's just, some people irritate me in a different way. And let's see who I'm going to go to. I'm going to go to Haymarket on line 1. Check out Rob. What's up, Rob? How you doing?
Hey, Brian. How's it going?
I'm doing well, man.
I hated Buddy Ryan. Oh, my God. I'm a Cowboys fan, but, yeah, that whole bounty brouhaha back in the early 90s, he just made me livid. And also hated Larry Bird. He was good, but man, he really got under my skin too, and I think that was part of his game.
Larry had a little trash talk going with him, man.
Yes, sir.
But I loved it. I didn't like it when he was dropping it on Peace back in the day, but hey. But
yeah, made it interesting, and that's what was a big part of the rivalry there between the Lakers and Celtics and Pistons and so on. But yeah, I couldn't stand them.
All right, man.
Have a good day.
Appreciate your call. All right, man. It seems to be going well. We're going to keep it going here. 800-636-1067. Adam in D.C., we coming straight to you when we get back. Please do not hang up because that dude right there, I cannot stand him either. We also have Adam in Leesburg and Mike in Florida. We're going to be coming to you. Be with your Philly, 1067 The Fan. We'll be right back.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Major League Baseball doesn't have a salary cap, but there is a luxury tax and multiple penalties if you go over that. They're trying to discourage excessive spending. Well, now we have the final payroll figures and the luxury tax hits from the 2024 season. The Mets lead the list for the third straight year. They spent $333 million. Just behind them are the Yankees at $310 million, and then the Dodgers, who spent $271 million last year. But don't worry, there's still a ton of deferred money on their payroll. The Nationals check in at number 20 overall with a payroll of over $130 million. And as a shock to no one, the Athletics are dead last on this list with a $66.5 million payroll. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? We'll reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, be Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Take your phone calls. Most hated athlete, no matter what sport, what team. It could be a coach. It could be even their damn fans. 800-636-1067. You know what? We love our team, but you know what? Sometimes some hate comes with it. And when there's love, sometimes you always have a little level of hate there. And let's go to line 2, John in D.C. John, you're talking about somebody I cannot stand.
Well, I guess we're in agreement then, B-Nick.
Yes, we are.
Emmanuel Acho is he's the worst, man, at everything. Like, who hasn't he offended? I mean, his mediocre career, he seems to have so much, like, intelligence and ready to be very critical about everyone else's play and, you know, positions in life.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much. You know, I think, B-Mitch, you probably really go with me here when we say he's one of those bourgeois brothers.
Yeah.
He tripping, man.
He tries to be, because I've heard some comments he made, and I'm like, dude, there's no damn way in the world you truly believe what you just said.
Right.
Yeah. It's like he's working for the enemy, and he just say stuff just to get liked.
Exactly.
So he keep getting that check.
It's too much. It's like, you know, some things are meant to be said with your chest, but everything he says is windy. It's very windy.
Uh-huh.
It's very windy, like Chicago in that man's chest, and he's blowing a lot of hot air.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, when I saw that, I had to let you know I was coming right to you, brother. All right, take care, man. All right, let's go on out to Leesburg and go with Adam. What's up, Adam? How you doing?
What's up, B-Mitch? How you doing, man?
I almost gave away the person you're going to talk about, man.
Well, you had a previous caller that honestly took mine, but it was Sean Avery for the New York Rangers as I was growing up, man. I couldn't stand watching that rat on the ice, whether he was complaining, crying about a call he didn't get. He never did anything to help the team out other than create a penalty or a fight that he couldn't win. But I'm not going to dwell on him because the previous caller kind of tackled him pretty well.
Uh-huh.
I was going to pivot over to Brad Marchand, the true Rat King. Whether he's biting someone, kissing someone on the lips, I really can't stand him. He's small. He talks too much. And I'll never forget, I don't know what season it was, when Ovechkin just absolutely demolished him. He fell into the boards, and then his helmet flew off, and he had this little, it almost looked like a toupee on his head, but it's real hair, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's got to be one of those two. But, yeah, Sean Avery was...
Well, they could be together. You know, we take them in pairs.
Yeah, probably both of them, though. I mean, like, they both got, like, short man's temper or something going on. It's got to be. But those are definitely my top two. I appreciate y'all. I do love this segment. I hope y'all do it again.
All right, man. We definitely will. Landfill, keep that in mind, bro. All right, let's go down to Florida and check out Mike. Mike, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going, B-Mitch? How are you?
Going well, man.
So my two. So I hate Tom Brady with a passion, not because he's a winner and all the Super Bowls or whatever. I actually named my son after Drew Bledsoe.
Really?
He was my favorite quarterback growing up. And when Mo Lewis knocked him out for the year, and they put Tom Brady in there, it took him to the playoffs in the AFC Championship game. I was in the Navy. I was sitting on my aircraft carrier in my shop watching that game, and I see Brady go out. Bledsoe comes in and throws a game-winning touchdown. I ran all up and down the hangar bay screaming, Bledsoe's back, Bledsoe's back. Then I come to find out Brady started the Super Bowl. So I hate Tom Brady. The next is a whole entire team, the mid-'90s New York Knicks. I grew up an Alonzo Mourning fan. So all of them, Patrick Ewing, especially Allen Houston, and that steal that he had on Tim Hardaway to beat us. I want to say it was a Game 7 in the playoffs. So the whole entire 90s New York Knicks.
All right, man. Cool. Like you said, you can do one person, two, whole team, fan base, don't make us a difference. Let me see. I got some text here. My buddy Ali hit me, say he hates A.J. Brown from the Eagles and also Bill Laimbeer. Okay. He cannot stand Bill Laimbeer. And then Scotty, dude that beat you in the battle rap, Scotty hit me and said John Rocker and Christian Laettner. I think a lot of people in this area don't like Christian Laettner. Jeffrey said yes, something else?
Yes, because you brought it to fans. I absolutely hate Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, and I want y'all to be very clear and hear me clearly on this one. Because I do not hate the boxer, but I hate his fans. Javante Tank Davis fans. Specifically his fans. They act like that man can do no wrong. They act like he is the god of boxing. You got to worship the ground he walk on. Them people are psychos. Like,
are they kind of like
they're worse than Beyonce and Nicki Minaj fans.
And all that type of stuff?
Oh, yes, they outweigh all of them. And you know what's worse about that, B?
What?
Most of them are grown men. Can't stand them.
Whee! They swinging on them, huh? Let's go to Oakton and get Michael. Michael, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, B-Mitch? How you doing, man?
Chilling, brother.
Vontaze Burfict, man. Got the game he hit late. Antonio Brown.
Yeah, man, your phone is acting up, but I know you're saying it's Burfict, the linebacker who hit Antonio Brown. And some people say Antonio Brown hadn't been right since that hit. But Landfill told me in the break that he had 5. He got 1 for every sport, and we got to let the big man talk. So, Landfill, who are your 5?
For the NFL?
Yes.
Tiki Barber.
Why Tiki?
I find him annoying, and he was really good against the Redskins.
All
right. For baseball, Cole Hamels. He just seems like a douchebag.
Really?
Yeah. Intentionally hitting people. I mean, I don't like Bryce Harper anymore either, but Cole Hamels seems like one of the worst people.
All right.
College football, Matt Leinart.
Why?
I don't like him. He was annoying. He was good. They got too much run. I feel like they cheat. I mean, they did cheat. It was very blatant, the cheating from USC. And I don't like left-handed people.
Hold on. Anybody here left-handed?
I am.
Jeff, he just told you don't like you.
I don't like Jeff Walker. He knows that. For the NBA, John Wall. I never got the hype. He wasn't that good. The contract was terrible. It hurt the Wizards for years. Admittedly, Ernie was a moron, and Ted doesn't actually care about winning, but I felt they should have got rid of John way before they did.
He cared about in hockey.
I don't know about that. I think that the Caps' success is a mere accident.
Damn.
I don't like Ted. Let me put an owner on here since Dan Snyder's no longer an owner. Ted Leonsis, not a fan.
Wow.
And hockey, Sidney Crosby. I can't stand that guy either.
All right. Well, I can agree with you on that one. And I kind of felt like that would happen in this area because, Sydney will not be like plays for the Penguins. All right, let's go to Fairfax and check out Kenny. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, brother?
Doing well this afternoon, dude. How you doing, man?
Chilling well. I'm doing well. Who's the person you don't like, man?
First of all, who came up with this topic? This is a good topic, and I didn't see it coming. And did you come up with this, B-Mitch?
No, I didn't come up with it. Landfill must come up with this.
kudos to landfill. So let me preface all this by saying I'm really trying my best to be a good Christian these days, but this topic is absolutely exciting to me. And the honorable mentions will go back to like my younger days. Anybody on Duke, especially, you know, Bobby Hurley, Christian Laettner, Jason Williams, and things like that. JJ Redick, that was a big one. Later on, it would become, you know, Sidney Crosby, you know, because, you know, I'm an Ovie guy. I mean, we're DMV, right? But about 3 callers ago, he stole the show, man, because I'm going to preface the media on this, man. Anybody that commentates on Fox or ESPN that doesn't have that pedigree, here's a really good point, man. Dan Orlovsky, the last time I checked, he went 0-16 as a starting quarterback. And he sat on the Grant and Danny show after week 1 talking about how Cliff Kingsbury was just not going to succeed as an OC because he just doesn't know how to use motions. And he has the audacity to analyze. And then we would go and have the second best offense in the entire league. And of course, because we have a short attention span, we forget all about that. And Dan gladly doesn't point it out. But they don't know what they're talking about. You nailed it earlier. All they're looking for is clickbait and likes, follows, ratings, and they have no idea. I honestly think they're making a lot of this stuff up just to keep it.
Yeah, a lot of times they do. I think a lot of guys they mad because they didn't have the same success they thought that they didn't have the success they thought they should, so they hate on other people.
Yeah, but the biggest douchebag in the league right now is Travis Kelce. So, and you know, you're gonna run into your coach in the middle of the Super Bowl because you're having a tissy fit. And if it wasn't for Mahomes, I put Gronk, I put Shannon Sharp, Tony Gonzalez, and Antonio Gates ahead of him anyway. Anyway, thanks a lot, B-Man.
All right, man, appreciate it, bro. Man, you knocked out a home run right here, dog. People like to talk about people they don't like, man. All right, and I'm gonna go to Alexandria and talk to Andre. Andre, who you have for me, brother?
What's up, B. Mitch?
Chilling.
I don't like. Actually, I can't stand these two people. They do the opposite of what B. Mitch do. When B. Mitch got a beef, he don't care if he can beat you or not. He gonna stand up and he gonna fight you. No, regardless of their size. These two guys, they pick fights only with guys they know they can beat, and I don't respect them. I want them to get their ass kicked, and that's LL Cool J and Draymond Green.
Who
only fight people they know
pick a fight with?
Fights. Huh?
Who did LL pick a fight with?
Everybody that's smaller than him. Everybody he ever got in a fight with was smaller than him. And the last one was Jamie Foxx. He picked a fight with him because he know he can beat him. But he don't fight nobody his size.
Oh, wow.
And then he brags about whooping somebody that's 3 sizes smaller than him. I love to see somebody kick him and Draymond Green's. Sorry, I got a lady in my car, so I got to watch my mouth. Donkey. I want somebody to whoop both of their donkeys.
I got you, brother. Appreciate your call, man. I got another text from a man over at Ariane Clothing, and he said that Troy Aikman and Danny Ainge, that's 2 people I think can be lined up and people could just take some shots at them because both of those dudes were agitators, and Troy Aikman, every time he does 1 hour game, it's just now he's come to the side and he bashes Dallas, but before you automatically knew he was going to talk against anything happening in Washington. And I never liked it because of that. So, all right, I'm going over to Crank. What you got for me, man? Who you dislike?
Hey, B-Mitch, what's up, baby? Hey, listen, I got a couple, man. Bear with me. I'm going off the top of my head. I don't have no list, but Greg Anthony is at the top of my list. Greg Anthony, the point guard.
Jeez, that's
Michael
my boy,
Irvin.
man. Why you don't like Greg?
Man, he snuck. Who was that? Kevin Johnson, he snuck back in the day.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, Felipe Sparks. They used to play corner for the Giants.
That's Jordan Sparks' dad, man.
Hey, look, these dudes gave me headaches when I was a little kid. I'm gonna give you a couple current players. AJ Brown, can't stand him. The whole Giants organization today, their front office can't stand them.
No, you gotta love them because they're horrible.
They horrible, but they let Saquon go to the Eagles and he running behind. I can get 3,000 yards behind them dudes. He running behind, man. So throw that whole organization out the league, man. And I'm gonna leave it at that, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. All right, we're gonna take it one more segment. If you're on the phone line, stay right there. We got our man. We got Greg in St. Mary's. We got Hoop in Baltimore. They're probably gonna come after Jeff right there. And let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park. We'll be right back with you. 1067. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's 150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the net. We saw last night, number one took a hit. Texas A&M came out, and from start to finish, they worked Auburn. And I know White Brian is probably a little bit upset about that one, but will they bounce back into when we hit March? Or will Texas A&M be a problem for a lot of people out there? If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, B-Mitch of Philly, 1067 The Fan. We're taking phone calls. Been a good segment here. And a lot of people seem to like it. About your most hated player out there from another team, from your own team, your fans, coaches, whatever. And we had a lot of people being very, very much involved with this one. And we're going to try to finish up before we get to have to take us a quick break. We're going straight off to Baltimore and check out Hoop. What's up, Baltimore? Bobby, what's up, Hoop? How you doing, man?
What's going on, B-Mitch? How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, bro.
All right, man. I'm going to go two opposite ends of the spectrum here. Both of them are basketball players. First one's going to surprise you. Second one, you might understand. First player I dislike is Steph Curry. I'm a basketball purist. I've been a fan since the 80s. I'm actually going to see Lakers Celtics in Boston on Saturday night. I just think he ruined the league. I get like you're an older gentleman like myself, B. Mitch.
Huh?
Do you hate seeing guys come down on a 4-on-1 fast break and pull up and shoot a three?
Yes, if it's Steph.
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it's terrible.
No,
but there's
no.
There can only be one Steph.
But I understand.
There can only be one Steph.
And that's the thing about it.
That's why the NBA viewer ratings are down because they tired of watching guys shack up 80, 93s a game.
But I think it's not Steph's fault. It's the people for trying to find a Steph in all the wrong bodies.
Parody. I also don't like when people put him in their all-time top five because this dude is a defensive liability.
He's the best shooter.
He's a monster on 47 feet of the court. The other 47, he ain't guarding anybody.
I tell you like this, though. If the person checking him and he checks the same person, he going to have a plus over at the end of the game.
He's going to give it as good as he can, for sure.
Yeah. Hey,
and the second person.
I like Steph, though, man. But go ahead. I understand.
Well, I'm a Lakers fan, so I can't have that California hanging over my head like that. But the second person I don't like is Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
That is a big for nothing goon. You could lock that man in the gym overnight, B. Mitch. If you told him he couldn't dunk, you'd come back in the morning, he'd have 6 points.
You know, I
no
see what you mean.
No touch.
He's a 7-footer who doesn't have much athletic offensive skill whatsoever.
None. Can't be trusted. Can't throw it to him in the post. And let's also bring up that he was also patient zero for COVID in the NBA.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So those are my two, B. Mitch.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. I can understand Rudy Gobert, but Steph, I like Steph, man. Steph is unbelievable. All right, let's go. Let's see where we're going. Here we're going to St. Mary's and check out Greg. Greg, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man? Greg, you're up. I put Greg on hold. I'll come back to him. All right, well, you hung him up. Well, Greg was saying Pat Mahomes, and I'm surprised it took that long for anybody to say Pat Mahomes because almost everywhere I go, people do not like Pat Mahomes. Hell, in my house, nobody likes Pat Mahomes but me. My daughters can't stand him. Monica can't stand him. But I said, why not? And then they start talking like they're a little Kermit. And they don't like him and say he gets all the call. I'm like, man, the dude's good.
See, I can't go with Mahomes because there are 3 more hateable people in his own family.
2 for sure.
Yeah.
2. I know 2. His brother and his wife.
His dad seems like a tool, too.
His dad's kind of cool. He's all right.
He played for the Mets.
So anybody that play for the Mets, we can't like that.
That's correct.
All right, cool. All right, and his dad on there. I'm going to see his brother this weekend. Not Pat. I won't see Pat's brother. I will see, what's called this weekend. I was thinking about Travis. I'll see Travis Kelsey brother this weekend. He's doing the same award, giving somebody an award like I'm giving somebody an award, but people can't know. That's why I'm not saying their name. So, all right, let's go to Germantown. Check out Tony. What's up, Tony?
Yo, what's going on, man? Look here. It's 3 things I hate most in sports. The first 2 are a given. As a Commander fan, I hate anything affiliated with the Cowboys and the Eagles. If I can line everybody up affiliated with them and punch them in the face, I'll be happy. But the one person in sports media that I can't stand is one Nick Wright that's on FS1. Let me tell you, this dude has made a career off of kissing LeBron's butt and doing his best to downplay anything anybody else that anybody thinks may be better than him. And what really set me off was back when Kobe passed away.
This dude used to talk so much trash about Kobe. Kobe won't this. Kobe won't that. Blah, 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 blah. When Kobe, he was like, oh, man, Kobe was he's such a great player. He's definitely up there. This man at one point said Kobe was barely a top 15 player.
He's crazy
and
as
him
hell.
coming like that was crazy as hell, man. And I remember people was on his neck for that. And he a funny looking dude. So seriously, Cowboys and Eagles and Nick Wright. I want to put Nick Wright in a rear naked choke like his UFC and hold on and get disqualified after the fight. And just after winning the fight, man. Shoot. That's all
man.
I got.
Take care, Tony. All right, let's close out. Let's go to Severna Park. Check out my guy, Carlos. What's up, Los?
Yo. Happy, what's it, Tuesday, Wednesday? I don't know.
Wednesday,
hey,
man.
listen,
Hump day.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. I just woke up. Hump day. I just woke up. Listen, love the player. Hate the fans. Messi fans, man. They act like their ass don't stink. Messi ain't the greatest player in the world, all right? He ain't better than Maradona. The only reason why he won that World Cup is because of that darn, it was paid off by the Arabs, all right? And another thing, baseball, I love baseball. I hate the baseball fans that think that Babe Ruth's stats are still relevant to today's stats. That should not matter, all right? Babe Ruth has not gone up against the Dominican that can throw 100 miles an hour. Babe Ruth was up against smokers, steel workers, farmers. Stop putting Babe Ruth up against any player on today's because people back then will not. They're baseball fans, man. They're second my call.
All right, bro. Appreciate your call, man. Hey, I was good, Landfill. We're gonna take us a quick break here. We're gonna get back to
Oh, I feel like Carlos kind of undermined his own argument there a little bit by talking about Maradona, who was famously a terrible athlete, is better than Messi. We're talking about old dudes.
But
can't compare to modern guys.
But if he was an awful athlete, but he was doing all the things he did.
But he was going up against farmers and steel workers and guys that were smoking cigarettes. Guys that refused to go running.
One day you got to call back and check Landfill about this, man. Landfill might end up being on your list. Hey, we got a great one coming back to join us. Santana Moss going to join us, the Cowboy Killer, at 1 o'clock. Get his take on Deebo Samuels being here and what Cliff can possibly do with him. Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. itcadre.com. The Jaguars plan to release veteran wide receiver Christian Kirk. Now, releasing Kirk will save the Jags over $10.4 million against the cap. The bad news, though, for the wide receiver is that he's going to become a free agent in what's starting to become an increasingly crowded wide receiver market. And the Chicago Bears, they're not waiting for free agency or the NFL draft to improve their offensive line. They've made 2 trades in the same amount of days to land 2 starting offensive guards. After sending the Rams a 6th-round pick for Jonah Jackson, the Bears are now giving the Chiefs a 2026 4th-round pick in exchange for offensive guard Joe Thuney. Now, Chicago has acquired a 4-time All-Pro protector who's just 32 years old and already has 4 Super Bowl rings. Quarterback Caleb Williams needs a player like this because he was sacked 68 times in his first NFL season, which led the league and is now tied for the 3rd most sacks taken all time. The Bears are going all in on protecting Caleb Williams. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, be with you, Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Let's go to the rude guest the guest line, and talk to our guy, Santana Moss, the Cowboy Killer. Tanner, they wasn't joking, man. This dude does have a song with your name in it. They say if you're a quarterback and you're in trouble, just throw it to anywhere in the vicinity of Santana Moss.
Oh, yeah. Who was that, a local artist?
I don't know. Who's the name of the guy, Brian?
The Washington Sports Band.
Washington Sports Band.
Oh, okay.
And they talk about throwing the ball to Santana Moss, dog.
Hey, man, I always appreciate the love they give 89, so I ain't tripping.
Oh, yeah.
Salute them.
Well, Tanner, man, they just they traded for Deebo Samuel. Actually, they did the night we were sitting there at the thing with Gary. Didn't that pop up at that moment? Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
that particular night.
Looking at Deebo and his the way he played, his skill set, how does that fit into Cliff's offense?
That's a good question, man. I think, when you look at some of the things that Cliff was able to do with just Terry, Zach Ertz, and the rest of the crew in the passing game, and you hear that Deebo Samuel's now going to join that, the sky's the limit. I think Deebo brings a little bit of, I guess you can say, he has that Swiss Army knife kind of talent where just him on the field alone is going to take some eyes off of some of the other weapons. And to be quite frankly, if you thought about it, man, like Zach Ertz don't get enough credit for what he did down the stretch. I think at one time it was a stat. I remember we was doing our pre and post game show, and I mentioned that I had read something that said that he had 24 targets and no drops in that postseason run. And that's hard for you to be that accurate to one person. But that also shows you how much he carried on him being that one player that when Terry was doubled or when Terry had coverage, the young Jaden Daniels went to Zach Ertz. And so when you bring in a guy like Deebo Samuels, when you also saw the rise of some of the other guys, whether it was Noah Brown, Zacchaeus, Diami, and those guys, you have to think whoever we bring back in that bunch, along with having now a Deebo Samuels and Terry McLaurin out there at receiver, and Deebo being a guy that you can have him in motion a lot, doing things out of the backfield, catching passes out of the backfield, just creating mismatches. That's what Cliff Kingsbury does well. He creates mismatches. He did that all last season. He's been doing that since he's been in this league. So it just gives me the belief to know that, man, we have something special. But I think at the same time, we have to clean up some of the other things that we need up front, as far as protection wise. And
see what we're going to do in the backfield. And then, with all the free agents that we have as a whole, see who we're going to bring back with that bunch. But I think the sky's the limit, man. I'm loving that we did go out there and be able to bring in a talent like Debo for just a 5th-round draft pick.
All right, talking to Santana Moss on 106.7 The Fan, the B. Mitchell Finley Show. Getting his take on Debo Samuels. And one thing I look at, when Debo was in San Francisco, that team was run-oriented. They ran first.
Yeah.
So when he came in a lot, he was running the football. And although he's bigger and more physical than a lot of receivers, he's still a receiver. And running inside the tackles is not very healthy for those type of guys. On this team where it's more pass-oriented, they still like to get the run in, but they'll have him on the edges and having advantages, like you were saying, like the mismatches. He get out on the edge with a defensive back, he wins that, and he doesn't get hurt as much. So how important was that aspect?
I think it's very important, too, and I think you just got to think about it, man. One of the things that when guys have the talent or the skill set of a Debo Samuels and you have a coordinator like Cliff, he's going to use you the best fit for what we're trying to do that particular day. Against that particular outfit that we facing up against. And so there's going to be times when you say, okay, I'm going to line them up here just to create some eyes, just to create these guys to have to be in a different form, defensive structure that now I can free up somebody else in the passing game or somebody else out the backfield just to confuse these guys. And that's, what I love about his game is just that you never know where he's going to line up. And not only can he be a valuable asset on the outside, he can be as well in the backfield. And then also in the blocking game.
There you go.
He's tough as nails. He's going to block with the best of them. And you know how many slip screens we ran on the outside? You know how many times we saw those guys kind of take advantage of some of our smaller wide receivers when it came to, getting on corners? You ain't taking advantage of Debo. He gonna hit you in your face and drag you to the sideline and dump you in the Kool-Aid or my bad, Gatorade, but it tastes like Kool-Aid sometimes. I just feel like he brings so much, man, to the table. And I love the fact when people get caught up into last year's performance and years before, like you can never dictate what a guy's going to do off of what he did the year before. What I mean? That's one of the things about being a pro and being a professional, being an athlete. Like if we did well last year, trust me, we're working this offseason to be even better. If we did poorly last year, trust me, he's coming in with a chip on his shoulder to make sure he don't have that same result. So I'm looking forward to seeing a guy that's going to come in here with a breath of fresh air. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like San Francisco had that window, and right now they have to get rid of a lot of talent because, you have to pay other guys. And if you get a chance to be a part of some of that talent that helped them get to the promised land a couple of times and know right now our chances are slim, and now I get a chance to go to another team that showed us last year that they was close, man, I know Debo is chopping at the bits. I know he's loving this, this particular move. So we're going to get a guy who's going to come in here eager and ready to go out here and prove a point, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to watching it each and every Sunday.
Well, we had a lot of people that came in last year all at different times. Noah Brown, De'Ami Brown, Zacchaeus. We had our man Crowder. Luke McCaffrey is our guy out there in the waiting. But you also know that they're going to try to revamp this thing and do different things. Christian Kirk was just released, okay? Christian Kirk is a guy who can run and was drafted by Cliff Kingsbury. Do you see any possibility, and if somebody like him was to be on this roster, how that receiving core would look?
I mean, you never know, man. I think when you talk about Christian Kirk, didn't even know that happened.
Yep.
I just came out of the gym, so I'm a little behind some of the news. But if you're losing a guy like De'Ami Brown, do you have room now? Now that opens up a void that you might want to get some more speed out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it happen. And now you have to ask yourself, okay, how much is it going to go against what we have cap wise? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of those things play as a factor. But man, I think the door is wide open for who they're going to bring in and who they're going to add to the puzzle. Like I said, we're in the best seat of the house because we get to talk about it and we get to actually speculate about what it's going to look like come next year. And I think when you have a quarterback that is as dynamic as Jaden Daniels, man, I don't care if you was a third or fourth on another team. You get over here, he's going to make you better. He's going to throw you open. He's going to find you when you're open. He's going to find you coming out of that cut where you don't have to worry about somebody being in your face or somebody hanging on to you because the ball's going to come quick and it's going to come now. And that's one of the reasons why I wasn't even, caught up on the whole thing about getting a primary number 2 or 1B, because I feel like when you have a quarterback, an elite quarterback, he makes everybody else better. And you saw all those guys be able to excel every week. You saw Noah Brown go out there and win at the game in the
Hail Mary.
Hail Noah. And then you saw
the Hail Noah.
Jamison Crowder go out there. Yeah, exactly. You saw Jamison Crowder go out there and win at the game. Him and Zacchaeus both had 2 touchdowns that particular game. So these guys game risen or rose because of a young Jaden Daniels playing some elite football from the pocket. So trust me, if you bring a guy in that's already elite in the passing game, as a Deebo Samuels, as a Christian Kirk, that just makes us that much better. But I truly believe, man, bringing in guys that's just capable, Jaden's going to make sure he get the job done regardless.
Tanner, you played with a lot of quarterbacks. You played with different guys who were statues in the pocket, guys may move around a little bit, guys that was as athletic as RG3. But like Jaden, and you and I watched him all year. We gave him a lot of praise. What is it about him that makes him so special compared to some of the other guys that may have been a little bit like him?
I'm never going to give the best answer. I think I've heard a lot of them. One of the things that jumps out to me is his poise. So you very seldom see a guy as young as him come in and just know how to calm everybody down and know, hey, I'm the captain of the ship and I'm gonna get us to where we need to go. I've seen that week in and week out.
Yeah.
The guy had got to a point to where he was trying to tell the guys on the sideline, hey, hurry up those plays, man. I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like when you get a young guy, man, half the time in critical moments and big drives, you see the eyes pop out of their head because it might be a little too big for him. Never was too big, man. He always rose to the challenge and rose past it. Because I believe some of those teams didn't expect him to, be on the level that he was on at times. Beyond that, I think just what he can do inside the pocket. When you get quarterbacks of a Jaden Daniels that has wowed you so much with his legs, the first thing they tell you when he's coming out of school is, well, he's special because of what he can do outside the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of, I was offended by that when I got a chance to watch him, because I'm like, you guys watched this guy for 4 years, and you mean to tell me you didn't know he was doing this stuff inside the pocket? You only tried to, give him praise on. No, they gave him praise enough, but it wasn't enough that I felt that he deserved when it comes to how accurate he was, how on time he was, how he knew how to pick apart a defense. Like this, he just played all that the last year in his first season. And we know as players, B. Mitch, once the season gets long, teams start to find out who you are. And every week they presented a challenge and he passed it.
Yeah.
So he's telling you and showing you, yeah, you thought you knew something. Okay, I'm gonna come a little better this time around. And so that's what impressed me the most, man, that he was so young, so poised, so accurate, and he was such a leader, especially in the critical situations of the game and moments, even in that NFC Championship, man. If it wasn't for those fumbles, I keep saying, I know if it was a fifth, we all would be, you know what. But if it wasn't for those fumbles, bro, I feel like that dude was going to lead us to where we need to go. Because you saw, at the end of the day, we couldn't say nothing bad about his play.
Nothing
he
at
went
all.
out there and rose to the challenge. So all that stuff that I said, man, you could take whichever one you want and hold it up against them, man. But I feel like it's just so many things you can say about him, man, and it's all going to stick.
We're talking to Santana Moss on the Ruud Guest Hotline. That's Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Tanner, from the first game he played where he checked off and threw the ball down the sideline of De'Ami Brown, and everybody, they were like, he made the right play, but we didn't want him to do that yet. Where when he did that, it showed me the dude is ahead of the game already. He already knows you got a zero blitz, that dude's one-on-one, I'm giving him a shot. And he put it right where it's supposed to be. The way he finished the season, where can we expect him to be at the beginning of this season, knowing that, hell, he's already been working out?
Yeah.
It's documented.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing, man. The season's going to be tougher. Nothing's going to be like it was before. You're going to get a tougher schedule. A lot's going to be expected from him. But also, like I said before, I think what's key for me what do we do in this draft and free agency on correcting some of the things we need to do around him and on the other side of the football. You can always get a guy to come in ready. Hell, B. Mitch, every year I was ready, and then had to deal with a different quarterback and change what we had to end up, planning on doing. So that's what happens in these games. It's going to be always a roadblock or a fork in the road that makes you have to shift and do something else. But it's all about the guys around them that we bring in to help, like they did last year. I think AP and those guys did a tremendous job of just getting. I mean, you got to think about it, man. It was such a turnaround where we had so many. Oh man, like it was almost 20-something plus free agents out there playing for us. As you know what I mean? That's those each and every week. And so you look at that now, we have about that number now that's free agents, and we don't know what we're gonna do with them. Me and you personally don't know, but I'm pretty sure they have a little idea. Yeah. So I think you're gonna get a Jaden that's gonna come in here and understands that, like I said, he's so mature right now. I'm sure he believes and understands that, look, this thing only gonna get tougher now. These teams know. They have enough on film that they can say, this is what we need to bring, or maybe we need to do a little bit what the Eagles did. But like I said, even with what the Eagles was doing, we don't turn the ball over. He still was finding his way to have us in that game.
Yep.
So it's going to be one of them situations, man, that I just feel like everybody around him got to be on board, man. They got to know that, hey, we got to put this work in because the season isn't proper just like last season wasn't. And they didn't even give us a chance. No one had in their mind that we was going to get to where we was going to go. Now it's expected.
Yeah.
So with it being expected now, we got to come a little harder. And I know the staff, the front office, and the players are going to have something more to push for. But I can rest assured, man, when you have a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, it's not going to be somebody that's just sitting around there that's going to sit here and you're going to see him on a parading around because he was a rookie of the year. No, this guy has shown each year in college and already his first year in the league that he gets better. And I'm looking for him to, come out even better next year.
I think the one thing that makes me feel even more comfortable, last year when he was trying to learn the offense, he led. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind he knows that offense back inside and out and probably will be telling Cliff stuff to add to it. Now he's going to be getting guys along where he's leading the way instead of having to learn on his own, which just like yourself and me, we get in the league and we have to learn the offense or return game the first year. The next year, I didn't have to even think about it. I just reacted to it. When he gets to the point where he's just reacting where he's already did that, I think he's going to be unstoppable to a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the good thing, too, about having your coordinator back, too, man. That's the thing that I was hoping that, we get a chance to kind of see for a while. I understand Cliff is going to be a high commodity. He deserves so from what he's displayed, especially in year one with Jaden. But if we can get these guys around here, at least for Jaden's whole rookie, contract, man, it's no telling what we can do, offensively. And then as a whole, we get better on defense in some of the spots that we feel like we needed to, man. This team could be talking about, seeing those postseason trips year and each and every year. So I'm just looking forward to seeing what they do, man. I mean, I think, it's great to have something good to talk about right now this time of the year and not solely just talking about what draft pick, you know what I mean? Because I feel like for the last, I don't know how many years, man, we've been talking about just getting talent to come in here and help us. And now it's almost like, okay, you got some guys. Let's see who we're going to keep, and then let's see who we're going to add to be able to come out here and compete with these guys because we have a handful on both sides that we can go to war with. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot of guys chopping at the bits, man. I remember days when you heard guys in the league trying to go play with Michael Vicks and, and these guys are the Culpeppers and you name it, McNabbs and stuff. When you start seeing those free agents out there and even the defensive guys who going to want to be a part of that success. You're hearing so much about Myles Garrett. Yeah. I didn't solely hear out of his mouth that he wanted to be over here, but I'm sure he wants to. He got a chance to play against us. He saw what transpired on that field with that guy. So I'm just looking forward to it, man, and it just feels great to have a young guy like Jaden under the helm, man, leading us the way.
Also, I just saw DK Metcalf just requested a trade. All kind of people trying to move on to get out, man.
Hey, it's gonna be talent out there now. It's gonna be like, what we gonna spend for it? You know what I mean? It's gonna be talent out there.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, Tanner, man, I appreciate you giving us some time, man.
As always, bro.
Looking forward to the road this year, man. Are we going to Green Bay?
Hey, they say we're not going to do the draft this year because it's in Green Bay, man. We too much for Green Bay. We don't need to be up there.
And we got to think about taking them out there. There's some great golf courses up there in Green Bay.
Oh, see, you know, well, you gonna have to holler at Ryan, man.
Hey, Ryan, I'm calling you in a few, man. All right, Tanner, appreciate you, man.
All right, brother, take care. Have a good one.
All right, that's Santana Moss joining us on the Be Mentioned Finley Show to talk about Deebo Samuel and other possibilities for this team. Hey, he's absolutely right. Jaden Daniels last year, in a process where he was learning, was unbelievable. Now he's going to be satisfied. He's going to be comfortable. He understands the offense, and now to just go out there, lead the way, and get other guys involved, I think it's going to be a much better time for us. Yes, second year, people going to know more about you, but I think he'll come with another part of this game that's going to help us out even more tremendously. We're going to take us a quick break here. We get back, we're going to talk about the tight ends and free agent tight ends and the tight end and the linebackers and the free agent linebackers and what the Washington Commanders will be dealing with. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at an even bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Just be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some pretty big news over in the NFL world. Seahawks wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade. The request came over today after a series of conversations over the past 2 weeks between the two sides. Apparently, Metcalf has made this decision because he prefers to go with a contender. So there will likely be very significant interest into the Seattle star, but we have another big-time wide receiver who could be on the move. Speaking of the Seahawks, they've released veteran wide receiver Tyler Lockett, ending the 10-year run in Seattle of the second most prolific pass catcher in franchise history. This doesn't come as a huge shock, as he was expected to be released, unless he and the team could agree to yet another reduced contract like he did last year, but not a shock, but it is sad to see him go. Seahawks might have to say goodbye to another star here soon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Let me just give y'all one little update. I work with a couple of idiots. One of them is the main one, and that his last name is Walker. I just wanted to put that out there. But you know what? Call it number 10 right now to 1-800-636-1067. You get to win 2 tickets to see Disturbed, the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour, Monday, March 17th at Cap One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. 1-800-636-1067. All right, we all know we got a lot of free agents. We have a lot of people that need to be signed. I think JP mentioned earlier, we have 47 people under contract with 43 more to go to get to 90. Some of those are going to be low end stuff. Other guys are going to be guys that probably helped us last year that they're going to try to play back. We're going to talk about the tight ends and the linebackers today. We've been talking about other positions. We got into the O lineman, D lineman, because I felt those are the most important. But right now, the commander tight ends are Ben Sinnott, Colson Yankoff, Cole Turner to a futures contract, Tyree Jackson is a futures contract, and Lawrence Cager is a futures contract. And 2 impending free agents are John Bates and Zach Ertz. John Bates has been terrific when it comes to the blocking game. Zach Ertz came in last year, second leading receiver on the team, and I think he did an unbelievable job. Right now, the free agents that are sitting out there, we have 2 that are on this team already. We've just mentioned Zach Ertz and John Bates. But you got Juwan Johnson from the Saints. Tommy Tremble from the Panthers. He's 25 years old. Johnson is 28. Tyler Conklin from the Jets, 30 years old. Patrick Ricard from the Ravens. He is more like a fullback to me. So I don't know much about that one. He's a guy that they use a lot in run situations. Big boy, though. Austin Hooper, Patriots. They gave him a lot of money some years back, and I don't think he has lived up to that. Colin Granson from the Colts. Mo Alley Cox. Mo Alley Cox went down to VCU, didn't he? Wasn't he a basketball player that went into the draft? So he's still around. Mo Alley Cox is 31, and Gerald Everett for the Bears is 31 as well. But as I look at this thing, I think the most interesting to me is Zach Ertz at 34 years old. The guy that was on your team last year showed he still has a lot in the tank, and I think Zach can only be better. You know, you go into a season. He came in early with Cliff. Cliff is very familiar with him. He's familiar with Cliff. And I believe he and Jaden, they form a great pair. Great combination last year, and that could continue going. So I'm looking at Zach first. I still believe John Bates is an unbelievable blocker, but many people are looking for either Ben or Colson to make that jump. Ben Sinnott, I spent time with his family last year, and the kid he's just a football player. He kind of like Jaden. He's low key, wants to be learning all the time, and I just believe. I know a lot of people kept saying, "Well, Ben Sinnott, he has to step up. You have to make sure you got Luke McCaffrey." No. These guys come in sometime and you drafted, and you're talking about building from the draft. It don't mean we're gonna draft them and they gotta play the first year. Maybe, just maybe, they get a chance to learn a little bit, and then after a year or 2, they jump in. So I'm expecting Ben Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey to make a big jump this year. And I just think when you start looking at Sinnott and Yankoff, 2 young guys on the squad, Cole Turner, who they kept around all year, Cole Turner has shown some things in preseason. He showed some things early on. Just hadn't got a chance to really do it in this season. I think there may be a chance for him to take a step, and we're going to figure out that as we go. When we switch over to the linebackers now, Dominique Hampton, outside linebacker, was a safety in college, but Dominique, I think, is a guy that make a jump this year. They want Jordan McGee to do a lot, as we saw. We couldn't wait till he got off from injury reserve last year. Frankie Louvu, he did his thing. Impending free agents, you got Nick Ballore, who was a special teams menace. Michael Walker was the same way, played a lot and was on special team menace as well. And Bobby Wagner, who we all know, future Hall of Famer, played terrific. Many people thought could be on him, but he led the team in tackles. He was as good as anybody out there. London Fletcher, and Ray Lewis are the only three guys that have done what those guys have done. And I think if you could get Bobby back, even if it's not because of his play, his leadership. He gets guys to play. He teaches guys on both sides of the ball. And he also has the coaches making their jobs a little easy for them because all the dude does is look at film. Bobby is unbelievable, and I think he can carry it on. As we look at some of the free agents that are going to be out there, Zach Bond, I think, is going to break the bank. I think the Eagles may have a time trying to sign him back, but he's going to be a guy that break the bank. I don't know if that's somebody that fit just great for us. Dre Greenlaw, you have to make sure he's 100% healthy. Greenlaw was terrific before he messed his knee up a few years back, and then he came back last year late in the season. And I didn't think he was exactly where he wanted to be, but that's to be expected. Ernest Jones from the Seattle Seahawks. Nick Bolton from the Chiefs, 25 years old. I think you could just cancel that one because I think the Chiefs will be signing him back. He's a tackling machine, very, very good. Jamie and Sherwood, Jets. Robert Spillane from the Raiders. Levante David, 35 years old. Okay, we have one 35-year-old on the defensive side of the ball playing linebacker, and I think that's all we need. I love Levante David. I think Bobby Wagner is enough for that. You want to start to be getting a little younger in other places. Bobby plays that middle position, and he can start enhancing and getting other people to play a lot better, and I think you do it like that. Eric Kendricks is 33, and Kaiser White from the Cardinals. Eric Kendricks from Cowboys. Kaiser White, 29 years old, from the Cardinals. And I just believe, now look at this thing. Jordan McGee, I think, is going to take a big step this year. And this is somebody that you could see based on how they brought him back and how they utilized him and the excitement they had when he got healthy again. It's somebody they want to see make that step. Frankie, I just want to see Frankie play. Frankie is the energy. He's the spark plug. When he's on the football field, he brings a lot to this team. And I think Bobby allows him and the rest of the guys to do that. So for me, when we look at free agency, I think unless you can get somebody that's at a age to where you can sign them to a 3 or 4 year deal, and they're the guy that you want, go back with Bobby. Bobby did not look old on the football field to me last year. Bobby made plays. And I traveled with the team, and even in the preseason games and things, going to other places and watching him when they are staying in the hotel and they have extra days. When I see young guys talking to someone, 9 times out of 10, it was Bobby Wagner. He's a guy that is making the transition for a lot of the young dudes a lot easier. And I understand people look at just the play on the field, but it takes more than just the play on the field. If you have a guy like a Bobby Wagner who can actually make the transition easier for you, who can help educate you a little bit more, because coaches, they take breaks and they go at night and they got to do all kind of stuff. They got a whole team or a whole group of people to worry about. Well, if you can get an hour or so with Bobby Wagner and talk to him about what you're experiencing and what you see, whether you're on the same position as he is or not, I think Bobby can teach offensive players as much as he does the defensive players. Jaden Daniels talked about it. When I run a play, I go and talk to him and see what he saw. What did I do that gave away any kind of tendencies? We had that same thing happen last year. He was telling offensive linemen when he knew they were pulling because of the pressure on their hands or off. They're sitting back or not. That is an important and vital part of a team. When we talk about the guys and the teams from back in the day, the reason that a lot of those teams were so good because the veteran players stayed around a lot longer. In this day and age, free agency has come in and guys move to different spots. But there are coaches who are smart enough to understand that I need my veteran leadership to help me out. And when you can have a guy like that, and he has to still be able to play because it's not easy to listen to a guy that's not balling, not playing on the field. But if you got one like Bobby Wagner, you want to make sure you keep that guy as long as he can perform on the field. So for me, I think it's vital to get Bobby back. I think thoroughly vital. Frankie is already under contract. And I think when you look at those two older dudes, Zach Ertz as a tight end, Bobby Wagner, those two and then somebody else, be cool. Because we had a lot of people say, whatever Adam Peters does, they'll go with it. I'm at that point. They have hired people and then they get out the way. I don't care what your job is, what your profession. The one thing you hate is micromanaging. They don't do that anymore. They've hired experienced people to handle a job, and they allow them to do it. And Adam Peters was the most qualified when we signed him. And why not let him go do his job? What he did last year, I think, should garner everybody's respect, their attention, and let him do his job, and then let Dan Quinn and his coaching staff take those guys and see what we can do. I know people are looking for a drop-off. I'm not. I'm looking to see them be as competitive and a little bit more because those guys were disappointed in the way that the season ended, as was I. And when you have the right mindset of as a whole on your team, you approach this offseason a little differently. And if they could keep some of those veteran dudes around, as I just stated, Ertz, Wagner, then you're going to see what happens. Take us a quick break here. We're going to go through some bets, and we're going to get out of here. Be with your Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I think the show today has been terrific.
I think the second half in particular was good.
I wouldn't say it because of that. Just saying, we had some good conversation going on. First off, had our guy, Neil Greenberg, came in and joined us. And Neil basically gave us a take on 3 different teams here in the area. Commanders, Caps, and also the Nats. Then we had the great one join us, Santana Moss. We had a chance to talk to Tanner. And in one of the best segments, and we're going to have to bring it back, people were able to call in and tell us the athletes, coach, fan base that they don't like. And I think people could get into that one because out of all the calls, I think the one dude that was talking about the things that happened in his childhood, you don't let that stuff go. You know, when you're a kid, you're watching games and you're cheering for a team and you watch somebody else either demolish your team or cause you to lose a game, you don't forget that. And that sticks with you. And as time goes, you just begin to dislike them even more. Also, there are people that come in and have a mask on with a gun and they basically stick your team up for money and then they don't ever play well. You know, that was there too. But then there are guys that are just exceptional at their craft, and the people that don't have the person at the position, they start hating them too. So, you know, I'm talking about that. That's Pat and Tom. When you're that exceptional, you stop being liked. Bill Lambier, a lot of people from the Detroit Pistons, which nobody named. I was surprised at that one because the Pistons was destroying people back in the day. They were playing football. It was not basketball. You come through the lane, they were clotheslining you, knocking you to the floor, doing all types of stuff. You had the New York Knicks doing the same type of thing, you know? And I think that had one guy that doesn't even like the babyface assassin. Who doesn't like Steph Curry? I mean, Steph is just a guy who can shoot. I mean, he scores so many points. That's his defense. You know, if he's scoring 40 and 30, I'm sure the other guy that's checking him, not stopping him. So they're not outscoring him, so he's winning. He has a plus. And when you get to the plus minus, he's on the plus side all the time. But he's not liked because everybody tries to shoot it like him. You got people like Jeff trying to shoot. You got people like White Brian, me, trying to shoot threes when we can't knock down 30-something, 40% like he does. But we shoot them anyway. Why? Because they tell you 3 is better than 2. Duh, it is. But when your ass can't knock them down consistently like he does, you shooting that many threes end up causing your team to lose. Because long shots get long rebounds, and all of a sudden, bang, 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 all of a sudden they're up by 12, 13 on you because Steph makes his and you miss yours. 7-footers should not be shooting 3-pointers. Play with your back to the basket sometimes. Have a low post game. Take advantage of people. Can't do that anymore. Everybody want to be Steph, but they can't be. And I think that's a big problem. Let's make some bets, Landfill. I'm pissing off people these days. Holla. Gather around, gather around. All right, Brian. I know Jeff won.
Yeah, the Bryans lost. Everyone else won.
Yeah. Tyler don't know how to judge. He's just not a player. What are we doing tonight?
LIU Brooklyn minus 12.5.
Who?
LIU Brooklyn in the NEC tournament.
The what?
The NEC tournament.
I feel like you made that up.
Give me the Caps, man. I'm going with the Caps money line.
I'm taking the Wolverines money line.
You doing that to JP?
Yeah.
That's annoying, bro.
It's annoying, but also it's gonna win. I mean, we all know it. We all know what's happening.
Why would you do that to your friend, man?
He abandoned us.
But yeah, the thing about it is you just got to get to the point like I am. Why worry about it? He does it all the time. But you know what? You got to just work little opportunities and plans back up in the background. Don't worry, I got something for him. Don't worry about that. Have I taken a day off this year yet?
I want to parlay with the Caps. Give me Bama over Florida.
Bama over Florida?
Yes.
Just money line?
Money line.
What's the odds?
Minus 156.
Okay, you can have that one then. Yeah, I make sure with you, Jeff. You try to like ease by on stuff, and I don't trust you sometimes.
I'm a winner. I don't got to cheat.
Yeah, that's right. We believe that someday. Not cheating is just trying to enhance the favorite towards yourself. Utah Jazz playing against the Washington Wizards. 229 is the over-under. Give me the Jazz and the over. Plus 4.5.
Overs are just more fun to bet.
I just like doing it.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch.
Ain't like I'm gonna lose nothing for it.
Hey, on FanDuel, it's 5. Do you take the 5?
Huh? Well,
Do you take the 5?
There's always whatever FanDuel says.
All
I
right.
just say 4.5 because that's what I saw on this little quick thing I looked at. So plus 5, I'll take it.
Jeff's trying to cheat you.
All right.
That's the rules.
That's rules. All right, well, we'll be back here tomorrow. Make sure you take care of yourselves out there. I went to this event this weekend, and it was for the victims of the crash. And based off of leaving there, I'm just going to say, hey, kiss and hug your people. You never know when they're going to be. You never know if you're going to see them the next day, that evening, or whatever. But make sure every chance you get, make sure they know you love them, all right? I met some families that are dealing with that, and believe me, it was touching. I went there trying to go and comfort people, and I left there being changed my whole life because, hey, man, death is evident. It's going to be inevitable. And on top of it, you don't know when it's going to come. So make sure you show some love to not only your family, but people that you pass by on a daily basis. Don't allow the political climate to make you act an ass with somebody. Show respect to people. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Peace.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The wide receiver market just got a bit busier as wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade out of Seattle after spending the first 6 seasons of his career there. Now, the Seahawks have agreed to explore trade options. They've been talking for the past 2 weeks, and ultimately Metcalf decided he wants to go to a contender. He's recorded 66 receptions for 992 yards with 5 touchdowns in 15 games this past season. Safe to say people are going to be very interested in adding him to their team. Tonight, 7:30 p.m., you can listen live as the Caps take on the Rangers. Make sure you tune in as Ovie continues his chase for Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL scoring record. But there is another reason to start cheering for Ovie to score if we really need another reason. Ovie has teamed up with Hockey Fights Cancer and the V Foundation for Cancer Research to launch the Great 8 Chase for Victory Over Cancer. So beginning with tonight's game at the Rangers, Ovie will donate an amount equal to his career goal total for every single goal he scores for the remainder of his NHL career. This March, only get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Happy Wednesday. It's March 5th, 2025. We're Grant and Danny. We are live and on the air from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard, just down the street from Nationals Park. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 today, live on 106.7 The Fan. We have a gigantic show. Danny, George Mirasan thinks this show is big. You ready for this?
Go.
ESPN analytics guru Seth Walder at 3 on the Deebo Samuel trade. Former outstanding college football coach, a national champion, a 10-time champion in his conference, a 6-time national coach of the year. Bob Stoops is on the show today at 4:30. He is coaching in the United Football League, which ramps up this month. Jacob Chychrun, defenseman, Capitals, presented by IT Cadre for his weekly appointment with us at 5 o'clock coming up in 3 hours. And our buddy Charles Davis of NFL Network, look ahead to the NFL draft, which is just 50 days away. We'll talk to him about a lot of NFL news today as well. That's at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. Remember, in 2 hours at 4 ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour. If you want to go enjoy that, you'd better be listening. There's also lots of news to get to on the gridiron. Things are happening.
We are busy little bees. It was the Summer of Loud in my house last night. My 6-year-old had a little play date after school. And he came home and said, I don't feel so good. I'm going, yeah, okay, there, buddy. And he was right. Every hour on the hour, pretty much. He was Old Faithful. Just a pyrotechnic display. Nothing was safe. It was horrendous. I've slept about 15, 20 minutes total. Those like half awake Z's where you know like you're going to get called to action again. You get in the hallway and go, Dana. It's like, here we go.
That's a bad
let's
feeling.
Get it started. Just sucks on ice, man.
Well, you feel helpless for the kid.
Yeah.
You know how terrible it is, too, to be in that spot where you're hanging over the toilet waiting for the good feeling.
Yeah.
And then it's all night long, man. So that's tough.
Yeah, twice he asked me, is this it? I was like, I don't know, pal. I don't know. Why don't you go snuggle down in bed? Yep. It wasn't it, by the way. We did it 8 different times.
How about Max Crosby getting paid today by the Las Vegas Raiders?
Dude.
Adam Schefter breaking this story 15 minutes ago. Crosby gets 3 years and $106 million. The extension to include $91.5 million in guaranteed money. He is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. And I get it. The guy's an absolute badass. He's a game wrecker. He takes over drives and series and quarters and halves and games. Crosby, an extension that is going to, I think, send some antennas up around the league. You look at some of the other pass rushers that are looking to get money and or traded for extensions this offseason. Guys like Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL in sacks with the Bengals this year. Myles Garrett, who once out of Cleveland, wants a new contract. TJ Watt with the Steelers is a perennial DPOY. You see Max Crosby getting $30+ million a year. In this case, well over that.
Mm-hmm.
And you think maybe it's time for me to put my hand back out.
This is
Micah
one of those
Parsons,
guys. Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson, all of these guys have to be ecstatic about the deal that Crosby got.
For sure. Premature jump in there by me. But this is one of those guys where the stats don't tell the story. They just don't. I don't know how else to explain it. You watch this guy play when they're on prime time or they're in a standalone, and every play he's either disrupting something, whether he makes the tackle or not going to pass down, tackle for loss. He's led the league twice in the last 3 years in that. When he plays the full season, he has 22 and 23 respectively. Whether it's pressure on the quarterback, hitting the guy, bothering him, he is the quintessential disruptor. Like, he's who I think of when like you start to list the different guys where you might be able to run at him a couple of times. He might go upfield and take the wrong gap or something like that, but you just turn him loose and let him go. He is such a pain in the butt to play against. And again, last year, 7.5 sacks in 12 games. You're going, really? That guy? My answer is yes, really, that guy.
The Commanders have not had a player like him defensively in my adult life. Since I can remember being old enough to watch this team, they haven't had it. They've had some good pass rushers. Going back to when I was a boy, Marco Coleman would get 10 sacks in a season. LeVar Arrington had an 11-sack season. Ryan Kerrigan had his moments, obviously, as a Pro Bowler several times over. But they have not had this. I'd imagine, based on some of the stories I've been told, Danny, that Dexter Manley had some moments where he was feared like a Max Crosby. He certainly had some ridiculous sack totals in his career. But he's the kind of guy, the litmus test for me, I say this with Ovechkin all the time. I actually kind of call it my Ovie theory. I take you to a hockey game and you've never watched hockey before, and you can tell that he's the best player on the ice. Now, I don't think that happens anymore with Alex Ovechkin because he doesn't skate the same way, and it's not up and down the ice like it once was. You might notice as he scores goals. But there was a time, and now it's Connor McDavid or Nathan McKinnon or something, where like, you don't have to know anything about hockey. I will take a random dude to a game, and I'll go point out the guy that you think is the best one out there. And you'd be able to find McDavid, you'd be able to find McKinnon or Ovechkin in his prime or whatever. To me, you can do that with Max Crosby.
Yep.
Which guy in the black and silver jersey do you think is the best player they have on defense? And you will notice him constantly. Tackle for loss leader in 22 and 23 with 45 TFLs respectively in those 2 years. He's got almost 60 over the last 3 years, and that's despite missing 5 games this past year, played through an injury and then couldn't keep gutting it out. But he's kind of a dozen sack staple, 20 or so TFLs or more. He'll be in the Pro Bowl every year. He's going to be fighting for the Defensive Player of the Year award, the kind of guy that you want to pay. But I can't help but throw out there, now that you've solved quarterback, which was the 30-year search, this is the next thing, man. The green dot on offense is the whole ball game. The biggest thing to having a defense that scares people is finding your Max Crosby. It's really, really, really hard to do.
They don't make a lot of them.
So you either trade for that guy and you give up a ton, see Myles Garrett, or you just hit a home run in the draft like the Raiders did. Because remember, he was not drafted 3rd or 4th or 5th overall. Max Crosby was a 4th-round pick.
Out of Eastern Michigan.
106th overall in the draft. So it does happen.
It does. And that's why you got to keep playing. I mean, you find your Terry McLaurin. I mean, a lot of time it's a guy that's not on the roster anymore, and sometimes it's your stalwart on his way to being the best receiver to ever play for the organization. But yeah, I mean, Crosby is a superstar. He is so good.
He's just a badass too.
And
He's
that's what it is.
Trash talking, just a dude that almost gives off the high school football vibe where like you're playing high school.
Yeah,
and
he's the bully.
The guy across from you is bigger and meaner, and you're like, I'm kind of nervous right now.
Like, remember that the quarterback show, obviously, where he and Mahomes have gone back and forth forever,
of course,
where he makes it a point every play to touch Mahomes, right? And Mahomes, I know what you're doing, dog, but come on, man, that's enough. But like, that's the whole point, is you got to bother the guy. He's a botherer. And you can't have a full team of those guys to be like a bunch of agitators and, dudes that are doing the annoying thing in hockey where they're goading you into a fight or a penalty or something like that. But it's okay to have one that can back it up all the time. He's the top of the sheet for every offensive coordinator. I mean, there have been a handful of guys like this throughout history, whether it was Aaron Donald back in the day, Lawrence Taylor from when I was a kid, where Gibbs has to go, we can't do anything until we figure out what to do with that guy. I'll get in the lab. I'll invent a new position to bother Lawrence Taylor because that guy takes over games and ruins it. He's in that group.
He is an overwhelming presence and just a tremendous pass rusher. He's not as good at picking coaches, though, because if you remember,
right, different skill level.
It was him and Davante Adams that essentially demanded last year that they hire Antonio Pierce, who's since been fired, and now Adams is on the street as well as a free agent. But the last man standing is Max with 2 X's Crosby getting his money today. Some wide receiver news, which should intrigue Commanders fans. You've got Terry McLaurin as your number 1. You've got Deebo Samuel, possibly as a 2, but really as a playmaker at the receiver position. They aren't done yet. They still are going to have to sign 3 or 4 guys that make this roster potentially at wideout. DK Metcalf wants a trade out of Seattle. I would just go on record like I did yesterday with Davante Adams to tell you I'm not really a big DK Metcalf guy in this offense. He doesn't really run great routes. Like he's a big size, box people out, physical presence, but he is not a technician. He is only 27, which I do like. He's coming off 990 yards, but he also has a year left on his deal. You got to pay him a bunch of money.
Wants a big extension, yeah.
Not only does he want an extension, but he's also got money left on this deal. So I'm not interested in DK Metcalf.
Again, I have mild interest, but it's not. The price is going to be too rich for my blood. He's valuable in the sense that when the offense is right, when things are going the way they're supposed to go, he's the deep threat. Like track speed, he's as good as anybody when he gets going. Now it's hard for him to get going sometimes. As you said, not a precise route runner, not a guy that's, known for being a technician, sort of middle, underneath, et cetera. It's not as if he can't run certain routes, but that's just not what he majors in. But his specialty is going deep, making the play, the long bomb. So that's why I've got some interest. But again, it's not going to be the point that this would ever manifest and actually happen for Washington.
But you have some interest.
I'd have some, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, let me lower that to 0. Do you know what his cap number is this year?
I think it's $30-some million.
$32 million.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again. Do you have interest in DK Metcalf?
Very small. If I can change that cap number somehow, like with an extension.
Oh, you're going to pay him now too.
Well, that's what it would demand.
You've got McLaurin and you've got Deebo Samuel, and now you're going to pay DK Metcalf.
I'm probably not. I think it's mild interest. He would never.
But you're
want
interested on a binary.
Yeah, I have interest.
I want you to have 0 interest.
I want you to have some. This is an excellent player that can help, but it's not going to. It's prohibitive.
I'll tell you who I'm interested in: Christian Kirk, who just got cut or will be getting cut.
No, I'm more interested in him
by the Jaguars. He has not been released yet. I want to be clear about that because the league year doesn't officially start. So these are all reports on what is going to be happening. But the Jags are going to be releasing Christian Kirk. This is why this one is compelling. He's 28 years old. He averaged over 60 catches per year, had a couple of years right around 70 catches for Cliff Kingsbury in Cliff's offense in Arizona when he played 3 years for the Cardinals before he went to Jacksonville, got paid, had a monster year in his first year with the Jags. People sleep. Before a couple of injuries the last 2 years, 84 catches for 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns for Christian Kirk when he first got paid by Jacksonville. Last year, he broke a collarbone in week 8. He is expected to be healthy this season. He's dealt with an ACL and now a collarbone, but I think he could be a really nice complementary piece, Danny, coming in here.
Me too.
With McLaurin, it allows Deebo Samuel to be less, an every down wide receiver or a guy even in 12 personnel that's always got to be on the field. Kirk plays a lot of slot, but obviously Terry does some of that. Deebo can do some of that, but I think all these guys could be a little bit interchangeable,
which I like.
Maybe, McLaurin's your X a good bit of the time, and the other two kind of are outside, inside. You move them all over the place. That's not a strength of Kingsbury's. If he were to go get another receiver like Christian Kirk and now have 3 really solid wideouts, which what a group that would be. What a triumvirate for Jaden Daniels you would have built. Then he's probably going to have to sharpen that tool of moving guys all over the formation. So that part of it worries me a little bit. But Kirk, who Kingsbury knows by all accounts, and this has been reported for months, who Kingsbury really likes, is going to be cut. Means you can sign him at a new deal. He's not going to get anything close to the 18 or so million that he was making.
Because when he signed that deal, that was a market resetting. What?
Yeah, it was I think it was 4 and 72.
Yeah.
I have to look that up.
Sounds right.
But I think it was 18 per. He's not going to be getting close to that. So this is the receiver. Davante Adams, you can have him. DK Metcalf, you can have him. Because of the current construction, Christian Kirk, now I'm picking up the phone.
Christian Kirk is on the all. He's better than you think he is, team. Like, because he got signed to that outrageous deal when he hadn't really produced all that much in Arizona, he'd been like a solid second receiver. I don't think he'd gone for 1,000 yards. And people went, that's ridiculous. How could they overpay him like that? Now, he's been shortened with injuries a couple times. But when he played 17 games, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns, he was on almost identical pace in 2023 57 catches, 787, 3 tutties through 12 games. Again, that's right around 1,100-yard pace. Then last year, something fell off a little bit with Brian Thomas coming on and a couple other guys. So a slightly reduced role. But again, that's why you could afford it. To me, if he's your featured guy, you're probably going to do a lot better. If he's your second fiddle, you're in a pretty good spot. If he's part of a triumvirate where you got to respect everybody, I think that is a outstanding potential signing, and it would make sense. Familiarity with Kingsbury, as you said.
Trio is as good then is probably anywhere, certainly in the division or conference, but one of the top several in the league at that point. McLaurin coming off a franchise record with 13 touchdowns. Some questions about Debo's regression last year and how much he's got left in the tank, but I think a motivated version of him looking to get paid gives me hope that he can bounce back. And then similarly, Christian Kirk, if you're able to get him under contract for a few years, because he's only 28, has some really good football ahead of him, I think. Josh tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. You can also hit up Danny at Funny Danny. He said, if you had to choose Kirk or DK Metcalf, I think I've answered that question for you. I much prefer Christian Kirk for Washington, but understand something. I'm not telling you Christian Kirk is the decidedly better player or definitively that if you're ranking wideouts in the league, you'd put Kirk over him. DK Metcalf would be higher on a ranking than Christian Kirk. That's not how free agency works. You are paying Terry McLaurin a lot. You are paying Deebo Samuel a good amount. Those two combined for $43 million against the cap. I'm not then adding $30+ million more dollars against the cap for DK Metcalf, or even worse, extending him for the next few years before I take care of Terry. McLaurin signed his contract when Metcalf signed his contract, essentially. So to not take care of my own guy with the extension and bring in Metcalf and give him an extension after I've traded for Deebo in a contract year, just not the way I'm doing business. I think Kirk, for all those reasons, makes a lot more sense. It's kind of what we were talking about with Cooper Kupp. If he were to have been released, then you rework a contract and now there's more interest. But this is a young version, familiar in the offense. Kirk's kind of long been the guy I was targeting anyway, even before the Deebo trade.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense now, especially because you've done something else. If they hadn't done the Deebo move, I'm going, hey, we still have this gaping, giant, enormous hole here that you need something special.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't hate the Metcalf thing at that point. I would be slightly intrigued. I'm not a huge DK Metcalf guy just generally, but I understand the value. He's a good football player. But whereas my interest in him is probably 0 right now. If they had not traded for Deebo on a 1 to 10 scale, it'd probably be like a 4, 4.5.
Yeah, because I like Metcalf more than you, but I'm going, this is prohibitive. I can't do, for all the reasons you laid out in terms of the contract. The guy that fits to me is Kirk. And there may be a couple other guys that shake loose at some point that are that nice complementary piece, because you're also talking about team building. I mean, the thing for me that I cared about the most, not the most, but on this list we're talking about wide receiver, is I need more reliable. I need easier for Jaden Daniels. I need a little bit less on his plate in terms of, you got to be the superhero. You got to manage possessions for an extra amount of time, even though we can't run the football, and the scheme has to work guys open, even against good opponents. I need some guys that can just fix it, where the play isn't ideal, and I can just get it in the hands of Deebo Samuel. He can turn 3 into 12. That's what's needed to me to beat Philadelphia, to beat teams like that. Now, I know they're not one player away, but that's sort of one of the ingredients I was talking about. Now that you've added that, to me, the next compliment is maybe you want a deep threat. Maybe you want a guy that can do a little bit of everything. Maybe you want some versatility. I'm fine with that. I don't need to break the bank anymore because they went and got Samuel.
You see what the Bears have done the last 2 days? I love this. So they're not wasting any time trying to beef up the protection in front of Caleb Williams, which was bad last year. And Ben Johnson knows, having had the best offense in the league the last 3 years, a big part of that was the Lions had arguably the best O-line in football with Philly in front of Jared Goff. Yesterday, they traded for Jonah Jackson. Today, they traded for Joe Thuney. So they have added starting guards on both sides of their center in trades the last 2 days to help out Caleb Williams. I love what they're trying to do.
Yeah, no nonsense, right? This is what I want. This was my axiom last year, and it's still to the same thing now. Maximize and protect your quarterback prospect to actually give him the best possible chance.
They went the route last year with wide receivers and weapons.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Because they couldn't protect him. Also, they didn't completely guess right on the receivers right away, I would say. And Caleb Williams has to take some blame. He
100%.
held the ball too long.
The answer is yes to everybody.
Yeah, he just didn't play at a high enough level. They also screwed him over with a terrible OC hire, a bad pairing with the head coach being kept. Everything was rotten, but they have a chance to make a leap now as they address their offensive line. Should point out that as we talk to Jacob Chychrun this evening at 5 on the show, our weekly appointment via IT Cadre, the Caps are at the Rangers at Madison Square Garden tonight. They are dropping the puck at 7:30 in New York. Ovie in Madison Square Garden as he closes in on Wayne Gretzky. If that's not sport at its best,
Sorry about it. Here we go.
The world's most famous arena, the world's greatest goal scorer. Tonight, they drop the puck a little over 5 hours from now.
Does it feel like a multi-goal night for Ovechkin?
I would be surprised if he doesn't score a goal, for sure.
Like it feels like it, right?
This close to the record, going to that building, national TV. It just smells like an Ovie night.
It's not coincidence like Steph Curry goes for 50 every time he sets foot there.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's something to it.
Guys get up for that building. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Seth Walder, analytics at ESPN, going to help us with the Debo trade. He wrote a nice piece about Samuel's last couple of seasons. So we'll talk to him about that at 3 o'clock. We should also go through some of the guys, the big names in the NFL who are being released or becoming available as of the news today. But next, there are teams all over the NFL that are ripping season ticket policies away from ticket holders who sell their tickets throughout the season. Should they be able to do that? I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Plenty of news in the NFL. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 guaranteed. Becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Raiders also signing offensive guard Alex Kappa, who was released by the Bengals on Monday. The Bears traded for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney. The Chiefs get back a 2026 fourth-round pick. The Bears now have traded for Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson yesterday, and now Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney today. The Jaguars are planning to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. Seahawks are releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett. Wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade. The Cowboys have restructured Dak Prescott's contract, creating $56.6 million in cap space with restructures of Prescott and CeeDee Lamb yesterday. In hockey, the Capitals placed Jacob Chychrun on waivers. Caps taking on the Rangers tonight in New York at 7:30. You can hear it right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards hosting the Jazz tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Jaguars expected to release Christian Kirk. We'll get back into this very soon, about a half hour from now at the top of the hour. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. I got to say, I'm riveted by an ongoing discourse now around NFL teams that I've heard the last few days. It's something we wanted to get to and we haven't been able to. But there are teams around the league, among them the Lions and the Packers, who are taking season ticket policies away from their season ticket holders based on reviews of how often they're attending the games with the tickets that they buy. Lions fans were on local TV in Detroit complaining about having their tickets yanked for reselling. Both of them that I saw on this one local TV story were not local in Detroit. So they're outside the area.
Mm-hmm.
I think at one point they used to come to all the games. They've kept getting their tickets. They come back as often as they can, but they don't get to every game, and so they sell tickets. Not every single game, from what I could tell, but enough that it bothered the Lions. The Packers have actually sent out a letter to inform their season ticket holders, Danny, that if you sell 100% of your tickets, you do not get season tickets the following season, essentially. But I don't know that everybody knew that beforehand. I think they're telling them now that if you sold all your tickets last year, we got this gigantic waiting list. It's a real waiting list.
It's a real one, right?
Not a fake one. We know about those. But if Danny Rouillet didn't go to Lambeau Field last year and he sold all 9 of his home dates, the Packers are no longer going to give you season tickets, and you got to get to the back of the line. And there's a debate going on right now as to whether or not this is a reasonable thing for these teams to do. It's legally binding because of the small print. You look at the ticket deal, and there's all kinds of things that they'll say about we're going to evaluate your ticket performance and whatnot. I have a statement here I'll read from the Lions. To protect the integrity of our tickets and do our best to serve our fans, the Detroit Lions conduct an annual review of our Lions loyal member accounts. Our internal review of your account activity indicates a level of resales and or transfer activity inconsistent with personal use of your Detroit Lions game tickets. We have made the decision not to renew your season ticket membership for the 2025 season. Lions season ticket memberships are a revocable license subject to the Detroit Lions ticketing policies. So what is your initial take on this? Do you have a problem with me buying the tickets, then I resell them as I want to because my kid got sick the night before?
A million reasons, sure.
Or I can't get there because of a graduation, or I got bubble guts and I'm afraid I'm going to have to jump on the toilet at 1:05. So I'm not coming to your game. And you're now saying you did that too much. You don't get to be a season ticket holder.
I'm all in favor of it. Now, I think there's going to be a couple of times where it's like you're saying, the couple that, let's say, I'll use Washington as an example, if they did something like this, where I live in Richmond. I used to be able to come up every time. Now, life stuff doesn't allow it. I sell a couple dates a year, but I still make 5, or I make 6, or one year I only made 3. I feel for that person, right? I do. I feel bad for that person. But to me, this isn't about an individual case. We always want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here, right? Where the whole point is what? If you are an organization that cares about winning its environment, etc., you're trying to make this as pleasant as possible for the biggest majority of your fans. You're trying to service as many fans as you possibly can to get them into the door. An individual case might stink. I do. I feel bad for that person that's got this extenuating circumstance, right?
And there's going to be hundreds of them, maybe thousands of them.
And there will be. I would do my best to adjudicate those as fairly as possible. But the Packers have it right to me. You buy season tickets, you're just upselling every time to turn a profit. That's not what this whole thing is supposed to be. Like, no. To me, this is something I have long advocated for. The last time I went to Nubbs Field, nothing but Cowboys fans the whole row in front of me, nothing but Cowboys fans to my right, to the left, and all behind me. Somehow, in my home stadium, I was a visitor. I got screamed at the whole time. I was miserable. Whatever you could do to prevent that, do that. So whoever sold those guys those tickets, no. Now, if it happens to be a Cowboys fan that lives here and has season tickets and goes anyway, you could do your best to fight that, but it's an uphill battle. But to me, that's the villain, the guy that's giving his tickets away and going, I don't love doing it, but go ahead, Pittsburgh Penguin fan, infiltrate my stadium. No. Make it so that your fans have the best time possible.
So I'm glad that we disagree on this because I think this is pretty outrageous by the teams. I will say this. The Packers have come out and said, if you sell your tickets to every game, you won't get them again in the future. Mm-hmm. Basically, we're taking them from you. And I don't have as big of an issue with that because if you don't go to a single game, what are we doing here? But that's different from what I can tell than the Lions, who it's more arbitrary, are saying, we didn't like your performance. What does that mean exactly? Can I miss one game? Can I miss 2 games? Can I miss 3 games? What is the threshold? Number one, I think you have to tell fans in advance.
I agree with that.
How many games do you have to go to and not transfer those tickets? If I know that number, I can now make a educated business decision based on if I want to keep these tickets in the future or not. So unless you tell me this in advance, I think it's BS. That's first and foremost. But I do have less of an issue with the Packers policy if they're saying, we're taking away tickets from people that don't go at all, if you don't go to one game. Although there are going to be people who have had tickets in their family for years and years and years who either posthumously still get the tickets or whatever, where there might be some technicalities here, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
He can't go. He's not with us anymore.
Right.
But it's in the family and I go. How does that work exactly? I'd be curious about that. But my general philosophy is I have purchased the tickets. I can do whatever I want with them. You know, downstairs, we pay to park. Okay. I pay about $250 a month to park in a garage downstairs. And every time I say that number, it pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what we pay to work here. Okay. That's where we're at this point. I'm sure there's fine print about it has to be me with the badge and I'm the only one that can park there or whatever. But when my wife and kids are coming to a Nats game, if I'm not using the parking or if I want to Uber or whatever, I'll give my wife the badge. She'll scan it in to go park downstairs and then she'll scan the badge out to go home afterwards. I've paid for my spot. Leave me alone. Let me do with that spot what I want. The point is you're making money. You're getting the money from me. $250. Now just let me be. So if I pay an outrageous, ridiculous amount of money for season tickets, and by the way, I am, not literally, but that's what happens when you get season tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Leave me be. When you buy things generally, they don't check on how much you're using it or did you buy it and give it to someone else? Why should this be different?
Because it affects others. When you buy a saw from Home Depot, they don't need to check on you. Right? When you buy a bag of nails, they don't have to follow up or anything. Maybe they'll give you a customer satisfaction survey. But if everybody around you is affected by your fan behavior, whether I'm not saying you personally, Grant. Actually, I am saying you. You know how boorish you get in the stands, all drunk and fighting people. So if you do that enough times, I should be able to say, it's not just leave me alone. I bought them. No, if you act in a way we don't like, to me, it's all part of the same thing. And here's why. Yes, here's why. You're affecting others. So you're one of tens of thousands that are coming to my arena. The experience of your neighbor is worsened if you have certain kinds of behavior. If you're too drunk, if you're carrying on, if you're pushing people, you're talking smack, you're doing whatever, that's revocable worthy. If you sell it to opposing fans who are causing problems all the time, let's examine that. Your point, though, that's the best
that's
one
not what's happening,
that I 100% agree with is you need some advance notice. You can't just go after the fact, oh, by the way, we're revoking your tickets. People need to have a clear parameter. And there needs to be also some thoughtful enforcement of this, where if it's a given year where, hey, I'm not being flippant about this. I would have made all the home dates, but I had cancer treatments. I couldn't come every time. Can I get an excuse? That should be a yes. We should be able to work around those sorts of things.
Let's be clear. This is not teams that are evaluating who you transfer your tickets to. I could give my tickets to Commanders only fans every single game and still lose them. This is not about them being upset that I'm giving my tickets to a Packers fan when Green Bay is here and a Lions fan when Detroit is here. This is an opportunity to make more money for them and not basically getting they see you making the money off of your deal that you're getting in, and then the person that now gets your rate, which is lower than the big rate now if they had to go buy a ticket, they want a piece of that. That's what this is, really. There's no chance they're evaluating. How many tickets did Danny give to a visiting fan versus not? Number one. Number two, they don't stop visiting fans from buying season tickets. Now, obviously, there's less reason to do that, but a Cowboys fan could buy a season ticket to the Packers game if there's going to be, one game there, let's say, just as an example, or here, and then sell the rest and be perfectly fine because they went to the one game wearing a Cowboys jersey and sold the rest of them. So this, to me, is a business thing, not really a let's make sure we pack the house with our burgundy and gold. But also, I disagree with the idea that revoking tickets from people acting like fools is in any way relatable. Of course, if you do something worth losing your tickets for, you absolutely should. I think everyone would agree with that. Remember the Lions fan who was down on the field shaking the flag before the game at the end of the year, and he got into a shouting match with Matt LaFleur, which is so weird because LaFleur, who I know very well, is one of the most mild-mannered, pleasant guys I've ever met in my life.
Oh, I do now. Yeah, I remember that.
I don't even remember what the fan said, but him and LaFleur, I'd be overstating it to say they were chin to chin. They're like shouting at each other from a couple feet away as he's down there to do the flag thing. They revoked his season tickets, kicked him off the list, said, you don't have season tickets anymore. And I saw the kid crying in the media, and not literally, but saying, this is terrible. I feel so bad. And it's like, you should have been an idiot.
Yep.
People that are fighting, that are doing stupid things, of course you lose your tickets. These are people that might go to a couple games a year, and then they sell the rest of the tickets. And the team is going, you're not allowed to come anymore. To me, that just seems like an overreach.
Or it's you can't do season tickets anymore. You're not banned from the stadium.
To clarify, yes. Yeah. I mean, you can still go to games, but they're saying you're not allowed to be a season ticket holder anymore. It's just not how we normally do business in other ways. Even when you quote unquote affect other people with other purchases, what you want to do with your tickets is up to you. If I buy tickets to a concert and I give them to someone because I can't go, that's not a problem. Never been a problem, never will be. I just don't see how this will or should be different. I get your point about a fan wanting to have a bunch of Commanders fans. There's got to be other ways to try to monitor and motivate people to do it the right way, and supply and demand will help. Just the fact that you can actually get rid of tickets to people that wanted to go to the game, the root for Washington is a benefit, whereas that wasn't the case 5 years ago or 7 years ago to the same extent. But I'm fascinated to see what people think about this. 800-636-1067. We're seeing this more and more now. This offseason, 2 more teams are ripping season ticket policies away from people because they thought they sold too many of their seats. Should you be able to transfer and sell tickets after you get them? By the way, on every single ticket you get to go into a sports game, there's a button when you download it that says transfer. They make it real easy for you. It's part of the process, man. If they don't want you to do it, why is that button even there? I think they know why, because it's a pretty common, normal thing. Now, maybe the threshold is talk about how many games.
Tickets, I can actually give it to the other adult. That's what transfer is.
Partially, sure. But the amount of times I've had tickets and I've given 2 to my brother or whatever, I'm not going to the game and I'm going, hey, mom and dad, do you want the tickets tonight? Sure. And I'm sending the tickets over. It's also for that. I got DC Defender season tickets. We have 4 of us or whatever that go in. We each get a couple of games and have a few tickets, and we'll pass them around. There's a lot of reasons to do it. But again, I don't think it's their business. I gave you the money. Leave me alone. They're my tickets now. They're not your tickets anymore. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The James Wood just hit a home run bell. Sounded during the break.
Bing.
That is number 1 of hopefully like 33 that he's going to hit this season for your Washington Nationals. Spring training baseball today, 4th inning action. James Wood's first homer of the spring. He's off to a 375 start at the plate with a cool 1194 OPS. Not too shabby, seeing the ball well. We will be in West Palm in the sun, enjoying the sounds and smells of baseball.
Week from tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, we fly out in 8 days, which means you're going to start packing in like 24 hours or so.
Yeah, and you'll start packing the 7:30 flight for us. You'll pack at 5:59 that morning.
I'll leave after the show at 6:30.
Yeah.
I'll go home and pack, and then I'll get to the airport hopefully by 7:30. Something like that.
Something like that.
We have an AM flight.
It's an AM flight, bet. Yeah.
Dagger.
Yeah.
Then I'll pack when I wake up that morning. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But James Wood.
And it's just going to work out for you.
All right, let's go rapid fire on the phones. I want to squeeze in as many as we can. We do have Seth Walder at the top of the hour, but just trying to take the temperature of the people here. 800-636-1067. The Lions and Packers are the 2 most recent teams to do this, but it's becoming a movement in football and in sports that if you sell too many of your tickets, and that's kind of an arbitrary moving target, that the team can rip away your season ticket plan and say you don't go to enough games, basically. Danny's fine with it.
I am.
Not to put words in your mouth, but
yeah, pretty much. I mean, you need notice. You can't do it arbitrarily after the fact and start revoking people's stuff when they didn't really know. So give some warning, give good thresholds, but be clear about it. This is what's expected.
And I think it's completely unreasonable. And I bought it, and it's mine now. So leave me alone. I'll do what I want with it. That's how it works when you buy something, generally speaking. I don't buy my car and then you come check on it and tell me where to park it, as it were. Do you have a problem, by the way? Like, I think even if I want to sell some of my tickets, I should be able to recoup the money. That's just a decision.
I know a lot of
made.
Caps fans have done that forever, right?
Well,
where you sell a
100%.
few premium games to help offset the cost.
Yeah, if I wanted to sell, and I wouldn't do this, but if I wanted to sell the night Ovie could break the record, let's say, because a buddy called me and said he had an extra ticket. And so now I'm selling my 2 tickets and I'm making back my nut for the season or whatever. Do you have a problem with that?
No, but I think they're targeting the habitual line steppers. You know what I mean? It's the folks that do it all the time where it's like, you're doing this for a business, and that's not really what this is supposed to be.
Let's go to Andrew in Annapolis on Grant and Danny. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on, guys? Big fan.
Hey, man.
How would they know that you sold them, though? Like, they don't check IDs and everything. And I know the
transfer your
barcode
tickets.
and everything.
So either you scan them
Yeah, but
as
you can
they're-
take a picture of it.
No, you can't
and
screen.
it'll still work.
You can't screen grab the barcodes now. So you actually have to.
I would say it worked for the Dallas game last year for me.
It shouldn't have.
I mean, supposed to.
Good for you, I guess. No, what happens now is you get your ticket sent to you, and either you use it, in your account, Ticketmaster or whatever, or you have to transfer it to someone else. And I'm assuming they're just looking at the transfers. But to your point, a lot of times people will transfer tickets to the people they share tickets with. So how would you quantify that differently as somebody bought them and sold them?
So I don't know how the technology would work, but I bet you they can tell the difference between transfer among a party that's sitting together versus transfer them for sale. Like if they're on a third-party website, the StubHub, the Ticketmaster, the SeatGeek, or
Right,
whatever.
but they wouldn't have to be on a website. I could just sell them to Toby, or every week sell them to a buddy and transfer them.
Totally.
I wonder how they know the difference between that and me and Toby just went in on season tickets together. Let's go to Bill in Falls Church. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So, Grant, while I share your opinion as it relates to you being in possession of something that then at your discretion you should be able to distribute as you see fittingly, I just wanted to draw a little alignment with Danny in the fact that I had a recent experience whereby I took my youngest son to Tom Segura down there at the Anthem.
Nice.
And as you're entering the venue, there's littered about with signs that says no recording, no photos, none other. Then there's a voiceover from Tom himself prior to the show starting that explains the same and the reasons why. And lo and behold, a gentleman right in front of me decided that it was in his best interest to try and record some of the show, and he was escorted out. And it created a massive disruption, and my son and I basically missed about 5 to 10 minutes of the show. So there are unique circumstances whereby, if I bought season tickets to Sam Segura and I sold them and some jackass picked them up, he or she could ruin the experience for those of us trying to just enjoy what we came to see.
Sure. I just don't think it's any more likely that someone that buys tickets secondarily from you is going to act that way than anybody else. But I guess that is true, that if you sold your tickets,
You lose the control of them.
you know, and enough time someone acted improperly, I would think they could call you and say, "Hey, what happened? This guy that you sold your tickets to got kicked out," and then you wouldn't sell your tickets to that guy anymore. I guess the next guy could do the same. That just seems unrealistic to me. Joe's in DC. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I think the point got made by Danny just a little bit ago, but I think a lot of these policies are aimed at some of the brokers and even bots that are getting into this strictly as a business. So, like the policy about just you have to go to one game, you know, I think that's really aimed at those people, which I think there's a perfectly legitimate interest, team interest, and fan interest in enforcing that. And this is a conversation that's taking place in concerts and tickets, you know, ticketing nationwide. A lot of people will say, you know, you made the analogy of a car, but it could be more akin to like a hotel room or a plane seat. You can't resell those.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, bud. So you follow that? In other words, it's
Yeah.
the like when Philadelphia's going, or the 7 train army is coming down from the Mets, and the tickets go on sale, and they're immediately bought up by those guys on some sort of like StubHub thing, and it's
Right.
this, they're using some algorithm or program, and it's a business. That's not in the spirit of this thing. We're trying to do to endorse and have our fans have the best experience.
No, and he's right. I mean, there's a legality to resale that either exists or doesn't. And I'm not saying the teams are in the wrong. All they got to do is put it in the contract, and it's right there, and it says what you can and can't do. I guess the question is, do you have a moral issue, or just do you think that that's okay that the teams do that? And I don't. I don't think it's the same as a flight, respectfully, where there's so many safety precautions and measures and all those things. You know, I don't know that it should matter. I should be able to buy a hotel, and if I'm not using it, send somebody over there. But I certainly understand why that's the case. I think that's different too. DJ in Alexandria, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to make a quick point right quick. So a couple years back, I had the opportunity to go to a Toronto's Raptors game. I bought the tickets through SeatGeek, and before I purchased the tickets, there was a questionnaire that popped up and asked me, you know, was I a Raptors fan? So I checked no, and so I guess the seller had the option to, you know, figure out if they wanted to sell me the tickets or not, and they actually declined my purchase, and so I had to, you know, restart the whole process again. So I'll let you guys chat about that.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, I love that.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, I want to know who's buying the tickets, and if I don't want a Wizards fan there for the Raptors game because their fans travel and they're wild
all the time,
those Wizards fans, then I should be able to get that intel. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's different than if you sell tickets to anyone enough times, you don't get to have season tickets. But I kind of love that, and that's a way to kind of meet in the middle on what you want.
And that's the thing that I like. There are only trade-offs here. There's no perfect solution. There's always going to be something extenuating, somebody that gets jobbed by a new policy. But if the goal is to have the most number of engaged fans have the best experience, this is kind of the broken egg that has to happen to make the omelet.
Go vote right now on the Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Do you have any issue with teams revoking season tickets for fans that sell some of their tickets? That is the question for you. Our poll at 1067 The Fan Twitter right now. Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics on the Deebo Samuel trade, next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Plenty of news in the NFL today. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed. Becomes the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles are re-signing linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million. The Bears are trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney, giving up a 2026 fourth-round pick just a day after they traded for Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson, giving up a 6th-round pick in this year's draft. The Jaguars are planning to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. Wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade from the Seahawks, as the Seahawks also are releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Rangers tonight in New York. 7:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals also placed Jacob Vrana on waivers. In baseball, the Nats taking on the Marlins right now in spring training. 5-2, the Marlins lead in the top of the 5th inning. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by Kondori and Murrah, the law firm that'll get you squared away with your last will and testament, a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. We're Grant and Danny. Go schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We were watching a little baseball here in studio, and Jesus Luzardo, the former Nats prospect who they traded, is now at the Phillies, and he just gave up 3 straight homers in spring training. But the funniest part about it is the manager of the Phillies, Rob Thompson, is on the broadcast on mic in the dugout. So he's watching his guy give up a grand slam and then back-to-back solo shots, I think on 3 straight pitches. May have been 4 pitches. But what an awkward thing for everyone. He's just there. Now, if I'm calling the game, I've got to ask him, what'd you think of that pitch? Hey, how about that home run? Or you don't, and it's just an elephant in the room. But eventually they just went to break and told him he was done. But Rob Thompson,
thanks for the time, Rob,
on the broadcast as his pitcher gives up homers on 3 consecutive at bats.
That's pretty great. That's the risk you run, right? I mean, like you live mic somebody and it could go bad.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline right now to get some intel on the Commanders trade for Deebo Samuel. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our guest is Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics. Always love having him on the program to dive in on moves Washington makes. Seth, thanks for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Great.
Doing awesome. I read your piece on Deebo, but maybe some of our listeners haven't. They should check it out, ESPN.com. What did you think about this trade from both teams' perspective?
Well, I'm of 2 minds of the deal. Look, I think Deebo Samuel, sometimes it's oversaid when a player is unique, but Deebo Samuel is unique. He is so – here's the best way I think to put it. We created these metrics a couple of years ago where we measured receivers' abilities to get open, make the catch, and generate yak, all relative to expectations. And Deebo Samuel basically broke the scale for the yak score. Like, it looks like no one in the league is ever good at yak because they can never compare to Deebo Samuel's best years. So everybody else is like, oh, well, that's just like a pedestrian year. No, it's like pretty good if you're just not Deebo Samuel in his prime. So I think what you are getting in Washington is the potential to have that sort of playmaker who I think you could kind of just see how that works nicely. Could be Washington needed that fit. Have an underneath option, guy that Kingsbury could use on screen passes. That all makes sense. The downsides here are that Samuel is not the same player that he was, or at least he hasn't appeared to be that way. He took a big step back last season. I think it's not unreasonable to think that his skill set that age could catch up a little bit faster, and he is getting older. He'll be, he's 29, and they're paying a pretty hefty price here. Like, they gave up a 5th-round pick, and they're going to pay him $17.5 million. To me, it's like, in a vacuum, he's not worth it to pay that price. The question is, but for Washington, where I think he makes sense as a fit, I think he makes sense in the sense that this is a team that's got to push its chips in. They have tons of cap space. The window is now, the time is now, and they need more playmakers for Jaden Daniels. So you had to go do something, even if it's not the perfect move. So I'm okay with the move for Washington, I think, given all that circumstance around it.
Seth, two-parter here. So part one is this. Optimistic viewpoint from maybe myself and a lot of fans. You're talking about pneumonia last year for Deebo Samuel. There was a weight issue. He was out of shape at times, but that could all be sort of traced back to that, right? Let's say he's closer to himself and you expect better production than last year. And if you get that for a 5th-rounder on a 1-year deal, you would take that every time. That's kind of the optimistic view, part one. Your thoughts there?
Well, 5th-rounder and $17.5 million.
Right.
It's like, it's not a trivial salary number for someone who, coming off the year he had. But like, yes, I think that's right. I think it's always important to like look at those contextual factors, but then I also think that just in general, we often over-explain aging to ourselves too much. Like, I'm guilty of it as much as anybody, right? We have these where we talk about like, oh, injuries affected this player or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, they're getting older. So these things are just more likely to happen. Now, like pneumonia, maybe that's a different kind of thing. So maybe like these, I think that context is good, but I'm just always wary of like, just sort of like talking myself into believing a guy can be who he was 3 years ago.
Makes perfect sense. No, then here's the opposite end of that spectrum. The pessimist is going, we're now in the middle of the decline and we bought, the used car with some bad Carfax and are hoping that it just turns around. What does the bottom look like here?
The bottom looks like, someone who's just probably, barely usable and not that helpful. Samuel has never been exceptional at the other, like, more traditional parts of being a wide receiver. That's been totally fine because of his yak abilities. And so the bottom is probably really low here. But, the other thing I will say too, like San Francisco really, their offense had changed where they weren't getting a lot of expected yak. And you would want to put Samuel into a system where you're getting a lot of expected yak. And so I think that should help a little bit in Washington. And then, I'm curious what you guys think, like what your view is here, because to me, it's like Samuel. Okay, I view this Samuel. If he is your 3rd best receiver, then I'm on board with this move. If they made this move and feel like they have checked that box at receiver though, and Samuel's going in as your 2nd best receiver, then to me that's where it's scary for Washington.
So I don't.
Do you feel like you're going to add another play? Are they going to add a Godwin, a Metcalf? Are they going to add, someone like that too?
I don't think it'll be that level of player because they've got $43 million allocated now against the cap to McLaurin and Samuel. But I think we're in lockstep, and as a show and just listening to fans the last couple of days, I think people agree. Deebo is kind of the wide back, maybe a weapon, versatile guy more than a true traditional number 2. I think the idea would be to go get somebody else. Like a name that comes to mind is Christian Kirk, who the Jaguars are going to cut, who played for 3 years with Cliff Kingsbury and averaged over 60 catches. I think you could get him for a lot less than the $18 million in cap space that you'd take on for DK Metcalf. Something like that makes sense. But I think they have to go get another formidable starting wide receiver still.
I think that's right. And that makes sense. I think it does sort of depend on what comes next. But I think certainly can't rely on him to be basically your 2nd, number 2 wide receiver not in the lineup, but in the, sense of the pecking order.
On Deebo, I've kind of been flummoxed by, the conversation about how bad it could get, right? And I know you're just answering Danny's question when you're saying, well, the floor is that he's not that usable or helpful. But that really wasn't the case last year, was it? I mean, was that what it was when it was bad? That that he was a bad football player? I don't know. I mean, he still made some huge plays. He's still a presence. Like, the floor for me is he has a handful of games where he helps you a lot. You traded a 5th-round pick. It's a 1-year deal, and now you're out of it. I'm not that bothered by that.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's like, okay, here, like, I think about the opportunity cost here of you got this prime window of Washington, and he just played a season where he had 670 receiving yards, playing for like maybe the best offensive scheme creator in the league. And he's never been a super volume guy. He's like a 4 reception a game guy. And that's always been kind of the case for him. And, he's probably not, you have run plays in there too. So that, he's getting the ball in other ways, but I'm just saying, like, I think you could, I think there's a low floor. Like, to me, that's a low floor. And if it doesn't work out, I think that the problem is that's just like, it's a real big missed opportunity. It's not just 5th-round pick. 5th-round pick of $17.5 million. That's
meaning that you could have, like, in other words, I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
Devontae Adams.
Yeah, you could have, right? Or like DK is the exact same number. Like, let's just say they could have gone and gotten DK for a 5th maybe, and the exact same cap number.
Exactly. And so I think that's the risk, really, in the opportunity cost.
Seth Walder with us here on Grant and Danny. Great piece on ESPN breaking down some of the free agent trade transactions we've already seen in this league here. So I'm interested in this. I mean, to me, this is a, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? Like, where San Francisco, it may be indulgent now because they drafted Pearsall, they've already got Ayuk, and they've got to clear some cap space. For Washington, they had Terry McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey under contract at wide receiver. I think of this more as versatile weapon than, I think you're right, Seth, as the traditional number 2 wide receiver. Even with that caveat, he was still more productive than anybody else Washington had at the receiver spot outside of McLaurin. A dubious honor, but still, to me, this is more about maybe weapon versatility upgrade for Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels than it is, we found our bona fide number 2. I think maybe there's more, I don't want to say positionless, but maybe there's more variability there, or the ability to kind of scheme up some things. And that was enticing more so than finding a guy to line up opposite Terry McLaurin every time. Your reaction?
No, I think that's right. I think that's right. That's why I say, I think, like, where, like, in a vacuum, I'm not sure I could support the move, given the context of the situation, right, which you're upgrading from, and like how important the need is. And yeah, getting Kingsbury a creative play caller, creative playmaker like Debo. Yeah, I think it can definitely work. I think there's a world where we look back at this and see it as a no-brainer. Of course they did this, right? And it's always important to, like, remember back at the time that you don't know which way it's going to go. And I think that context is important, though.
Last one before I let you go. You have this great resource that I can't tell you how many times I've looked up in the past, where pinned on your account on social, you've got the list of, and you update it as best you can, up to date, with all of the analytics people for every organization. And for a long time, you didn't really have to include the Commanders on there. But now they have 5 people in that department.
Yeah, it was a ceremonial Washington tab where you just put the name Washington and that was it.
I'm wondering how they stack up right now in terms of their R&D department around the league.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a little outdated. It is on my to-do list to update a few names. It is funny because I do think the first time I created this list, there was an NA, I think, next to Washington. Just in the head, they were, at the time, there was a couple teams with nobody. Yeah, I think that they have a pretty medium-sized department now. I think it's still somewhat of it's obviously a new-ish front office. Doug Drury runs their group. He's been there for a while, but overall it's a fairly new group. So I don't have a huge amount of intel on them overall in terms of where they stack up now compared to where they did a couple of years ago, because I think it takes some time for other folks in the league to try and figure that out, and that's sort of how I learned about these things. But I think in terms of staff size, which is not the worst way to judge these things, they they're sort of middle. They're starting in middle of the package or so. Yeah, right around middle of the pack or so.
It's a pretty big leap from not caring about it at all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, on the other hand, I guess if you'd asked me, if you told me Josh Harris was buying the team, would I have thought that they would be more extreme, I guess I would have. I think I would have thought, they might have hired an analytics person as a GM or very close to GM, and I don't know that. So I'm not sure. It might be slightly less than I would have thought for a Harris owned team, but certainly compared to where they were, it's night and day.
Yeah, it went from Bruce Allen giving John Goodman's speech from Remember the Nerds to actually having a staff. So it's a market improvement. Last one for me, super quick here, Seth. Do you think teams view this as maybe a semi-weak free agent group in some of the spots, and that may be why we're seeing some of these bits of trade activity? I've heard that thesis. Just want your reaction.
I think so. Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I think he has specific needs. There's spot there's some good corners, and there's some defensive tackles, but there are other positions where you got to make moves elsewhere, or you're just going to have to rely on the draft. And so, I do think I have not been that surprised about that we have had a few trades, and I do think that we will have maybe more trades this year than we have in recent years around this time of year.
Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics. Excellent to have you on the show. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Seth.
Be good. There's Seth Walder on Grant and Danny. 2025 cash costs for the two guards the Bears just brought in. Jonah Jackson, $17.5 million. Joe Thuney, $16 million. They traded for Jackson from the Rams, Thuney from the Chiefs. That's exactly what he was just talking about and what you asked about. You look at the interior O-line board and you say, what do we like here in free agency? Well, we don't like anything as much as these two guys. So it's basically like signing them to pretty mega contracts at the top of the guard market. But you just got your two starting interior guards now to help out as you try to protect for Caleb Williams. And Ben Johnson's got to be doing cartwheels in his coaching office in Chicago.
So he just, for example, Seth Walder, who I love, by the way, I love the I don't mean to say this as a knock, but the passionless analytics and numbers writing that he does, meaning he's got no fandom, he's got no, emotion and stuff wrapped into it, is kind of looking at it, judging by the information. And it's cold, hard facts. And I think there's a seat at the table for that. For example, he killed the Bears for that Jonah Jackson trade, basically saying they bailed out the Rams because they're so desperate for help. They took on a contract that the Rams were thrilled to get rid of. But again, it kind of goes to the context, right? Where one man's trash, another man's treasure. The Bears are desperate for help there. So when you're desperate for help, you got the space and resources to do it. You do an overpay just because you're so concerned about filling that spot. So it's always up to, again, some level of interpretation and perspective.
How would Christian Kirk fit in for the Commanders at wide receiver? Plus, what Jay Gruden told us yesterday about one of his concerns for this wide receiver room if they don't add somebody who's a little bit younger. That is next on Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. College Hoops is reaching the best time of its season. Right now, new customers like you on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet hits. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. So, if you have been thinking about getting on FanDuel, now's the time to do it. The app is really easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. Go to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get on the college hoops action. FanDuel.com/GP. March is here, boys and girls. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles are re-signing their linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney, giving up a 2026 fourth-round pick. The Jaguars are planning to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. In Seattle, DK Metcalf has requested a trade from the Seahawks, and the Seahawks are releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Marlins right now in spring training, a 5-4 game in the top of the sixth inning. The Marlins have the lead. James Wood with a first homer of the spring for him. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Rangers tonight in New York, 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Also, the Capitals place Jacob Chychrun on waivers. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yesterday on the show, we talked to both Jay Gruden and Brian Baldinger about the Deebo Samuel trade and the possibility of adding another receiver. You should podcast those interviews when we're done tonight. They were both tremendous. But one of the things I took out of that was that both of those guys didn't like the idea of Washington being in on Davante Adams, even after his release, even if it came at a bit of a discount for him to try to win with Jaden Daniels over the short term. Both think he's a bit of a declining player, especially Baldy, who talked about the fact that they need to think about speed. They need to think about adding youth at wide receiver, and I couldn't agree with that more. Now, Christian Kirk is not young. He's not necessarily a burner, but I think he'd be a way better fit financially and with what they're looking for as a complement to the two guys they have than going and getting a DK Metcalf or a Davante Adams, who are going to be, target vultures that need touches. And so I'm really in on the idea of Christian Kirk. I also think it's very obvious to say that he and Kingsbury had a good relationship. He played really well for Kingsbury. Kingsbury supposedly liked him, according to all reports.
Got him paid. I mean, honestly, yeah.
It just seems like it's a no-brainer that they would call him. I mean, how many guys did they bring in here that worked with members of this coaching staff? That is a big thing that they like, is familiarity.
Sure. And, you would think at this stage of his career could accept that role, right? Where you're not going to be a 133 target guy at this stage, which he was when he first got to Jacksonville. They didn't have much else there. I mean, he was their attempt at kind of a Jason Worth-like signing, where Jacksonville was a joke and needed some help, and they overpaid for Christian Kirk because they needed to upgrade desperately just to do something, right? So they tried to kickstart something, didn't work out, but that's not important. He played well for them. I don't like, it's one of those guys. He's one of those kind of guys. The analogy I would use is there are a lot of guys in the NBA who could score 20 a game for a terrible team, right? But can you do 20 a game while playing really good team ball? That's kind of the next level. He had 84 catches for 1,100 yards for a terrible team. I don't know that he could do that for your first division club. I don't know that he's a guy that you'd want to be your number one, if you're trying to beat the Eagles or a Super Bowl contender. But that's not what you'd be asking him to do. He would be a complementary piece that, if you left him alone, could really hurt you. And that, to me, is what I'm after.
I also don't think he needs touches. I think if he came here and signed with a team, talking about Christian Kirk, that already had Terry McLaurin coming off 13 touchdowns as a wideout one, and Deebo Samuel, who's not going to be the traditional two, but is going to get some targets, should catch 60-plus balls, has a chance to touch the football, on a good day 8 or 9 times, on a bad day 3 or 4 or 5 times. I think you kind of get in where you fit in a little bit. And that has to be what you're looking for to some extent with someone who can make some plays, which is not necessarily an easy runway to put the plane down on. It's not easy to find that guy necessarily. You're trying to thread a needle here. This was Brian Baldinger on the show last evening before we said goodbye right at 6:20.
Deebo's already challenged just from a speed standpoint. I mean, Davante ran a 4.58 in 2014. He's an electric guy when it comes to just his ability to beat you off the line of scrimmage. But I think you were looking at a declining player. I mean, I think Washington, they went older and it worked out on defense last year with a lot of veteran players. That's fine. They filled a lot of one-year needs. But I would try to build with youth around Jaden Daniels, guys that are going to be there for the next 3 years. And I don't know that Devontae, he might give you a year. He gave you a good second half of the season in New York last year. But I would try to get younger. I try to get younger and get faster. Teams that just can blister you out of the blocks just give you a lot of problems. And I would try to get faster at that position.
Man, did I love that take. I just thought it was like I wrote him the damn script and handed it to him and said, Baldy, when you join us, read this at some point. I am all for supplementing and kind of providing the pillars of the roster like they did last year with Bobby Wagner and Zach Ertz, having those veterans and those steady Eddies, so to speak. No problem. Let's do that. But also, we got to be thinking about how do they get younger? How do they get faster? That's what wins. How do you get more explosive? How do you get more dynamic? Let's present issues with speed. And I'm not just talking about offense. People think about it that way. Both sides of the ball. Present issues with speed. Dynamic, exotic, explosive, fast, young, twitchy athletes. And so as often as I can now, I'll go get Debo, but I got to pair him with a up-and-comer with some ceiling. And that's how I'm trying to think about this thing. It's short and it's long-term. It's not very great odds that you're going to get back to the NFC title game this year. Hopefully you do. Give yourself a chance to. If Jaden's the real deal, maybe you will. Maybe he'll drag you kicking and screaming into the fight. But give yourself a chance to be really good over 3 or 4 years, too.
I'm all in on that philosophy. I think sometimes, again, I'm not sitting here beating the table for Davante Adams specifically, but I need guys that are dependable. I need guys that can't be stopped, even if it's not the ideal body type, fit, or mold or whatever. So Kirk's more appealing to me than Adams, just for the record. I think just cost-wise and fit-wise and kind of what we're looking for. I mean, to me, basically, I kept beating this drum, and I'm continuing to do so. Terry McLaurin had 82 catches last year as a wide receiver. He's your best. No problem. We all know the drill. They didn't have anybody else get to 50 among the receiving core. It was 45, 35, 30. It's this kind of patchwork. Someone that might be okay this week, and you can get away with that against Carolina and Cleveland and company. But if you want to get back to where you're going, you got to play Kansas City next year. You're playing an A-plus schedule in terms of, on paper, strength of schedule difficulty. You need more guys that are separators, that are problems. And I think that's something where I'm going, I'm willing to break my normal philosophy of let's try to be young. Let's try to build for the long term. I think it's 2 parts. 1, because Daniels is so good. 2, because Ron Rivera and company left the cupboard so bare. I think you're going to have to break from your normal approach just to get enough players, just to get 53.
If they could get a deal done with Christian Kirk in free agency, him wanting to link back up with Kingsbury, and all of a sudden now you're the number 11 team in the NFLPA polling on who you want to work for, and they got the it quarterback that everybody wants to be teammates with. Let's say they lure him over here and they have him. Now you've got your trio with Luke McCaffrey, who's still your project and your prospect, who can play multiple positions and give you some versatility. If they want to take a flyer on a speedy, a burner of a wide receiver in the 5th round after they trade down and add a 5th round pick or something, do it.
Yep.
But at that point, you can fill out your roster if you want to with some cheap veteran options, as your 5th, 6th, 7th guys coming to training camp or whatever. And now that's not really a big issue. You have traded for Debo. You've signed Kirk. You've checked the wide receiver box off the list. It's a way improved, way better situation. If you were to then add a speedy running back who could, make more big plays than Brian Robinson did, instead of 15 being an explosive, now all of a sudden 30's in play. He's got 40-yard gains in the bag occasionally. That's his home run. Well, it's a completely different looking offense at that point, just like that. So it just changes the algorithm on what they have to get done, where now you can really focus on the O-line.
Frees you up.
Drafting a fast running back, and then going hard in the paint on defense, because they've got still talking about over $50 million to spend. The corner market is decent. Go get your edge. Go get your corner. Maybe you draft your edge in the 1st round. Maybe you take an edge in the first 2 rounds. I don't think if you don't sign anybody, wouldn't be crazy. But it just gives you a lot more options if you can take one of those big needs and put a Sharpie through it.
100%. Yeah, I mean, the only market that looks to me on paper, and again, someone who really knows might tell me here's the fatal flaw with Carlton Davis, Travis Ward, DJ Reed, or Byron Murphy. Maybe someone who knows better could tell me there's something wrong with each one of those guys and why they're
my
available.
Guy, by the way.
Well, me too.
I want Ward bad.
I'm very steamed up for the idea, but somebody could tell me that I'm wrong about this. But the only market that looks good for free agency is the cornerback market. You're not going to find a defensive end unless you want to trade a billion things for Myles Garrett or something like that. And who knows if that's even available. The wide receiver market is buyer beware. Like you're going to be the one holding the bag when it finally, when the bottom falls out on a Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams. Big names, certainly, Hall of Fame caliber names, but guys that, may not be the best fits for you at this moment. There's no left tackles. If you want to upgrade in that way, or very few right tackles. That's the one spot where you could fix for your free agency if you wanted to. And all of a sudden, now to your point, you're freed up to not have to reach or press in the draft.
Here's your latest evidence that the salary cap will never really matter and isn't a real thing. It's this fluid, like amoeba. It's the what's the Flubber movie with Robin Williams? It's just this kind of jello that floats all over the place. Becomes whatever it wants to. Todd Archer's reporting covers the Cowboys for ESPN. That Dallas is restructuring Dak Prescott's contract and that they have created $37 million in cap space. $56.6 million created over the last 2 days after they redid a couple deals with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. Last year, they were not willing to do a whole lot of this. And I think based on how early they were in those deals, it was also harder to do it. With those guys, they were still trying to pay CeeDee Lamb as an example and get him into camp. But there's also more of an urgency in Dallas, and it's very obvious to me. I think it's about Washington. I think the Commanders finding Jaden Daniels, the Commanders joining the Eagles as a long-term, sustainable, good team in that division, whereas that has been Dallas with Philly more often than not over the years, has been a real kick to the butt for Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. And I think they realize they're being left behind here. The Giants maybe going and getting Aaron Rodgers or drafting a quarterback, and so they'll be more interesting and possibly more competitive. But I think Dallas sees what happened with Washington, entering year one of what could be a lengthy stretch of competitiveness, and they feel like we can't keep sitting on our hands and not creating space and
it's not crazy,
not going out. They're going to be way more aggressive. You've seen it in the last 72 hours.
Well, it tells you also that the cap, to your point, it's a moving target. If you're willing to pay cash up front, you can solve a lot of things. Not every team can do that, right? I mean, if you are willing to say, like, this amount guaranteed at signing, we could spread things certain ways. It's above my grade as I'm not a capologist, but it always seems like if you're willing just to fork over a bleep load of cash to somebody up front, you could spread some payments around and manipulate the cap that way. Not every team could do that, but if you can, it's in your best interest to do so.
Next on Grant and Danny, our double play, the triumphant return of Ryan Explains It All today.
He's going to explain something.
We're very excited about Ryan Explains It All on G&D. At the top of the hour in 20 minutes, right at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we've got tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour at Jiffy Lube Live. You better be listening on the Fan. Our double play is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. The lay of the land moving ahead on Grant and Danny. Great show the rest of the way. How about Bob Stoops on the program? Former national champion head coach at Oklahoma who won, I think, 10 different Big 12 titles. He'll be with us at 4:30. Caps defenseman Jacob Chychrun, who's getting ready to play the Rangers at Madison Square Garden this evening, will stop by the show at 5 o'clock for his weekly appointment via IT Cadre. And at 6 o'clock, we're talking to Charles Davis of NFL Network about the NFL draft. But right now, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
I thought he was coming, the big voice guy. I'll do mine super quick. I know we got something special planned with Corporate Clary, who's at a very important corporate meeting right now. I couldn't stop reading about this. I think this is incredible. So there's a softball player at University of Tennessee. I'm going to butcher her name. I don't know if it's Carrie Lynn. I'm not sure how to say it. Karlyn is the first name. Is that Carlin to you? Carrie Lynn? I'm not sure. What do you think?
I will accept either. I would say Carlin
Pickens. She threw a 77-mile-an-hour fastball. Now, that doesn't sound that crazy until you remember they throw underhand from 46 feet away, but then they let you take this giant like wind up jump start thing where you're almost 6-7 feet in front of that. So from almost like 36, 38 feet, she's throwing 77. It's the equivalent of 109 miles per hour for a Major League Baseball pitch. You know, when they do that little translation for the Little League guys, and it's like, he's throwing 70, and it's like upper 90s. 77 miles an hour underhand against Oregon last week, the fastest pitch ever recorded for softball. It looks like an absolute BB coming out of her hand. It's ridiculous how hard people are throwing in all the sports now. Like, it used to be like once a generation you'd find a freak that could throw hard, the Billy Wagners, the little guy that didn't make any sense. Now you turn on spring training, and it's Double-A Dave, against Single-A Sammy. He's 97, with crazy tilt and arm side movement. Pitching at all levels in all sports is getting nastier, and there's no end in sight.
I guess you can't change the dimensions or the rules for one or two people, but as it becomes more and more prevalent, which I think it is, I think specifically in softball, they're going to have to change the dimensions a little bit.
I think so.
Because when you watch super competitive softball at the College World Series level, pop-ups are home runs. It really is crazy how close the fence is. I know it's not like Little League youth dimensions like I played in, but
it's not much bigger.
It's not that different. And even running down the base paths, it's like a 9 strides and you're there. I mean, It's wild when you see it. It's just the smallest, most jam-packed ballpark and field ever. They've got to move, especially if someone's now throwing 109 essentially.
Yeah.
You probably have to move it back. And it's not like moving Major League Baseball back from 60 feet, 6 inches. They're already basically like standing nose to nose as you pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too close.
With the extension, I forget the guy's name. I was trying to look it up. Remember the dude that used to have that weird jump forward delivery?
Carter Capps.
It was a Carter Capps. He was 3 feet in front of the rubber. Like,
by the way, you sleep on that Carter Capps pull.
That's a great pull. That's who it was. You know what I'm talking about with that funky delivery where he like twisted it behind his back and like jumped at you and then like
it was illegal and they let him do it.
And they let him do it. Like, stop letting people do that. So my fix for softball, not that everyone is waiting for my expertise on this, but no more jumping forward 10 feet. No more like getting so far forward where you're extending out.
Running down the hill.
Like a handshake to the batter. No more of that.
Time for your boys' double play. I would like to bring in Ryan Clary, Corporate Clary, who's been hard at work here this segment in many meetings trying to make sure the cameras look as good as possible. For a little Ryan Explains It All. Ryan, it's been a while. I know you've been brushing up on some of your knowledge about the world, of course. You ready for a little Ryan Explains It All today? Of course. Timely and in the news, I want you to explain to us tariffs. I want to know what a tariff is, why tariffs exist, and how they work.
This is tough timing here, huh? It's a big news story.
Yeah.
So I've heard.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, we'd like to know about tariffs.
So tariffs, from what I believe, it is a tax on a trade of goods between countries. And as an example, actually, no, I'm not going to give an example.
Please do. Help me understand it. Give me an example.
I mean, I think we're going to. I don't know. if I
Making
should
a lot
use-
of weird noises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are aware of the news. You could just say there's tariffs.
There's
that are
you
being
know
levied as we speak.
There's tariffs being placed on Canada right now. And what those are just taxes on goods that are being distributed from country to country. And so I saw as of recent, as a tariff actually, it's basically just a tax on a good or a service.
He said that so many times, but he's right. I mean, it is
Tax
that.
on a good, yeah.
So what kind of a good? Like, make one up. Just give me an idea of what's Canada sending us.
Let's say Canada sends us maple syrup.
Okay.
Okay.
Maple
Let's say
syrup.
we love
Okay.
maple syrup.
So how does it work exactly?
So you would just place a little extra tax on that good being sent over to the United States.
Who is you? Who does it?
It would be the U.S. government.
The
in this
U.S.
example.
government. And then who pays?
Well, actually, no, it'd be the Canadian government in that scenario. If they were sending us maple syrup, they
See,
would then tax us.
That's the nuance.
Wait. So
because they're the ones
Go
sending.
back.
So the person receiving the goods, the United States, you're following me, right?
yeah.
So they were the ones being taxed in this scenario. For
So
maple
what's the
syrup.
where's the tariff?
It's the tax on the maple syrup there.
You see? Did you get confused?
I did.
Okay. Right, I got it. So what he's saying is the tax is on the good.
So Canada sends us syrup,
Mm-hmm.
and then the tariff comes in where?
Explain that part to him again, Ryan. Because I got what you were saying.
Yeah, well, I can tell you this: it's just basically a tax on like an exported like good,
On the good. You see it?
like whatever that.
So it's on. So we're sending Canada things and charging them a tariff for it.
Basically, yeah.
So like if we make cars and send them to Canada, then we charge Canada a tariff to get the cars we made.
Well, you're mixing yourself up there.
Oh,
Repeat
okay.
that again.
No, I mean,
No, he's got it. He's got your explanation.
that's what you said.
Yeah.
Well, yes, then yes, that's what I'm saying.
See what I'm saying? Like he saw what you're trying
Right.
to do, like trying to mix and match with
And
it,
so
but he got
who
it.
pays the money?
In that scenario,
Right.
well, if we are sending them the good, then Canada would be the ones paying us the money.
So in this example, let's say it's a car. The car company's not paying.
I mean, it could be, yes. That's what I'm saying, like, for us, like, in this scenario.
That's real interesting.
You follow?
Danny, do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah, just a couple things. In terms of like, there's different schools of thought on it, but I want you to explain protectionalism as it comes to using tariffs.
I got no idea.
Mm-hmm. Like, what's a protective tariff would be?
I mean, it's a protected tax.
Right.
That, like, you'll be getting that maybe in, like, the United States tax return in this scenario.
Protected from?
Who knows?
Right.
There was a big speech last night in Congress. Who makes up Congress?
It's the congressman or woman.
Yes, it is.
That's true. Thank
But
you.
like, who the Congress is made up by?
The U.S. Congress.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some people in there. What are they?
Senators. There are congressmen, congresswomen as
So
well.
how many bodies of people make up Congress?
I thought we were talking about tariffs here.
I'm just curious.
I don't know. I'm going to guess like 4 or 5 different. I
And
don't know.
What are the bodies? What are the branches?
Oh, the branches of government?
No, you're saying bodies, whatever you want
The
to call
different
them.
bodies.
Who is in last night? Who was sitting in the crowd?
You had senators, you had congressmen,
Right.
you had, I mean, the vice president was there, the president was one giving the speech, so that's what I got for you.
You get what I'm looking for, right?
That's what I got for you.
There's a couple bodies of lawmakers that make up Congress. I'm wondering what you would call those.
I couldn't tell you.
One starts with an S.
Ben.
Senate.
Thank you.
The Senate.
The Senate, right? What's the other one?
Congressman.
Shooting guard Eddie.
House.
Thank you.
House of Representatives.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is.
What does that have to do with the tariffs, though?
Exactly.
Well, the big talk about the tariffs last night. I was just asking about Congress.
I had no idea.
The Senate and the House of Representatives. How many members are in the House of Representatives?
No idea.
Best guess?
Let's go with 54.
54.
Wow.
How many Senate? How many members of the Senate?
Couldn't tell you. We're to talk about tariffs. I was on tariffs. I got you with tariffs. I'm here to talk tariffs.
How many Ben Sinnott's are
That's
there?
a great line. I'm here to talk tariffs is great. Members of Senate?
No idea, man.
Okay.
Best guess?
52.
So there's the same number, 52 Senate, 52
54,
House.
54 House, you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
54. So there's 106 total.
And then the tie-breaking vote
and
is
why
cast
the
by...
arbitrary 106?
There's got to be an arbitrary somewhere. I don't.
Like, the tying vote's cast by the...
Senate.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Clary.
I think you know more now than you did before, everybody.
Corporate Clary, getting in the bottom of a lot of things today. Very bothered that we pivoted off of tariffs.
Yeah, he didn't
by the
like
way.
that. Because he knew tariffs cold.
He did not like the Steven Strasburg changeup that dropped below that bat, below the strike zone. Next, we're giving away those tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour at Jiffy Lube Live as soon as we return on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, plenty of news today. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles are re-signing linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney. He given up a 4th-round pick in 2026 for that. They traded for Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson yesterday, giving up a 6th in this year's draft. Other NFL news, the Jaguars are planning to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. Seahawks wide receiver news, DK Metcalf has requested a trade. The team is also releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett. Bengals defensive end Sam Hubbard is retiring, and the Cowboys restructured Dak Prescott's contract. They did CeeDee Lamb's contract yesterday. They've created $56.6 million in cap space with the two moves. In baseball, the Nationals in action right now. They trail the Marlins 7-8 in the top of the 8th inning. 3 homers today for the Nationals from James Wood, Luis Garcia, and Andrew Pinckney. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Rangers tonight in New York. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Also, the Capitals place Jacob Chychrun on waivers. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Still champion and still the defending strap holder of this Ryan Explains It All segment is the responses I get after the fact from people texting me that I know in life or on Twitter saying, hey, that guy was wrong, man. The importers, the purchasers, they're the ones that have to pay the U.S. government the tax on the Canadian maple syrup. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the segment, you see. That's the fun of the segment.
That's the bit. What you've done is stumbled onto the bit. Welcome to the bit.
There's a lot of people who get the bit, and then there are some other people. But yes, that is true. One guy was like, "Why are you asking these guys these questions? You've got to tell them the answers after." That's not the bit.
What you've done now is done something that's not the bit.
And I also love this one other one. Someone says, now that Ryan's corporate Clary, I don't think he should be playing Ryan Explains It All anymore. Like he's graduated from this. He is now corporate.
He's above it.
He wears a shirt and tie.
Wants to stole tiny microphones for clicks.
We can't be just asking this guy questions, grilling him in front of the people. Bob Stoops, the former legendary head coach at Oklahoma, who's coaching in the United Football League now, joins us at 4:30. And Caps defenseman Jacob Chychrun stops by at 5. Our Beltway Blitz in just a couple of moments. Real quick, as promised, caller 10. 800-636-1067. Every day this week right now, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour. You're winning them. You'll see Killswitch Engage, Prevail, Beartooth, The Amity Affliction, and so much more. Saturday, July 26th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Let's get the Beltway Blitz going. And to talk about the Nationals, we've got our good buddy, Mark Zuckerman of MASNsports.com. Mark, let's begin with James Wood hitting a solo home run in spring training today. How's James Wood looking so far? Looks like he's getting fully healthy.
Yeah, and that's really the most important thing, guys, is that he played the field today for the first time this spring. He had DH'd, 1 or 2 games so far. We was dealing with the quad issue. They never said it was that big a deal. They wanted to take it carefully with him, take it slow, no reason to rush, and crushed the ball to left center field today. So I think everything's going to be just fine with James Wood.
Pitching wise, what's the latest update here? What have we learned over this last week or so?
Jake Irvin has been really sharp. I don't know if it's a huge surprise because he was really good last spring as well, but went 4 innings yesterday, has kept his pitch count down, has not given up a run yet. It's spring training, so read into that what you will, but I feel like what he did last spring was kind of a precursor to what he did in the first half of the season when he arguably pitched well enough to be an all-star. So I think it's a good sign that he's done that. Mackenzie Gore, Michael Soroka, everything's been good so far with them. Shinosuke Ogasawara, who pitched today and only made it, I think, a batter or two into the third inning with a high pitch count, he has not looked as sharp yet. I mean, we know this is a transition for him coming from Japan, and you got to be careful not to judge too much too soon. But I think as you look at what are they going to do at the back of the rotation, there's a growing realization that this guy may ultimately be the answer there, but he may need some more time than that. And they do have the ability, if they decide at the end of camp, to send him to AAA. He has an option, so they could do that. And, he's got a few more starts to see what he can do. But so far, the indication is maybe he's not quite big league ready yet.
Mark, I am at the risk here of going too hard in the paint too fast. I understand this is a massive transition that he's making culturally and otherwise, but I didn't get the sense there was a huge market for him, so my antenna was up already. And I'm just not that impressed by the stuff on Ogasawara. Where are you at so far based on what your eyes are seeing?
Well, I think you're right to point out that he was not a superstar coming out of there. And no, he didn't have the kind of market that you saw other teams, other players, get, where there was a high demand and a bidding war and that kind of thing. And, just look at the terms of it. It's 2 years and $3.5 million, not a huge layout for someone in this kind of situation. He is a control artist. His whole thing is throwing strikes and deception and, keeping hitters off balance. And that can work in the major leagues, but you got to be really precise with it, pinpoint, and probably above all else, you've got to learn the hitters and know what their tendencies are and what you can exploit. So that takes time. He's not going to come in and blow your socks off because he doesn't have the stuff to do that. He's not a big fastball guy. He's not a huge swing and miss guy. So that's why I think this may take a little while. But I think the Nats have known all along the ceiling here is not a front of the rotation starter. This is somebody who you hope could be a back end of the rotation guy. And the move was really about finally establishing a presence in Asia, which they have never had before. And that maybe this helps open the door to bigger signings down the road. Not to say that they don't ever expect him to do anything for them, but I think they understand that this wasn't somebody who's going to step right in and become a star pitcher for them.
Mark, I was talking to a buddy a couple of days ago, and he brought up this point, but I actually thought it was a really good one. It feels like I probably am guilty of this more so than anybody else, but it feels like we're not really considering the possibility that C.J. Abrams, grew up after this whole experience and has a breakout. And I know he was an all-star in the first half last year, but I'm talking about realizing the immense talent and has more of those months where he's hitting, 400, getting on base and stealing bags and, was a 25, 35 kind of player here, a real star in the major leagues. I feel like we're not considering that enough, and I'm probably guilty of it as anybody.
Yeah, I think we all have maybe forgotten about that fact of what he was in July of last year was not just an all-star, but if he kept that up over a whole season and the team was good, that's MVP conversation kind of thing. Maybe not to win the award, but to get votes for it. And he has that ability, absolutely, as a complete player in everything that he does. Now, long before we got to the point that they were deciding to demote him for the final week of the season, he struggled most of the second half as a hitter and in the field as well. And he's talked a lot about how the changes he's trying to make. Number one, bulking up a little bit, keeping himself, maybe in better shape to make it through the grind of a long season, doing some things with his swing and his pitch recognition, doing a much better job of separating the offensive part of his game from the defensive part of his game and not letting one affect the other. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but the talent is, unmistakable. And every indication I've gotten so far from him and from the team this spring is that he's moved past and they've moved past what happened at the end of the year. And he is very driven right now to be the guy we saw in the first half for a full 6 months. And if that's the case, watch out. He is a superstar player.
Much appreciate the insight, Mark. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Let's talk hockey. Sammy Silver covers the Caps, who are in action tonight in New York to take on the Rangers. They did get a win last time out to stop the 3-game skid. Wasn't that pretty, though? They blew a 3-goal lead. They blew 2 goals in the process. Needed a shootout to do it. Tell us about tonight's game at MSG.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Washington obviously looking to build off what they were able to do. I thought they did a lot of really good things against Ottawa, but again, some things to clean up. And then you have New York, who's, working their way back and trying to prove, they're a playoff team and they're competitive and, obviously play a tough game. It'll be a good matchup, and Caps are excited to keep the race going. So we'll see how it goes.
Sammy, what's the big difference when they're doing Capitals things versus that 3-game schneid? I think some of it may be bad luck and, that you don't get the puck luck. I think they're creating some chances, but defensively it feels like they've been a little leaky of late. But what's the difference to you when you're watching it between good Caps and bad Caps to really dumb it down?
Yeah, I think it's consistency and then, just momentum. I think the Caps, you look at last game against Ottawa and they came out great. They had a great start. They had 19 shots in the first. They were moving the puck really well. It was a really clean start. And then you just kind of saw things start to, not really get, not a lot of clean passes, kind of letting Ottawa take back the momentum. So I think you see, when the Caps are playing well, their passes that are tape to tape, it's consistent hockey for all 3 periods. It's playing to their identity. And it's the ability to just maintain possession and tempo. So I think that's the difference between, what's going on. And then, like you said, luck factors into it at times. That's hockey. You're going to get bounces sometimes that just don't go your way. But, I think the Caps, if they just play clean and, stick to their systems and their identity, they'll be fine.
Sammy, Jake Verana placed on waivers by the Capitals. He had gone 18 games without playing until he got in when Willie was hurt last week for the first time in 19, and then back to the bench. So take me through this process to try to get him to Hershey or how this works out.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons behind it, right? I think I caught up with Verana yesterday and, he said he, as a person, he's feeling good, but he admitted, not playing is really difficult, especially for long stretches like that. And, when you get in, it's not, he kind of said it's not like you forget how to play hockey, but, mentally, the approach is a little bit different because you haven't played in such a long time. So, this move allows him to get some playing time as he clears, and if he doesn't, let him get playing time somewhere else and get him a step closer to where he is. But the move is also just giving the team some cap flexibility. That was in part one of the reasons they did it. It opens a roster spot when he clears, but the main thing is just to have a little bit more cap space to work with as they approach the deadline here on Friday.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Talk to you soon. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. That's Eric Bickle's music from the Sports Junkies right here on 106.7 The Fan, breaking down the local Washington football gents. EB, the Deebo Samuel move. Haven't heard your reaction. What'd you think?
What's not to love? Are you kidding me? It was like a freebie. I think it's great. I think he'll be super motivated. I think he's an absolute tank, a monster. And I just don't see why anyone would hate on it. Do I think it puts them over the top? Of course not. But does he get them better? Absolutely.
We had a ESPN Analytics person on earlier today who was, I would say, more skeptical about what he's going to be able to provide and worries about some of the regression. I'm in your camp where I go, they just didn't give up enough for me to really be overly concerned. But what do you say to the people that think he's washed or that he's falling off at this point?
Okay, we swung and missed with a 5th rounder. Big deal. I would bet against it, though. That guy's an absolute tank. And he's going to be playing in his contract year. I think he's got a lot to prove. I think it'll be a great safety valve for Jaden. But, sure, you could make that argument. I personally think Marshawn Lattimore's washed, so I get it. But I think in this instance, I don't see any reason to believe that. He had a lot of stuff that he was dealing with last year. Keeps talking about the pneumonia, little nagging injuries. If he can stay reasonably healthy, I think he'll be an absolute home run for them.
EB, what should they do next in terms of offense, skill position? Where should they be shopping? Because now they've got 3 guys under contract: McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, when it becomes official, and of course McLaurin. How should they kind of round out that room? Is it on the cheap, maybe more kind of middle class, big game hunting? Where are you at?
Oh, I don't know. I saw they just released Christian Kirk. I wouldn't mind kicking the tires on him for cheap. I can't imagine he'd be super expensive at this point. But I don't know. Listen, Danny, my whole thing has been the offense far surpassed any of our expectations. The offense isn't why we didn't finish it off. The offense is why we were in the mix. I mean, do I think we need to get better? Sure. But I really want to see. I thought you were asking.
Trying to shop him. They even tried to include him in this 49ers deal, reportedly. Cap hit of $22 million, dead cap of $6 million. So they could save $16 million by releasing him if they don't get a trade partner. If they can't work out a trade, would you cut him or would you keep him and pay him?
No, I think it's time to move on. And I love John. He came on our show for years. He's a good dude, local guy. Had a really solid career here for Washington. He's got nothing to be ashamed of. I just think it's time for everybody to kind of move on. I think we need to break up the duo. We broke up the foursome. Now we got to break up the duo.
And then there was one.
You know what I
Somehow Deron Payne's the last man standing.
Right. But, I mean, to be honest with you, you said we were going to let go of Deron and keep John. Fine, whatever. I mean, we just need to kind of start over. He needs a do-over. He needs a fresh start. I think that would reinvigorate him a little bit. And, just at the last few years, it just hasn't worked here. So it's time to break it up.
EB, so we weren't invited, I guess because we were on the air or something like that, but how did schmoozing over at Nats Park go? How'd you do?
It went a lot better with Buffalo Trace behind the bar, I'll tell you that. It was great. I mean, listen, you didn't miss anything. We're lucky. We have a lot of really loyal advertisers that are really, really loyal to the station, so they're easy to talk to. But I don't know. I was struck by being in the stadium and being excited for baseball to be back. To be honest with you, that was my biggest takeaway. Is when are we going to get these boys back in here?
Soon, man. End of this month. There's a game coming up in 3 weeks. Exhibition
By
against
the way,
the Birds.
do you think that this deal now, the TV deal, does that lock up Ted buying it?
I don't think so. I mean, it depends on if the learners want to sell. Are they going to be back in the game? I think it definitely increases Ted's interest in buying it. And so
or anybody's, yeah.
Well, yeah, but specifically him, he was reserved because he wants the TV rights, and Masson had them. So until the TV rights were free, as you know, he was limitedly interested or just wasn't willing to go there. But it could go two ways. One, he could try to buy him like the Wizards, Mystics, Caps, and just have the network and the team. The other thing is he now doesn't need to own the team to own the TV rights if he wanted to just do it that way.
Right. But don't you think he kind of wants to just own the team too?
Oh,
Why
I definitely
not?
think so.
Once.
It's just a matter of if the learners who took it off the market are going to be willing to put it back on the market now.
I think sometimes you take things off the market when you're kind of embarrassed that you don't get real offers. I think that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I've been there before. I think you're right. And I'd love to see the team back on the market and see someone who's aggressive and trying to add talent back in the mix.
Right.
EB, thank you, buddy. Good
Thank you,
catching
bro.
up.
All right, guys. Be good. Love you.
See you, pal.
You too, brother. Love you. You say you love him.
Love you, buddy.
You didn't say it. Love you, Dad.
Oh, you're not.
I'm steamed up to talk to Bob Stoops next. UFL coach. Excellent college coach for a long time. And we're 40 minutes away from talking to Jacob Chychrun, weekly appointment, IT cadre, Caps defenseman on the Fan today. Packed my lunch. It was healthy. There was a vegetable. There was a protein. Part of the program that I'm on with CoPair. This is the old EMP 180 weight loss that has a new name now. They're operating with CoPair. So same group that helped Danny and I get into shape many years ago. While we were on that program, we lost weight. We kept it off. We killed it and made some major changes to our lives pre-COVID that were pretty awesome. And now I'm back with CoPair. You and I both are going to be doing these shots, these semaglutides where you can quell some of your hunger and things, but you don't have to do that. Like 60% of our listeners that are joining up with them are just doing the program without the shot.
Yeah, I went to the doctor's office and got some tests done, and a bunch of numbers came back kind of alarming, right? So it's no longer sort of mess around time. It's no, oh, my pants don't fit the same way. I got to get my, what in gear. I've been trying to do it on my own for so many years. Nothing was working, couldn't break through. So now kind of the combo of the coaching, meal plan, shots, the whole 9 yards. I'm already down a handful of pounds here, having just gotten on the program.
It's time. Weight loss is possible with CoPair. They'll get you looking good for the summer. Call 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or go to COPAREhealth.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Plenty of news in the NFL today. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed. The Eagles are re-signing their linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney, giving up a 4th-round pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. In the NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Jazz at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Miami Marlins. They lead 8-7 in the top of the ninth. Homers from James Wood, Luis Garcia, Andrew Pinckney, and Caden Wallace. In hockey, the Capitals are taking on the Rangers tonight in New York. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Also, the Capitals place Jacob Vrana on waivers. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Capitals defenseman Jacob Chychrun will join us at 5 o'clock in a half hour, presented by IT Cadre. And coming up at 4:45 today, the defensive position we'll be looking at, defensive tackle, as we take a different position group to break down each and every day this week. But let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And we welcome onto the show Bob Stoops, the head coach of the Arlington Renegades of the United Football League, the former head coach at Oklahoma from 99 to 2016, a former BCS national champion, a 10-time Big 12 winner as the head coach at Oklahoma. Bob, you're on in Washington, D.C. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for the time.
I'm great. Thank you. Good to be on out there in D.C.
Question for you would be, why the interest for you in spring football? It seems like, whether it was the XFL, the UFL, it's always been something that you've enjoyed doing. Where did that come from?
Well, a few things. One, when I stepped away from college football, I truly wanted my own time and space and do what I wanted to do. And come to find out, be careful what you wish for. I had a little bit too much of my own time and space. And this came about. And then I did it, in 20. And I really liked it. I liked working with these older guys that have all been in the NFL or, on the outskirts of the NFL, but are, guys have played a ton of football. They pick up ball easily, and they're grown men. So I don't have any babysitting to do. I don't have to call Johnny's parents after practice because Johnny won't go to class or won't go to study hall. I don't have to go to an academic meeting. I don't have to go to a compliance meeting. Right. So it's just football. So I found it was really fun to work with these guys, and it doesn't eat up my whole year. It's only a 10-week season, and so all of it just worked for myself and my family. And here in Arlington, we're only 2.5 hours from Norman, Oklahoma, where my wife and kids are. So they kind of come and go. So anyway, it all just fit me, and enjoyed it.
Coach, well, I got you. I do want to ask you about, just with your unique perspective on the new landscape of college sports in general. You've seen a lot of legends, a lot of longtime coaches just sort of say, you know what, this isn't for me, and kind of move on. You mentioned those sorts of things where you have to say, hey, you got to go to class, you got to go to study hall. And I wonder what it's like now where they're going, yeah, I need more money. You know what I mean? It's a different landscape now. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's just evolved this way. You're right. You don't hear about people not being academically eligible anymore, do you?
Right.
So anyway, I wonder if it'll get to a point that whether they have to go to class at all. I don't know. I just, I think we failed 10, 12 years ago not sharing money with the players and then grown with it. Does that make sense? We could have started sharing TV revenue way back when, and then you adjust every year. We might have had some regulation or parameters around it that made sense, but we didn't do that. So now we're trying to figure out, how is this sustainable, and and how can we improve it and still protect the college football game, which is a great game.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And Bob Stoops is our guest. 191 wins against just 48 losses at Oklahoma, where he won double-digit Big 12 titles. It seems to me like I think most people agree. Like there's a common sense to it that NIL's a no-brainer. Players should be able to benefit off their names, maybe even make money as just players with a salary or whatever. But it's the lack of regulation for so many of us that's just hard.
Yeah, it's hard for everybody, and I think I'm sure everyone knows that in the college game that they just gotta get it worked out, and I'm sure they will in time. Because they have to. I don't know that this is all sustainable. Truth be told, so you have to start to get contracts. It's a pro model. Let's face it. So pros, you can't be a free agent every year and go wherever you want. They have contracts. If you don't live up to it, you don't get paid. You have, not contracts and transferred left, right, and the other. And the NFL, you can't do that. So this is a pro model that we have. Everybody's hiring general managers. So the players are now receiving money. So usually when you receive money, you have a contract. You guys have contracts, don't you?
Certainly do.
I always have, and I do now. So point being, I think that's coming. When, I don't know. I'm not in those meetings, but I think as time goes, it'll be more of a solid pro model.
Speaking of pro models, let's get back to some spring football here, Coach. What's different about this season for you? Now kind of the second year of this format with the two leagues combined. What are you anticipating is going to be different?
Well, a lot of it. We've grown in this. I think our leadership with Russ Brandon and his whole team in the UFL have, learned and have, made adjustments, and the players are enjoying it. Facilities we all work in are great. The players are stronger and better. All these guys that just get released from the NFL, they're on these teams. A lot of these guys. And whether released or just couldn't on a practice squad, and then end up getting released at the end of the year, those are good football players. So I think the quality's getting stronger and stronger, and our leadership is doing a great job. And the way where we practice, facilities and travel, everything about it just keeps improving.
Bob Stoops is with us. He's won a championship in spring football and, of course, the longtime legendary coach at Oklahoma. Bob, you mentioned the quality. I've always said with these spring leagues, the quality is kind of going to be good as the quarterback play, and that's always going to be the challenge of just getting some QBs with some NFL experience, and you guys have some high draft picks, some guys who have started games in the league, which is big. But how would you compare it for some of our listeners who maybe have either minimally watched or haven't really given it a shot yet in terms of the quality of play compared to big-time college football, let's say?
Oh, I think it's very similar. Obviously, we don't have the fan base and the passion behind it that you get throughout college football and big-time games and whatnot, but that's understandable. How long has college football been going on, right? But the quality of players is excellent. These guys have all come from big-time programs, most of them, but they're all quality players. There's a lot of good quarterbacks in the league, and Luis Perez, our quarterback, was with the Chargers this summer and didn't get released until the last cut. But almost made their team, and he led the league in every passing category a year ago, Luis Perez. So, anyway, it's really good football, and there's nothing gimmicky about it, and these guys are fun to watch.
Bob Stoops with us here on Grant and Danny. Coach, let's say they made you commissioner tomorrow. What would be your first order of business? What would you change or improve?
In college football?
No, thinking about the UFL here.
The UFL, nothing. I love what we're doing. We don't kick extra points. So you go for 1 from the 2-yard line. You go for 2 points from the 5, or you go for, or 3 points from the 10. And that's exciting. How much fun is it watching to kick extra points? So point being, this is fun, and And, it changes even, 1-score game, 2-score games. You got to watch that a little differently. But the rest of it's just regular NFL college football that you're used to watching. And we actually have the NFL kickoff return and kickoff rule go. We did it in the XFL. We didn't do it last year, but we'll be doing that this year from the 30-yard line. And next year, the NFL is going to kick from the 30-yard line as well.
Yeah, the NFL took the kickoff, to your point, from the XFL, even though the UFL went away from it last year. But now you guys will be in harmony there. There's a couple other things I'd like to see the league take. I don't think they'll ever have the access during challenges that we get in the UFL, where we watch the conversations between the referees and the booth, so to speak, and Dean Blandino. Also of the access on the sideline between we're hearing you call plays and we're hearing you talk to players. I wonder, though, as a coach on the sideline, how cognizant of that do you have to be, whether it's just what you're saying or knowing that it could go viral on social media if you say the wrong thing?
Oh, I'm not worried about that. So what are they going to do? But in the end, it's, you're aware, but, we're all professional anyway, so we're not going to say anything that couldn't be, it couldn't be aired. So, but I don't think it hurt them if they got a little more of that. I could see not getting as much as we do, but some of it's, more fun for people viewership to watch.
You know what my dream is, and I don't know if you agree with this or not as a longtime coach, but I love the 4th and 15 rule, where instead of the onside kick, you guys line up to have one play offense against defense. If you get the first down, the ball spotted wherever you got tackled. If you don't, the defense takes over where you were short of the sticks. To me, that's way better than an onside kick. But what have you thought about it so far?
Yeah, it's tough. You got to, it's nerve wracking if you're on the defensive side of it. It is. You have a better opportunity to complete it and keep moving it as opposed to an onside kick. And it does it's another exciting play. And, and I think they were converted, I want to say 25, 30% of the time last year. And, so that is more exciting.
Bob, you've made the trip to D.C. and Audi Field, where one of the top attended teams has become the Defenders with a lot of our listeners. What do you make of the atmosphere, the beer snake, and everything that goes on in the stadium here?
I think it's fantastic. I loved it. I love the stadium. It's perfect for what we do. I love the crowd. I glanced over, saw the beer snake in the fourth quarter. It was way up top. So, no, that's fantastic. And like I said, I'm a huge fan of Reggie Barlow. So you guys got a great head coach there.
Coach, certainly really appreciate the time, and good luck this year.
Okay, guys, great to be with you.
Bob Stoops, former Oklahoma head coach, now running the Arlington Renegades in the UFL. Next, our position group to break down on defense today, the defensive tackle spot, right here on Grant and Danny. Big thanks to Bob Stoops for joining us. That was fun. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I don't know if this is a report or an opinion. I don't know what to do with this. Do we do breaking news? Is this a real thing? It's being treated as a real report. Michael Silver, who used to work for the Redskins and the football team, he's college roommates with Ron Rivera, and then when Rivera was here, he got a job writing for the team. He now covers the NFL for The Athletic. He's got a story on John Allen that he actually published way back on January 24th, I believe. And he retweeted that story, posted it, and he said, if the Commanders can't find a trading partner for two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle John Allen, he'll likely be released in a cost-cutting move. And then he publishes his story. Well, Mike Florio and some of the other aggregator places are saying that this is him now reporting that Allen's likely to be cut, which is kind of how I read it. But it is in the middle of just him seemingly giving an opinion on Twitter. He doesn't source it. He doesn't say anybody's told him this. He's also posting a story from weeks ago where he doesn't suggest that he's going to be cut. So I guess it's possible he's just opining. But I think he's reporting that he knows, because Diana Rossini and some of the other insiders at The Athletic have retweeted this. A lot of people are taking it this way. It sounds like Mike Silver suggesting that the Commanders have made up their minds, Danny, that if they cannot trade John Allen, they would cut him and save $16 million.
This is one of those things that I can't stand, and I'm not blaming any one person, but this is the modern media landscape to me for sports in a nutshell. This is likely to happen from an insider, from somebody that's filling the 24/7, 365 news cycle that is our obsession with this league, and we're all starving for information. This is the non-report report that I call it. There's so many people that have peddled in this for so many years, and again, Silver's filing his column, writing what he's writing, and I don't know who to blame specifically. This is sort of like a systemic thing to me, where this has always been intuitive and made sense. So him saying, as a guy that's reported a lot of stories and been around the league for so long, here's an intuitive thing that makes sense. And now we're saying that's a report, or we're not really sure how to handle it. But yeah, here's how I'm viewing it. Hey, here's an intuitive thing that could happen that makes a lot of sense, right? So I'm not treating it as a report. It's a distinction I think that most fans don't care about, to be honest with you. But I know here in this seat, I do. I think I probably care more than the average bear.
Well, they should care. There's a huge difference between an opinion and a fact. There's a huge difference between speculation and a report. If Mike Silver's been told that John Allen's going to be cut, that matters a lot. If he hasn't been told that and he's just suggesting it, then we don't have any more information and the ball hasn't been moved down the field. I do feel like they will move on from him, though.
I do too.
And that's why I'm not surprised by this. It's why, frankly, one of the reasons I'm leaning toward this having been an actual report where he's heard this, because it makes sense to me. You save $16 million to move on from a guy you didn't have for the majority of last football season. And without him, as we dive into our D-tackle breakdown, fittingly, here today on Grant and Danny, one position every single day between 4 and 5 all week long, you don't necessarily need to bring John Allen back at that number because you already have Daron Payne at a massive cap number as your kind of building block on the inside. You drafted Johnny Newton last year, just outside of the first round, early second, top 40 pick. You don't do that because you don't think that guy's going to be able to start in the near future. That was the writing on the wall right then and there, without any guaranteed money this year for Allen, that they might go to Newton. Beyond those two guys, I think the way that Sheldon Day performed when they brought him in from Minnesota, the way that they got production from Jalen Holmes and some of the other guys that they kicked inside, I think they probably feel like they can find some players for a rotation as they go, and Payne and Newton will be their starting D tackles.
Yeah, I don't want to spend here. And that's usually, you run the risk of having
like new money or the Allen money.
Allen money. Yeah, I want to reallocate. Now, you're going to have if you could spend unlimited resources on everybody, if you could go full Dodgers on this thing, yeah, let's go get a superstar. Let's go find somebody that's awesome. Let's go find someone, frankly, worth the Allen money, right? Who could be a havoc-wreaking, near double-digit sack player that's going to penetrate, tackle for loss, bother everybody, knock passes down, and be a brute force thing. I don't think that player is out there, to be honest with you. So this is one of those, let's have the less sexy space eater, let linebackers flow, and have a couple more specialized pass rushers cobbled together type defensive lines. But you got to skimp somewhere. You've got to get value somewhere. And they tried to go heavy previously in investing resources in that defensive line with the idea that it would wreak havoc and make everybody else better. It never really materialized. They were good, but that's not good enough when you have 4 first-round picks, all the money, all the resources on a group that's supposed to, set team records for sacks and be so disruptive that it makes jag cornerbacks and linebackers into stars. That didn't happen. And so now I'm kind of going, let's remorph this team. I want my strength to be maybe the defensive ends. I've got some more steady play at linebacker. I like potential cornerback upgrades. This is where I would kind of skimp, knowing that I've got one guy that'll probably not live up to his billing in Daron Payne, a second-round pick with some promise, a couple rotational pieces, and I'm going to be doing a lot of mix and matching, a lot more Frankie Louvu blitzing as my kind of de facto defensive end, a lot more Dante Fowler off the edge and a couple other things that aren't necessarily about first and second down defensive line.
Well, because of how they built their roster, I got no problem with doing it that way. But philosophically, pass rush from the inside is becoming every bit as important or more important than pass rush from the outside. And they were ahead of their time a little bit. I got to give Bruce Allen, I guess, would have been the guy at the time. Jay Gruden, that front office credit for going big at D tackle. Back-to-back years drafting Allen and Payne and then paying those guys and keeping them around. Because we're seeing it right now. Quarterbacks get influenced negatively by rush in their face, right? The pass rush that they can see coming right downhill is probably more of a detriment than pass rush off the edge in a lot of ways. And penetration certainly is more valuable from the interior than the exterior of the defensive line. So because of that, you got to be good there, but you have to give Johnny Newton a chance to play and go become whatever he's going to. Payne is the one that has fallen off, and they just need so much more out of with what they pay him. Donnie in Damascus, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's up, Grant and Dave? How you guys doing, man?
Up? We're chilling. How you?
Happy Thanksgiving on this gloomy day, man.
You and to you, sir.
So we've been talking about John Allen and Daron Payne, and for the last couple of years, all we've been talking about is how great our defensive line is. But in reality, it's not really great. Like what I witnessed last year is we were getting run on all day long. And so what can we do to strengthen the D line with the O line and compete with the Eagles?
That's going to be the goal. I mean, it's about the line of scrimmage. We saw that in the NFC Championship game. We saw that in the Super Bowl. I think everybody understands that. You've got to incrementally improve there on both sides of the ball as you can with each move if you're not going to swing real big and go big game hunting for guys like Myles Garrett or do what the Bears have done in the last 48 hours and go sign 2 guards that both make $16 million. But yes, you've got to improve on the O and D lines. There's no doubt. But it's not like you can't beat Philly. They beat Philly once this year. It takes having a really good game. You're not going to have a better O-line than them. You're not going to have a better D-line than them in one offseason. But it's got to be a philosophy.
You got to catch up a little bit.
The paradigm has to be, let's make sure that we can win these games in the trenches. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. IT Cadre presents Jacob Chychrun, Caps defenseman, every single week on Grant and Danny. They play at Madison Square Garden tonight. We'll talk to Jacob next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. In the NFL, plenty of news today. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed, becoming the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles re-signed linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are going to be trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney. They gave a 2026 fourth-rounder to Kansas City. After yesterday, they traded with the Rams to get offensive guard Jonah Jackson for a sixth-round pick in this year's draft. The Jaguars plan to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. For Seattle, they're going to be releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett, and their wide receiver DK Metcalf requested a trade away from the Seahawks. Other NFL news, the Cowboys restructured Dak Prescott's contract today after they restructured CeeDee Lamb's contract yesterday, creating $56.6 million in cap space. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Rangers in New York. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Also today, the Capitals place Jacob Vrana on waivers. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins in spring training today 8-7. 4 homers for the Nats. James Wood, Luis Garcia, Andrew Pinckney, and Caden Wallace all with home runs today. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in on low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Jacob Chychrun in moments as the Caps get ready to play the New York Rangers tonight. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate, transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. On the Rude Guest Hotline is Jacob Chychrun, who's got the third highest goal total of all the defensemen in the National Hockey League. And as we told you last week, we are giddy to announce that he'll be with us each and every week, every Wednesday for the remainder of the season, providing trusted insight from a trusted insider. This is all presented by our friends at IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Jacob, last time out, Monday night, you guys got a massive win in a shootout, snapping a 3-game losing streak. Wasn't pretty the entire way. Gave up a 3-goal lead, gave up a couple of leads, but you finally got that 2 points and that win that's been eluding you. Take us back to Monday night.
Yeah, Willie led the way there with the Gordie Howe hat trick, so we were happy for him. Obviously a big night for our group to get back in the, in the win column. And, I think, we still feel like we, have another step to take as a team. That game wasn't necessarily perfect by any means, but, we'll take the positives from it and try to continue to get better as a group as we, get closer to playoff time.
Yeah, Jacob, you guys have been so unbelievably good this year that it just feels so out of the ordinary. It's your first 3-game schneid of the season. When it's not going as well for you guys, kind of what's the difference, things you can point to, and how big a nice step forward was last night?
Yeah, I think, we like to use is predictability. I think when we're playing, it makes it easier to make reads off one another and support each other all over the ice. I think, when we start to overcomplicate or pass or hold on to pucks a little too long, it makes it harder for, guys to make reads off one another, be on the same page. I think, we're at our best when we're defending hard and getting pucks behind their D and getting on a forecheck and generating O-zone time. I think that's a big part of today's game is spending more time in the O-zone than D-zone. Anybody that does that on a consistent basis is going to have success. So that's sort of a big thing we find was kind of lacking a little bit. Just guys, not being on the same page and not playing predictable for one another. So, we'll have to get back to that, kind of brand of hockey that we play that has worked all year for us.
Jacob Chychrun, a top 3 scoring defenseman in the National Hockey League, one of the most important capitals. We are thrilled to be having him on the show every single Wednesday for the remainder of the season, presented by IT Cadre. Going to be a great partnership here moving forward. Hey, Jacob, how about the opportunity to play Ottawa? I mean, I know that's not the only team you've played for, right, in the NHL, but you were there for a couple of years. They trade you this offseason. I don't know if that was something initially you're excited about or not, but straight up for Nick Jensen, who's in the lineup for them, going back a couple of nights ago as well. So what's that like when you are playing your old mates and trying to kind of prove that, hey, you shouldn't have traded me?
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun playing against the guys. I mean, you build great relationships with all your teammates that you've had the privilege to play with. So it's always special, being able to see the guys and compete against them. Obviously, Arizona and Ottawa, now Utah are kind of the two teams that I, know pretty much the whole group. So, yeah, those are fun games. I think, fun to go out and compete and obviously they're both teams that are finding their way. I think they're both teams that are, competing really hard to make the playoffs this year. And they're both right there, which was nice to see. I mean, for a long time, that wasn't the case for both those teams. And I think there were some frustrating years for most of the guys on both those squads. So, I'm happy to see both of them be in the hunt at least. And yeah, but, those are, just fun games, like I said. So, it's always nice playing against, all teammates.
I always hear guys in the league talking about the group text, in the locker room, because you guys are all so tight-knit that a bunch of you are going to go out and get steak or whatever. So I'm wondering, when you get traded, how quickly do you get dropped off the group text? Or do you have to do that yourself, or you just kind of wake up one morning and you've been removed? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you get a notification when you get dropped. So it's not
You're just
like,
gone. You just don't hear from them anymore.
I got no notifications.
I mean, the majority of the group texts are for our team services guy to let us know of any updates to the schedule and stuff like that. So obviously, I think the team services guys are usually the guys that are taking you off those team threads. But yeah, like I said, I don't think you get a notification when you're dropped. You just get one when you're added. So I guess I don't know exactly when it happens, but I imagine they try to do that pretty quickly. And guys will sometimes send a text, a goodbye text. If they do drop out themselves, they'll maybe send a text before doing so. Just have one last farewell. But yeah.
Jacob Chychrun with us here on Grant and Danny, part of his weekly installment with us going forward. Jacob, you were a baseball guy growing up, right? You played baseball?
I did, yeah. I loved it.
So I want you to imagine when you were a kid, let's say you got a fastball in the inner half and you ripped a double to the right center field gap. Then the next time up, you homered. I would imagine a pitching coach might say, hey, stop throwing him there. That's what I would have told Ottawa last night on that catching glove of Logan Thompson. Try somewhere else in the goal, man. That thing was magic last night.
Yeah, it's good eye by you. I mean, I thought the same thing, and I talked to some of the guys on Ottawa after the game, and they were saying the same thing as well. They just, couldn't believe how good his glove was last night. So, yeah, when he's seeing the puck, he's more often than not saving it, and I think his glove was obviously pretty elite last night.
Jacob, I am a fan of 3-on-3 overtime. When it first came to the league, I actually thought it was the greatest thing in sports. But I will say, as much as I'm a diehard NHL fan and I'm wearing a Caps hoodie as we talk now, 3-on-3 to me has become just such a possession game where it's kind of lost the luster. Like, I still love it. I'll take it over 5-on-5. But like last night, you guys win the draw. And I just want you to keep the puck. And I think it was until Mikey shot about a minute and 40 later that you kind of were dropping back to the neutral zone. You're going back as far as you need to. You're slingshotting backwards. Do you like where we're at now with 3-on-3, or would you implement a rule? Like, I want to see something where either you can't leave your own offensive zone or you can't get past neutral ice going in the wrong direction. Like, what's your thought on that?
I don't know. I think it's funny. I think the coaches are usually the ones to blame for that. They don't want the high risk run and gun style. I think when it first came in, you saw every night it was like it's either a breakaway or 2-on-1. You know, it's just down and back. It's just back and forth the whole time. But I think that usually tends to give, you know, coaching staffs a few heart attacks. So they tend to want to get a little bit more possession based and a little less risk. So I think that's why now you see it a little bit less run and gun. But I don't know. I still enjoy it. I think it's fun. You know, it depends. I think there's some times where it opens up a bit and it is run and gun. But, you know, for the most part, it is quite possession based now. The guys just don't want to give up much. So I don't know about any rules going forward, but I know that was talked about. But I don't know. I think maybe just leave it as is and let the guys go.
Speaking of possession, Jacob, you're so gifted stick handling wise and jumping up into the play on offense. How long does that kind of take for you and your defensive pairing, or maybe a forward that's got to pinch back to cover for you now? Like, how long does that take to kind of make it intuitive for them to maybe understand what you might want to do when it's aggressive time?
Yeah, I mean, it's just something we talk about. You know, you got to cover for each other. And, you know, it's all about generating offense once you're in the O-zone. So we want our, you know, D-men all be inactive. And the forwards know that, and they know, you know, when we're trying to generate and create, they need to back us up. So it's just everybody being on the same page and making sure you're filling in for one another.
Jacob Chychrun with us on Grant and Danny. Hey, we got a heavyweight bout last night. Tom Wilson going at Brady Tkachuk. I guess Tkachuk really came at him after Willie took a shot from Claude Giroux. But I saw Willie in the dressing room after the game said he got a text from Mikey, kind of suggested he wanted some fireworks, which is fun. What'd you think about that? That's two big dudes throwing fists right in front of the bench last night.
Yeah, obviously entertaining. Yeah, I just think Willie's always ready to bring a spark for us when we need it. And yeah, it's just, you know, those are two big guys going at it. And, you know, Brady's a really big boy. And obviously Willie's, you know, been doing that for a long time and just a really strong guy. So, yeah, glad none of them got hurt. It's always fun to watch. And, it definitely brings a spark to the group. So good on them for doing that for their teams.
Hockeyfights.com's got you down for 4 fights in your career that I'm seeing here. You got Phillips. We got a good one with Braden Shen here. Landeskog. Sound about right? 4 fights, none since 22?
Yep, that sounds about right.
When's the next one?
My dad always told me it doesn't pay enough. I mean, he had to do that for his career. And he wanted all us young kids growing up to play with the puck. And, you know, I think he knew that was a much easier way to make a living. My pops told me there's a lot of restless pregame naps knowing who he was going to have to go toe-to-toe with that evening. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for the guys that make a living doing that. It's not easy. And, you know, I think for me, I'd rather just have the puck on my stick and make plays out there.
Yeah, keep doing it.
I'm always willing to stick up for a teammate when it's in need.
Have you turned any fights down, and what's the protocol there?
Turn any down? I mean, I don't know. I obviously don't have a reputation for dropping the gloves, so I don't think anybody's really coming after me asking unless I do something or, you know, whatever the case may be. But, you know, usually if you tend to make a dirty play, you're going to get asked to answer the bell. But for the most part, you know, it doesn't happen too much. So,
well, Jacob, we're fired up to have you on the show for the rest of the season each Wednesday. We're going to have to figure out, though, what the intro music's going to be for your segment. Do you have a band or a song that you really like that we could play to kick off the segment out of the break each week?
I'll let you guys surprise me, and I'll give the thumbs up or thumbs down. Maybe we'll have to change it up each week until you find a good one for me.
I like that. Yeah.
You could grade our choice. Give us an idea just of your your favorite type of music, so we know what lane, what aisle.
I'm a country guy. Country guy for sure.
All right, good. We will mix it up, and then you'll give us the approval or the denial, and we'll settle on a sweet spot.
All right, guys. All the best. Thank you.
Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals going to be with us all season long for the remainder of the year, every single Wednesday. I think he's going to be a nice addition to the program, Danny. He is a star.
He is so good. It's one of those things where, listen, you are. I should probably keep my mic on. You are so much better versed in the league than I am, just in terms of
Can
teams
I ask,
and
how
rosters.
did you turn off your mic mid-sentence?
So I was actually trying to mute something on my computer, and instead I muted myself, which is
because I do that a lot to start after a break or something. But that was like you're in the middle of talking.
Yeah, I cut myself right off.
And then you turn your mic off.
I was trying to do, because the video that was about to play is the video that Toby took of Ryan's commercial break bullpen. Yeah. And there's audio with that. I was like, oh, this is going to pop up. So I better mute it. And of course, my right hand's my dominant hand. The closest thing that I can mute is that button that turns off my mic like that. So that's what I did. And that's not great, to be honest with you. The thought I was trying to make is, so Chychrun was on my radar just sort of barely before he came to Washington. This is one of those, like, everybody that said, no, thank you to Jacob Chychrun. What a buffoon. What an idiot you are. I can't believe you let a guy like that out of your building. That's all.
He's bounced around too, man. It's amazing. He started his career so young as a teenager. But for a guy with his talent to have been on as many teams as he has already, you're right. I mean, it's just strange. But a lot of what you're seeing is this is what happens when guys come to Washington. In a good situation with a real quality supporting cast, great locker room culture. Right now, arguably the best coaching staff top to bottom in the NHL. I think they may lose an assistant to a head coaching job this year off Carbs' staff. But he's been in Arizona, Ottawa, now Washington, third stop to charm. And it's not like he hasn't had some really good years. But thanks to IT Cadre, trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. They sponsored Austin Eckler. We're now getting them in on Jacob Chychrun with us. So very, very cool that we'll continue to bring our listeners these great conversations with stars in D.C. Thanks to IT Cadre. All right, next on The Fan, I want to run through some of Washington's free agents to be. We're actually creeping up on the start of the league year. Everything's been quiet on their front in terms of who they've re-signed, who they haven't. Hasn't been a whole lot of bringing their own guys back just yet. It's going to happen as we get closer to the start of the league year, but it certainly has not happened yet. Let's run through some of the names and discuss how likely it is that they get a deal in place before the market opens up next on The Fan. Guys, it's GP. The NBA has been a lot of fun to watch these last couple of weeks. How about the Lakers now? With Luka surging with LeBron, all of a sudden the 2 seed in the West. When the game tips off, the NBA action is only beginning over at FanDuel. Enjoy these games even more with the FanDuel Sportsbook. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets. That's if your first $5 bet wins. So this is what you're doing. You go to FanDuel, you download the app, you make a $5 bet. If it hits, you get $150 to use on the site. Pretty cool. FanDuel.com/GP. Join today. FanDuel.com/GP. Shot at 150 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Plenty of news today in the National Football League. The Raiders are signing defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles are re-signing linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are going to be trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney, giving up a 4th-round pick in the 2026 draft, just a day after they traded for offensive guard Jonah Jackson, giving up a 6th-round pick in this year's draft. Other NFL news, the Jaguars are going to be releasing wide receiver Christian Kirk. The Seahawks released wide receiver Tyler Lockett, and DK Metcalf has requested a trade from the Seahawks. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins 9-8 in spring training today. James Wood, Luis Garcia, Andrew Pinckney, and Caden Wallace all with home runs today. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Rangers at Madison Square Garden tonight. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Also, the Caps place Jacob Vrana on waivers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
This puts me in the football mood in the middle of the offseason. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our poll of the day is up on 106.7 The Fan's Twitter account. Presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We were talking in our first hour today about teams like the Lions and the Packers who are getting rid of season ticket holder policies from ticket holders who sell too many of their seats. Do you have an issue with teams revoking season tickets from those folks that are selling their seats? I do. Danny doesn't. You know what's interesting? The poll is 50-50.
Is that right?
Yeah, on the nose.
Because this is one of those hot button issues, not the right term, because it's not like every kitchen table in America is discussing it, but it's one of those, the thing that is bothers you the most about it, you'll find, and that'll influence which side of it you're on. So in other words, the thing that I care about, opposing fans screaming at me in my home stadium. So whatever I got to do to get rid of that, I'm pretty much down to do. And this is part of that to me. If you care about to your point, I think is, I don't want to steal from you, but I think your point is, I paid for the ticket. Leave me alone. Like I bought it. If I want to give it to my wife, a cousin, a former teacher, a buddy, stop bothering me about stuff like that.
This is mine now.
Yeah,
Leave me be. I have given you the money. You've given me the product.
Mm-hmm.
Now get away from me.
Yeah.
That's my relationship with
and
you.
I just want no Cowboys fans anywhere. That's kind of my goal.
Yeah, I also think this boils down probably in terms of voters and things to season ticket holders who presumably don't want to be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of people that are not season ticket holders who say, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to sell them. Or people that don't go to games say, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to sell them. Why should they tell me what I should be able to do? I'm the one at the games. I'm the one with the tickets. I'm the one that's a season ticket holder. So probably, and this is the case in most polls you're going to vote in.
Sure.
Like your direct
your sphere of influence or whatever bothers you.
Relationship to the conversation is going to be significant. All right, let's go through the Commanders' free agents to be here with the league year starting up a week from now. I want to decide if we think that they're going to get a deal in place with each of these players before the league year starts. We'll begin. Let's go in the order of how much guys made last year. That in some way should be also in order of importance. Bobby Wagner made $6.5 million, played on 99% of the team snaps. Will they have a deal in place with Wagner before the league year opens?
I say yes. I think it's a multi-year with a raise.
I say no. Wouldn't be surprised, but I think maybe he goes to market and then possibly comes back.
So what's going to happen? Is he going to go like, hey, Pete Carroll called, or a couple other guys that might be invested there?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he could see what else is out there and just kick the tires on a couple other situations and maybe come back. I don't know why he'd be tied to the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably wants to be here, though, and I'm sure that they want him here. But I've said this about wide receiver today. This is my bigger point about his position. I would like to get younger and faster. That's going to be a theme for me when we talk about this team.
Mm-hmm.
I love Bobby Wagner. I want Bobby Wagner on the roster. Do I need him to play 99% of snaps as a 35-year-old next year? I don't think I do. I would like him here. I'd like him in the dressing room to be the alpha. I want him to lead the speech, run out of the tunnel with the boys holding the American flag. I want him to play plenty. He's still very good. But I don't need him every single down on the field. I think the path to being a better defense, a scarier defense, might be with more speed at that position. Marcus Mariota, backup quarterback, made $6 million. He's 32 years old, played 8.6% of snaps last year. In the 2 games where he played a half of football or more, actually played really, really well.
So I don't think something will get done in advance. I think because of that little sample that you referenced, people are going to go, hey, he was a model citizen as a backup quarterback. That's worth it to us to have him in the room, mentorship, maybe spot time starter for a couple teams that are in transition. I actually think he goes to market and gets a raise.
I think he stays, but I think it's after the league year opens. This will be a day 1, day 2, day 3. Hey, Mariota re-signed 2 years and 11 mil, or whatever the number is. Jeremy Chin made $4.1 million last year. He's 27. He played 94% of defensive snaps. This is the first one I'm going to say. I think they get a deal done with Chin ahead of free agency. Might be decent, a little money for him too, on a multi-year deal. I thought he was good enough that you already have enough needs on defense. You don't want to create another one by letting him walk. I think they get a multi-year deal done with Jeremy Chin.
Lockstep there with you. The safety market, I don't want to say saturated, but there's a couple other Jeremy Chins. The point is that you're not going to stand out in that marketplace because he's not exceptional. He's good. I thought he played well here. He'll be in line for a couple years and a little bit of a raise.
Remember last year, Cam Curl hit the market and couldn't find anywhere
I
to
was
pay him
totally
good
wrong
money.
about that. I'm going, you got to do it. You got to do it. And they were totally right.
I mean, his dad on social was like floating $15 million a year and talking about how much money he might make. And I think he got $6 million or something to go to the Rams.
Rams, yeah.
KJ Osborne, the former Viking and Patriot, barely played with Washington at all. He played 22% of snaps on all the teams he was on, but not here. I mean, he was very, very sparingly used. $4 million player last year. I would say no chance he resigns.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Cleveland Farrell got hurt, only played 34% of snaps, 28 years old, $3.7 million last year.
I think they took a radio flyer last year. I think it's a fare thee well. I don't think he signs before the new year.
Agreed. Here's one I think gets done. Tress Way, the punter. $3.3 million last year. I think Tress signs a multi-year deal to finish his career in Washington. He'll be 35 this season.
I think so too. That's the holder, Tress Way, please and thank you.
Dante Fowler Jr., 10.5 sacks last season, despite only getting $1.4 million guaranteed and $3.2 million overall on his 1-year deal. He's now 31, but he played about half of the snaps, 52% of snaps. That tells you about his ability or lack thereof against the run, and the fact that he's kind of situationally used just as an edge. He also only had 2 sacks in the final 10 games he played in. When you count the 3 playoff games, that all complicates things. I don't think they have a deal in place by the time the league year starts.
I don't think so either. And this is one where you and I differ. I think he's going to go to the open market and get more than we think. I think someone's going to be so desperate for pass rush that they'll say, damn it, it's worth it. And he'll get double-digit $1 million. That's my prediction.
You think he makes $10 million a year? Wow. Yeah, I'll be surprised by that. Because he's not two-dimensional. I don't know if you could pay a guy with an injury history who's had 2 big sack seasons ever, $10 million to be one-dimensional.
I wouldn't, but I think somebody's going to be desperate.
Michael Davis, man, did he struggle when he played last season. 12% of snaps, made $3.2 million. I would say he's going to hit the market and be looking for work.
Yeah, I'll say if they do that, I'll be very upset. So I imagine him going.
What a bargain this was. $3 million last year for Zach Ertz. 66% of snaps. He'll be 35 years old. This one's tough. I will say Ertz gets a contract before free agency starts, and they sign him to like a 2-year deal for $16 million with the first year guaranteed or something like that. Maybe he gets $10 million guaranteed, and if they want to get out of it at the end of the year, they can pay him a couple million and be done.
I think so too. I think it's one of those, he'll get his multi-year, and the second year will be much kinder in terms of off-ramps, cap friendliness, etc.
But by staying healthy and producing and becoming as important to the offense and to Jaden Daniels and the coaching staff as it seemed like he did, I think he's going to get a nice raise too. Part of why he only got to $3 million was, I remember you and I having the conversation, he's going to play 6-7 games. But then he played the whole year.
And was better in the second half than the first. I mean, none of the things that happened for him last year made sense to me or things I would have predicted.
Yeah, I loved the addition, and I thought if he could play, he could still be good. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's no reason not to think. It's not like his game, you need speed or twitch or wiggle or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't very much money. Great for that room. Quarterback's best friend is a safety valve, who's not necessarily about explosion anymore, but body control, goal line, short yardage type stuff. Absolutely was a positive player.
So we're getting into the next tier, which is kind of cheaper players.
Mhm.
And it's always easier, I think, to just not have to worry about it. You can re-sign these guys because if they don't make the team, it's not the end of the world if you move on. But let's go through some of these names. Cornelius Lucas, their swing tackle. He's actually pretty important. I played on 40% of snaps, believe it or not. Now, he's older than you think he is. He's come
34.
on strong toward the end of his career here. But at 34 years old, coming off of making $2.8 million, I actually talked to him at the Super Bowl on Radio Row and had a nice conversation with him. And he basically suggested that he does want to be a starter. He wants to be a starter here, but overall, he would love the opportunity to finally prove that he could do that at the end of his career. So that's going to make it hard. I'm going to say he does not re-sign with the team. They've just got so many balls in the air on the offensive line and at tackle that I don't think you want to box yourself in by paying him.
Yeah, I think maybe this is one of the, I don't think a deal is in place before the league year. I think he might go out and see, hey, is there a starting opportunity for me? I think the league will say not really, and he'll end up back here.
Michael Dieter. I don't believe this. It says he played 19% of snaps, but I don't think that's right. I guess it's possible because of all the Biotish on and off injuries.
Yeah.
Allegretti got banged up. Cosme obviously got hurt in the playoffs. He was playing both guards and center at different points. Only made $1.8 million. If I could bring him back at sub $2 million, I could easily get a 2-year, $4 million deal done with him ahead of free agency and just have one extra body to throw at the interior offensive line issue.
You think they lock it up before it starts?
Oh, why not? I
Yeah.
mean, it depends. He's not a guy to me that has a big market. It's not like I've got to wait to see what the other teams think. Hey, man, you can stay here. You don't have to move. And I'm going to give you a 2-year deal for $4 million. And by the way, only 1.8 or whatever is guaranteed. So if they cut him, then you just wear that. But you don't have to do that. There's probably 30 of him available. But after last year, he knows your offense. Yeah, I'll guess that they re-sign him for a very small deal.
I could see that as well because he filled in, I think, at 3 different spots at various points.
Trent Scott, I'll say no deal.
Agreed.
Alameda Zacchaeus played 42% of snaps, made $1.2 million. Does he re-sign before the start of the league year?
I don't think he does. Now, I think this would be another one where he wants a raise, wants to go out and say, look what I just did, 45 catches and part-time duty. I can be helpful. Anyone? And then maybe he comes back after that. But I think this will be one of those, everybody got something out of last year. You outperformed your contract, certainly. You were valuable to us. We don't want to break the bank for you, but go see what you're worth. And if you don't get it, you're more than welcome back here as our 4th or 5th wideout.
I'll agree to that. I could see this one. Noah Igbenogany made $1.2 million at 26 years old. Now, he should be a guy that would want to test the market because I think he's got decent enough tape that he could get a pretty good raise. But with their corner problems, where Benjamin St. Juste is going to hit the market, Lattimore is a big question mark to me. I know they don't seem to publicly feel that way, but I think they should based on his injuries recently and how he played. That's a guy I'd want to bring back. I would get a deal done with him ahead of free agency. It's not going to cost you a lot. You just need some quantity. Forget the quality for a moment. You need some bodies in the secondary. He did well enough to be one of them.
He's still only 25, by the way. 2 years younger than St. Juste. I think of him as a veteran, a guy that's been around, because I guess he's still, relatively young when it comes to that. So I could certainly see that. I kind of had a different impression in my mind where older player not making that much. Wrong. 25 only made or was making. No, never mind. I can't speak. I think they signed him before free agency starts.
They let St. Juste walk. They let Crowder walk. Issues there?
No, agreed.
De'Ami Brown, I think, hits the market
I do
after
too.
his big postseason and tries to shop a little bit.
I do too. I don't think he comes back. I think somebody's going to say, we saw enough potential that we're going to overpay you for the production you're going to bring.
Sheldon Day, I'll say they re-sign, knowing that Allen is likely out. You guys missed the report earlier this hour. According to Michael Silver, he's saying Jonathan Allen will be released if he's not traded by the Commanders. Silver reports for The Athletic. I'll say, based on that, they re-up with Sheldon Day on the cheap as
Agreed.
their third defensive tackle.
Lock in there, yep.
Any other names that are interesting?
McNichols.
Noah Brown?
Oh, I'm going to say Noah Brown. They try to bring back, but I don't think he'll sign before
Coming off
free
of a
agency.
serious injury, I'll say that nothing happens there. Jeff Driscoll, they let walk. Jalen Holmes probably let walk. Jeremy McNichols, I think you let walk.
I think he's going to walk, yeah.
Replacement level type guy. The kickers, both of them, Zane Gonzalez and Austin Seibert, I think they both hit free agency.
I do too.
I think you got to try to do better. By the way, Brandon McManus.
I was going to bring it up.
3-year deal at $5 million per for the Packers.
They liked what they saw.
Basically the deal I think Washington signed him to last year, but a little more money because he did a nice job. Other free agents include Kaz Allen, Chris Rodriguez, Derek Forrest, John Bates, and Jeff Driscoll, the backup quarterback.
What about Bates, by the way?
Bates, they'll get a deal done with.
I agree with that. Do you think they let Rodriguez walk?
Yeah, I'll say they will. Him and Robinson are a little bit redundant. You know, unless you're moving on from B-Rob, which I don't think they are, then in my plan, you're going and getting a speed back who's your RB1, and Robinson's your change of pace. That makes it, now you've added a running back. Chris Rodriguez was already your 4.
Yep.
I don't know if you need him and Robinson, in that conversation. What did you guys like that you just heard us say? What didn't you like? Is there something you agree or disagree with there as we run through the likeliness of guys getting deals ahead of the market? 800-636-1067. Also next, I want to look at the odds of where free agent quarterbacks are going to end up right now offshore. We'll do that on the Fan. The Commanders have 28 pending free agents. They will hit the market next week. They're working on deals, presumably with a bevy of those players as we speak. Who do you think they get deals locked in with before the start of the league year? Danny, if you picked, let's say, 2 players that you're going to bet on them not letting hit free agency, who would it be?
Ooh, okay, so 2 guys that they don't let go. I'm gonna go real fast. Trustway, I would put money down on, and the other is Zach Ertz. Those are my 2 that I think they can get done. Willing partners. Nobody's that's going to want to go gauge their value. That's like, nope, I'm here. Maybe not do the best business thing, but do the, hey, this makes sense. I'd rather not move. I like it here.
I'll say Tressway, and I'm going to go Jeremy Chin. Ertz is on my list as well, but I think Chin makes sense from both parties to get something done and maybe even give him a little money. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris?
What's up, gentlemen? Hey,
Morning.
I got a nickname for Toby to throw around.
Go.
How about Toblerone? You guys ever tried that one?
I have indeed. That was I don't want to say it's one of my early ones, but that came to me a couple different times. We've gone Toblerone, we've gone Tobertime, Tobias Funke, which nobody around here knows because no one watched.
I don't understand Toblerone. What is that from?
The candy bar.
I don't do candy bars, so I guess I don't know about that one.
It's big chocolate
Grant
candy bar.
doesn't do tasty things. So I'm kind of in line with you. I think Ertz is a must sign because to me he's like a quasi offensive coordinator. I mean, he can relay so much information to Jaden, possible other tight ends. He's a coach on the field and a technician route running. I just don't think they can lose that. It's not so much about his talent. I just don't think they can lose that mental knowledge that he brings.
Well, it's a sharp point. Yeah,
I'm with you. And to that, go ahead. Sorry.
I also think Wagner is a must sign just because of continuity, leadership. I mean, I know he's aging, but still, he had a phenomenal year if you look at PFF stats. And he's also one of those quarterback of the defense guys. Maybe you give him some snaps off to protect him or draft a guy that he can coach up as well. And then I'm with you, Grant. I think Chin is a must sign. I thought he had a really strong season, 94% of defensive snaps. That's another thing with continuity where I don't think you want to lose that.
Yeah, and Quan Martin's coming into his own as a tandem. I thought they started playing really well together down the stretch. Both of them made interceptions and had huge moments in the playoffs. I just like the safety tandem that they built. Ertz was vital to Daniels.
Yes.
Are you at a point where Daniels doesn't need him the same way? Like the camp counselor doesn't have to be there all night long any longer. You can act like a big boy in your dorm or whatever. I don't know. I would imagine that a lot of the things that he helped him with last year aren't as necessary now. But I also think he just helps you as a player. And it's such an important position. Jay was raving about the tight end spot.
Yep.
The critical nature of it yesterday. I've long thought this as well. It's long been undervalued, underpaid. I'm such a believer in having a strong tight end spot that I would absolutely bring him back.
So what I would like at some point is to be able to say, I'm going to move on from the mid-30s player that's had his best days behind him. I'm not there yet. I just don't have enough talent in the pipeline. I don't have enough draft picks, enough young pieces, enough guys on my board that I trust, or my locker room rather that I trust. If I was sure that Ben Sinnott was going to ball out next year, I'd go, okay, I can kind of afford to move on from Ertz and might get a little worse there, but I've got something. I hope I've got something, but I don't know. Same with Jordan McGee as a linebacker. Because I'm uncertain there, one day I like to be able to say, you know what? Thank you very much, aging veteran that meant a lot to me. I've got a good enough culture, good enough established pipeline to be able to move on from you. I don't think they're there yet.
Sometimes, though, you got to take the leap of faith. Because if you bring Ertz back this year as an example, you may not know about Sinnott either.
Right.
Still going into next year. Eventually, you kind of got to just jump and hope you land on your feet. Andre, Temple Hills, what's good?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
Hey, so I want to talk about Austin Sabbert. If I'm not mistaken, he only had 2 bad games, and those games all games he was injured, even though he only played 9 games. He's been pretty clutch, in my opinion. So why should we let him go instead of keep him? I don't think there's another good option to replace him. What do you think?
Well, if you remember, the vast majority of his kicks were in pretty tight. They didn't really trust him to kick from distance. He was 2 for 5 from 50 plus. I think in today's NFL, you need somebody with a big leg who can make those field goals. There was also that weird situation where they gave up the touchdown against the Cowboys because they kicked it off and they said it's too hard to get touchbacks. And not for teams with guys with real legs.
Yeah,
you know?
not for everyone.
But yes, to your point, he was 10 of 10, 20 to 29, which is less than an extra point. He was 7 of 7 from 30 to 39, so 17 of 17 from inside of 40. He was 25 of 25 from inside of 50, and all three of his misses as he went 27 of 30 were 50 plus. He was very good. I have no problem with him being in camp in a competition. He did his job adequately. I'm just looking for a giant leg. You know, a lot of teams, when you get to the 40-yard line now, you are in field goal range. For Washington last year, it was still, let's get inside the 30 to be sure. And I would just like, you're already starting 5 yards closer.
Yep.
You're one throw in the middle of the field, you know, across the midfield stripe to a 1st and 10 from like the other team's 46. And now you're 8 yards from field goal range for some of these teams. You know, no wonder why points are going up and percentage of drives where you score points.
Yeah, and it's also a mental edge as well, where you go, okay, we're in scoring position, we can be more aggressive. Because even if we stole out here, it's still 3 points, right? Instead of saying, oh, we got to inch closer and maybe let's play for a field goal, you could be more aggressive knowing that now these guys kick bombs and you're good from 55, 60.
Here's the odds for where the veteran quarterback free agents could end up. Aaron Rodgers, most likely to end up with the Giants. Second most likely team, the Raiders. And then in order, the Steelers, Titans, and this one's funny, the Vikings. He could really just follow the Aaron Rodgers path.
Just go full Brett Favre.
I was going to say, yeah, the Favre path. Giants seems like the rumor. I mean, that's what everybody's talking about. I think it's New York or Vegas. I don't really see another home for him. The Steelers makes a ton of sense for him. If I'm Pittsburgh, I don't know that I want to do that.
I wouldn't be taking that on right now, given the turmoil in Pittsburgh. As to they've had some personality things that didn't work out, and they've been just sort of stuck in this quagmire of the last couple of years where they can't break through in a really difficult division. I would not be playing that game.
I'd like to see Sam Darnold end up in Pittsburgh. 2-1 odds on that. The only team he's more likely to end up at, according to odds makers right now, is Vegas with the Raiders.
Sure.
But I think Darnold to the Steelers. Giants are high up there. Colts as well. I think Pittsburgh and Darnold could be interesting. Let's talk to Charles Davis next. NFL Network analyst, was at the Combine. The draft is 50 days away, plus Washington's been moving and shaking. A lot of ground to cover with him next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Plenty of news in the NFL today. The Raiders signed defensive end Max Crosby to a 3-year extension worth $106.5 million, $91.5 million of it guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles are re-signing linebacker Zach Bond to a 3-year deal worth $51 million, $34 million guaranteed. The Bears are trading for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney, giving up a 4th-round pick in the 2026 draft. Other NFL news, the Jaguars are planning to release wide receiver Christian Kirk. The Seahawks are releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett, and DK Metcalf has requested a trade away from Seattle. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins today 9-8. James Wood, Luis Garcia, Andrew Pinckney, and Caden Wallace all with home runs in the game today. In basketball, the Wizards taking on the Jazz at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Jordan Poole still out with the right elbow hyperextension. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Rangers at Madison Square Garden tonight. 7:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals also placed Jacob Vrana on waivers today. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And that's where we find one of our buddies and favorite guests, the great Charles Davis, who's just out at the Combine, NFL Network. Charles, we appreciate the time. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Always good to talk with you guys. Hope everything's going well.
Things in D.C. are very well. We want to ask you about the draft 50 days away and all kinds of questions about prospects, but we got to start with the big Deebo Samuel trade to Washington.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the move, and do you think he's got anything left in the tank?
I'll start with the second part. I do, and he's in the last year of his contract, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
He is.
Yes.
That's usually a great time to get a guy, isn't it? I mean, it's just phenomenal. Just think back to the Super Bowl. Josh Sweat with 2.5 sacks that night, playing for a new contract, playing for free agency. Milton Williams doing the same thing. Jalen Hunt wasn't that way because he was a rookie. But, boy, these guys, you know, when there's a chance to increase your financial net worth and to, you know, register on the stage and make people want you, it's a great time to do it. Now, for Deebo, what's he going to be, 29, I believe, this season? He needs this one, right? This is a big one for him, to get another contract, to be able to go on and continue and do it at a really high level. And I'd have to say there's got to be plenty of motivation there. Contract notwithstanding, I realize that he's done a very classy thing in how he's leaving San Francisco. But have you guys ever met a player that's been traded or allowed to go free agent or whatever that doesn't hold it against his former team in some form or another, even if they say all the right things?
Yeah, that feels like there's some extra chip on the shoulder motivation, et cetera.
Always.
There. Yeah, 100%.
Always. But I thought the move was great by Washington. Again, if I'm not mistaken, most of the receivers on the roster are free agents or free agents to be. It's a roster remake in terms of that receiver room. Obviously, Terry McLaurin cannot be part of that, right? You got to have Scary Terry. Now you're bringing in Deebo. You know, who else can it be during that time frame to continue to increase what they do offensively with a young quarterback whose arrow is pointing nothing but up?
How do you view him at this point? I mean, to me, I think of it as weapon versus a pure, you know, I don't know, called a second receiver, Charles, or a 3 or a slot or something like that. The versatility and the yards after the catch to me are what's sexy. But, you know, deployment-wise, just your thoughts on Deebo at this stage.
Yeah, I think all of what you said. And you remember when John Lynch became the general manager in San Francisco. And you remember Kyle Juszczyk, their fullback, young in his career, and he was going through like a free agency thing or a contract thing. And do you remember what John Lynch said about him? He said, we don't really call him a position. We call him OW, offensive weapon. I think the same thing could apply with Debo. And one last thing, we've talked, everyone's talked ad nauseum about the trade, what he can be, all the things we're talking about now. Is he a 2? How do you slot him? What do you play him? All that. I think what he also brings that maybe we haven't talked about, or I haven't heard as much as I thought I would, and I think we will, is the toughness element. This guy, you've watched him play over the years. He would be in a crash 'em up derby. You know what I'm talking about? Like these cars just bouncing off of each other. And Deebo Samuel would always be in the finals, if not win it each and every time. There's a toughness element that he brings to how he plays that I think that spreads throughout the team, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but the defensive side, special teams, the whole deal. It's that silent leadership part that you see, and you can hear it in how his pads crack, but he doesn't have to stand up and go, we need to be a tough team. Just watch him play.
Charles, would you be in the market still then, even with $43 million of cap tied up for McLaurin and Debo now, to try to get a traditional 2? Or do you think you just kind of supplement with some, lower tier guys behind them?
No, I think I'd still be in the market because I want to go all out with this QB. I think the more people you've got around him, the more options you have. And the good thing is with Debo, if you're able to get a full season out of him, which, we're all knock on wood for every player in the NFL for trying to get full seasons. But let's say you get that full season out of him. He helps you every which way in the pass game, as we know. He takes carries off of not just Brian Robinson, Antonio Gibbs, whoever is going to be your runners, but he takes carries off of Jaden Daniels, which is a really nice thing. Now, supplement it with can you get a rookie receiver? Can you get someone who can come out and give you some speed outside and help supplement everything else you're doing? I wouldn't stop where they are right now, because here's the other part. With everyone being a free agent in the room right now, it's wide open to me, because I look at who's there, and there are plenty of guys that, I'm sure DQ would like and the whole deal. But I don't know that there's anyone sitting there that is a must-have that brings that part to you. If you're able to get a dynamic rookie that you really like, that might be the way to go as well. But we will see what's going to happen. Would you say 50 days till the draft?
50. I think that's right. Yeah.
It seems like a long time. And at the same time, we all know it's going to speed there a lot quicker than we're giving it credit for.
In fact, here you go. 50 days, 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 41 seconds.
Not that anyone's counting.
Oh, well, that just hurt me, because I was going to put my feet up and watch some TV tonight. And now I just get that sinking pit in my stomach that maybe I should do some more work.
Hey, by the way, when you're not watching football, you got a show you're binging right now?
I have finished Landman, finally. My colleague Evan Washburn told me about it during the season, and then every week. Well, did you watch yet? Did you watch?
That's Billy Bob, right?
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton being awesome.
Billy Bob Thornton, Allie Larder from Varsity Blues, just phenomenal. I just loved it, absolutely loved it. So I'm done with that. I was watching Paradise with James Marsden and Sterling K. Brown, which has kept my attention. There's other stuff out there that people are talking about. I have to try and find it. I think I really want to start was it Lioness with Zoe Saldana?
Zoe Saldana, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and, now the Oscar winner, Zoe Saldana, so that's going to get a bump up. And Morgan Freeman's in it. It's got a phenomenal cast. I've been told I need to watch that. So we'll see. We'll see if we find time. But the hard part is, every time I sit down to watch something, I was like, I probably should watch those fourth round receivers.
Back of your head, you're
there's
going,
more tape to watch.
There's
man.
that kid at UTEP I haven't quite seen enough of yet.
Yeah, or this kid that just pops. You're talking with a friend who's in the business and what have you, and they tell you. I remember years ago, I was getting ready for something. It was really late in the process, And I actually got a phone call from a reporter back in my home area of New York. And he asked me about a player, like, hey, what do you think of him? And I promise you I'd never heard of him, right? I was like, ugh. We were literally a week ahead of the draft. A week. And I'd not heard of him. So I faked it because, it's a reporter from my home area, and I sure didn't want to look like a total bozo. And he said, well, what do you think? You think he's going to get drafted? And I said, if he does, it'll be late in the draft, probably a priority free agent, what have you. and got off the phone and raced to the tape. I was like, I've never even heard of this guy. And I popped on the tape, watched, I think I watched a ball game, one game of his. And I'll be darned, he stands up at defensive end, and next thing you know, he's coming on a loop stunt and gets a sack, and then he comes up the middle on another loop stunt and gets another sack. And I was like, who is this cat? Do you guys remember the name Terrence Fede? Ended up going in the 6th round of Miami.
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Okay. Well, anyway, he played at Marist College.
How about it?
All right, in Poughkeepsie, New York. My dad had been an assistant basketball coach there when they were Division III before moving to Division I when Rick Smits came to town, and the Duncan Dutchman who ended up playing with the Pacers. Anyway, this kid ends up getting drafted in the 6th round. Well, we get to the draft, right? And I'll be darned, he gets drafted. I'm sitting up at the table with Mike Mayock. I forgot who else was up there. It was what would have been the equivalent of day 3 now. Back then, you remember the draft was 2 days, right? We did the first 4 rounds, and then we did the last, I guess we did the first 3, then we did the last 4, right? He goes in the 6th round, and no one knows who this kid is. Well, thanks to my hometown reporter who had given me his name, and I didn't know. I went, I got this one. I'll take that. Terrence Fede, defensive end, Marist College. And they popped up the highlights. They said, oh, I know this. Watch this. He's going to loop stun here, and then he's going to come off the edge here. It was the 2 plays I told you about. And all of a sudden, I look halfway intelligent, and it works out. Well, that was such a lesson to me. This is why you need to do extended homework, because these teams are doing more homework than any of us possible, and you never know when that kid's going to pop up. And I've had a few that have slid through. I'm not going to sit here and say I've known everyone. But because of that, it's become less that have slid through on me than it probably would have been if that lesson had never been taught to me.
I thought it was going to be a great punchline. And that player was Myles Garrett, or something like that. It would have been hilarious.
if that's the case, anyone listening would have said, well, we need to fire him right away because the whole country knew Myles Garrett was going to number 1. How did he not know his name?
Let's get to this draft, Charles. Every year there's kind of a theme. I thought last year maybe it was quarterback. Think about the first round here. What's when we're at the end of round 1, maybe even the end of round 2? What's kind of the big takeaway? What's the theme going to have been in your mind in terms of where guys went? And just go ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Tom Hanks movie, Big. It's gonna be big people. Defensive linemen, offensive linemen. I think when we get through round 2, runners will be a big part of it. I said on air that I don't have anything empirical, but my sense and my feel is that over the last 5 years, if we took the top 10 rushers, minimum of 5, 6, 7 of the top 10 rushers are going to be 215 and above. Big running backs are back in vogue. Why? Our defenses are smaller. Look at the linebackers that are coming up now. A lot of them, how many times do you see a linebacker, and if you read the bio and you do the homework, what do you find out immediately? Former safety, moved to linebacker. People are just smaller on that side of the ball because that's what the colleges are giving us, because they're having to defend every inch of grass vertically and horizontally with these spread offenses and the whole deal. So you get a lot of ex-safeties moving at linebacker and play, and then they come to the pros, and we are spreading it out more in the NFL, as you guys have noted and seen. Think about Buffalo on defense. They are a natural 4-2-5 defense. Every time I think of them, I think of TCU and Gary Patterson. That became his base. How many times did we remember Rich Rodriguez at West Virginia the first go and that 3-3-5? We're seeing stuff like that in the NFL now, not just on passing downs. It could be on any down now because every down's a throwing down. So those teams that are committed to going big, using the big running back, beating people up, I'd say most teams talk about it, but very few stay the course and beat you up over the course of 60 minutes. That's why we have such smaller people playing. But in this draft, offensive and defensive linemen, it'll be a race at the end of the first round to see whether we get more interior defensive linemen or more edge rushers go on the defensive side of the ball. And on the offensive side, it will be a combination of guard, centers, and tackles, but a lot of tackles with the ability to move inside to guard.
Charles Davis is with us. Was just out in Indy at the Combine. Now, the Commanders have a bevy of needs. They're picking at the end of round 1 at 29, which is rare for them. But they really need an edge. And I'm wondering if they were to go corner or defensive end edge there, pass rusher, like what might be available right at the end of the first round that you think? Give me some names of some guys to monitor maybe.
You know, at the end of the first round, let's go corner. Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky. Big time combine. You guys saw it, right? 4.28, Mad Max. He got lost in the shuffle a little bit because he was hurt. He had a bad shoulder, missed 6 or 7 games this year, and people kind of forgot about him. I don't think they've forgotten about him now. He's kind of come back into play, and they're like, oh, okay. I think that he would be one that would be, at that stage of the game might be available. Today, Barron, I'm not sure where that's going to go, and Will Johnson with Michigan, because both of them project to be much higher. But Will Johnson was hurt, may have dropped down there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it'll go that far. But how about what is his name? Morrison, Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Remember, he had the hip injury, missed a lot of last year. I think in any other possibility or scenario, he's a first rounder in the top part all day long. But coming off the injury, he may drop and be available at that stage where if he checks out medically, because the tape is really good on him, that he could be a guy like that. If you're talking about edges dropping all the way down there, I don't know. Is a Shamar Stewart still available coming out of Texas A&M? Is he still going to be that type of a guy that you'd look at and go, hey, can we get him? Can he be a guy that I don't know that he drops quite that far, but there's a possibility because we don't know how this draft's going to unfold. And the other part is just the production of all of these guys. I've gone through this more times with Penn State defensive ends and outside linebackers. Adafe Owe, who's with the Ravens. Remember, he was Jason Owe at Penn State. You remember his senior year, how many sacks he had at Penn State? He had 0.
I was going to say, wasn't it like a half sack?
It was like not many.
It was 0.
Oh.
And he went in the first round.
Wow.
Chop Robinson last year out of Penn State, 4.5 sacks, first round.
He's going to be
second
a good
half
player,
of this
too.
year. Second half of the year, he had a really good year, didn't he, with Miami?
Yeah.
This year, you don't have that issue because Abdul Carter checks every box, including production. But if you're going back to asking who else could be there, what about my alma mater and James Pierce? Blew away the combine, right? We saw all of that. But again, production numbers, I think he 6.5, 7.5 sacks this past year when he was predicted to be a double-digit sack guy. I can't tell you again exactly why they get those numbers or don't. But traits, you saw it on display. He
Charles,
didn't
can
just
Pierce
blow it away
play the
running.
run?
He listen, here's the thing about it. I think that he can. I think that when you draft a guy like him early, you have a plan early.
Yeah.
Okay? I'll give you this. Vic Fangio, when he was in San Francisco, you remember when Aldon Smith went there?
Yes.
And had a rookie year of like 15.5 sacks?
Oh, he was a beast. Yep.
But you remember Vic didn't play him on rundowns until way late in the season. They had a plan early. You're going to be a DPR, designated pass rusher. We're going to get you comfortable doing one thing really, really well. Then we'll add to your plate. I think Pierce might be the type of guy that if you draft him, make sure you have a plan early. And then as you get comfortable, you go from there.
Who are a couple of guys that, not saying you're not advocating for them as the best players at a given spot or whatever, but just for whatever reason, just give me guys that you're infatuated with. A couple of guys that you love, Charles.
I mean, how could we not love Emin Wari out of South Carolina? He reminds me of a 1980s looking safety. Remember when we wore those pads that looked like they were 8,000 pounds?
The Atwater pads,
neck roll, full cage, shoulder pads that went up over the top of our helmets. The whole deal. But that was Steve Atwater, Dennis Smith in Denver. That was David Fulcher in Cincinnati. That was Tim McDonald in Arizona and San Francisco. That was Ronnie Lott when he swung back from corner to safety. Big, massive, giant men who shook the thunder down. And if you ran inside, you knew you were going to get popped for all your efforts. That's Emin Worry. Okay, and then we saw him test, and his tests were off the charts, but his tape's pretty good too. Tackle or two missed along the way because he can be a missile now. And what he's going to learn in the NFL is the big hit, if it comes, great, but it's much more important to put people on the ground so they don't score touchdowns. Okay, Malachi Starks is still a really good player, the safety out of Georgia. All of a sudden, he's being overlooked because Emin Worry had such a great combine and a really good year. Don't forget him because Georgia really trains these kids really well. Remember Tyke Smith coming out last year? Immediately steps in and becomes a great nickel, plays it really well for Tampa Bay. They know how to train those kids well. Kirby Smart, the head coach, is a defensive guy, and they coach them up really well, and they come in ready to play. Those are a couple guys I really, really liked a lot. And I'm going to tell you, flipping it over, those two tight ends at the top of the board are really freaking good. Colston Loveland, I think, has gotten overlooked a little because he got injured during the season. And Tyler Warren just had a season for the ages. Plus, when you snap the ball and catch a touchdown pass on the same play, it's kind of hard for us to take our eyes off of you. Yeah. And that's what he did. But he really had a great year and was terrific. I can't wait to see where those two land because I think that they're going to help their teams in a big way. And I think teams that have quarterbacks who really need the help, and I'm looking at Indianapolis, either one of those tight ends really helps out in Anthony Richardson.
Charles Davis, you see why we absolutely love having him on the show. Always get tremendous information. We kept you too long, but we appreciate you. Hopefully, you both multitask tonight. You get a little entertainment in, and you get a little more draft prep done.
Yeah, that's really a good idea, isn't it? Absolutely. But I've made a promise to myself. I'm going to watch this linebacker from Holy Cross tonight because somebody popped his name in my head.
Oh, man.
So I'm going to check him. I'm going to check him out tonight, and then maybe I'll check out Lioness and see if I can get started on that.
There you go.
Thank you, Charles.
Good stuff, Charles.
Catching
Thanks.
up.
Always great catching up with you guys. You take care of yourselves. We'll talk down the road.
The outstanding Charles Davis on Grant and Danny. All right, before we get out of here, a couple of notes for you. Number one, Max Crosby agreed to a record-breaking deal today with the Raiders. Danny, he's now the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. 3 years, $106 million. Well-deserved for one of the toughest guys to block in the NFL.
Just a pain in the butt. I mean that in a complimentary way, right? Is an antagonizer, a star, a disruptor, one of the best defensive players in football.
2 more Pro Bowl caliber receivers became available today. We found out the Jaguars are going to be cutting Christian Kirk. DK Metcalf has asked for a trade from the Seahawks. Sounds like they're willing to at least allow him to try to find a dance partner for Washington. While I'm not in on Metcalf, who would have an $18 million cap number to come to D.C., I'm very interested in Kirk. He did play for Cliff Kingsbury for 3 years in Arizona. He is a couple of years younger than McLaurin and Metcalf and Deebo Samuel. And even though he dealt with a broken collarbone last year, a couple injuries the last 2 years, he's someone who is best in the slot but can move all over the place. I think they could make that work.
I think so too. Again, it's a compliment. So if you think of Deebo Samuel as a quote-unquote number 2 receiver, you're missing the story. You're missing the boat. He's a slot, a running back, a wideout, a guy in stacks, a guy that's going to help block. He's going to do everything. He's a weapon more than he is a pure receiver. So you still kind of need a complement to that. And I think Kirk could be that. I like that versatility, almost forcing Kingsbury. I thought he was at his best really second half of the season when a couple things were taken away from him and he had to make some adjustments of moving guys around. I thought that's really when this offense was at its best, when you didn't know the McLaurin was just going to be on the left every time, for example. I want more of that to kind of encourage that way of thinking.
It is time for our Caps Power Play. I thought this was pretty neat. Alex Ovechkin today partnered with the V Foundation for cancer research for the remainder of his NHL career. As part of the great chase for victory over cancer, Alex Ovechkin's going to donate an amount equal to his career goal total for every goal he scores moving forward. He's asking fans to pledge, I think it's $8 for each goal that he scores.
That's
if
awesome.
They want to make donations as well and kind of play along with him. Monumental Sports has stepped up and said they're going to match his donations. But essentially he said, look, if I'm scoring these goals and we're all hunting this thing down together, now let's make some money for a good cause. I love this.
Me too. That's fantastic. I am a fan of that sort of thing. When new eyes are on you, you can take advantage, and you can do it a million different ways. You could start hawking, grade 8 merchandise, or you could do something like this where you bring attention to a much deserved cause. Really cool.
Jacob Verana was placed on waivers today by the Capitals, so we'll wait to hear if he clears waivers and can be sent to Hershey or if he'll be leaving the organization. Last time out, Logan Thompson stood on his head in overtime and in the shootout. So Charlie Lindgren's net tonight at Madison Square Garden, although his brother got traded. The former Ranger's no longer there. So he won't be playing against his brother like he normally does when he goes to the Big Apple. But the Caps on the ice, puck drop about an hour from now at 7:30 as Ovie tries to hunt down Gretzky, 10 away from tying the all-time record. Caps looking for a second straight win. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. We owe a thank you to all of you for listening and to our producers behind the scenes, Darius, Ryan, and Toby. Danny, what's on the docket for the Rouilles tonight?
I'm watching the Capitals play. Hopefully nobody else gets sick. I want New York to lose because I do not want them in the playoffs. I do not want a series where I have to beat Shesterkin a handful of times. No, thank you.
For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening to us on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.